My dad is the galaxy's Prince Charming. By Mrs. Ago. Synopsis. What would you do if your planet ceased to exist after a nap? Once upon a time, there was a princess. Scrap that. Once upon a time, there was a hermit called Yao Si. She was an orphaned hikikomori who lived a peaceful and mundane life in her cozy little apartment. Just when she thought she'd live out the rest of her mundane days, she died. By a strange twist of fate, she was somehow turned into a vampire, even worse, a fifth-generation weakling with no combat ability at all. Vampires had their own little secret society, cultural feuds, and called themselves bloodlings. With the threats of another civil war among the bloodlings, Yao Si remained composed. Even if this war of bloodlings rages on again, it will need a miracle to affect me, she thought. So, a miracle occurred. When she was woken up from a millennia-long nap, she found that her beautiful mother planet Earth had ceased to exist. Even the oldest bloodling in the entire universe was now one of her grand times infinity child. Everyone will have to call her ancestor from this moment onwards. The peasant Yao Si had successfully revolted and taken charge. Let's see who dares to call her a weakling anymore. Hey! You, that guy over there. Yes, you. Come on, let's fight. If I lose, I will call you Dad. So, she has a new dad. Yao Si. Mu Xian. Chapter 1, My friend, you are dead. Yao Si felt that there was something wrong with her recently. She used to sleep like a brick, so even roaring thunder couldn't affect her slumber. But oddly enough, she couldn't seem to fall asleep for the last couple days, and what was even more strange was that she felt energetic and in good spirits despite the sleepless nights. Her back was no longer sore, her legs weren't weak, and even menstruation, which had been bothering her for years, ceased to visit her. She could climb 10 flights of stairs effortlessly in one breath. Her diet was even more magical. She used to love chili pepper all her life, but now her stomach got cramps at the sight of their bright red color. Initially, she thought it was just weakness in the stomach and spleen induced by her insomnia, but as time passed, she realized it wasn't that simple. It wasn't only pepper that she no longer could stomach. She had lost her appetite for food as if she had anorexia. Food tasted as dry as dust in her mouth, retaining of its original flavor. There was, however, an exception. It was something which she wouldn't have even spared a look for before, let alone consume it, duck blood curd. Hey girl, you've been staring at my duck blood for half an hour already, are you going to buy it or not? Hey! Sissy was stupefied. Her eyes were glued to the red substance on the stall, and she was unable to come to her senses. Buy it, or not? What's there to hesitate about? If you want to eat it, then buy it. The owner pounced at every possible hint of business and began to promote his products with a burning passion. Sister, I must say you have a good taste. My duck blood is the best in the entire market, just look at this color, you can't buy this elsewhere. It's delicious when you make it into a curd. Really? Of course, all the blood is freshly collected from the ducks butchered today. That's quite fresh, ha ha ha. Plus, it smelled so delicious. $2 for half a kilo, cheap and affordable. Yes. It smelled so good, so good, so good. This opportunity comes and goes, my duck blood crud is in quite great demand. If you had come in the afternoon, there wouldn't have been any left. The owner lifted a piece of duck blood curd and weighed it in his hands while saying, I promise you, once you taste it, you will come back for more. Really? How about a kilogram, sister? But... Sissy's lip corners went down. I am allergic to duck blood. Hey! The owner was dumbfounded. The duck blood curd in his hand slipped off and landed into the water with a thud, splashing onto Yao Si's face. Girl, are you playing around with me? If you're allergic to duck blood, then why are you standing over here for so long? Unable to sell anything, the owner was choked with anger. I don't want to either. Just the thought of it filled Yao Si with grievance. I haven't eaten or slept for dozens of days, I can't hold anything down, and I only desire this. Are you fooling with me, girl? The owner was clearly not pleased. You don't look like you haven't slept for a dozen days. Obviously not. She looked like she was bursting with energy. Besides, how could she have the strength to stand here after not eating anything for that long? How about you check out something else? I'm serious. Yao Si still couldn't control herself, and her eyes were stuck to the duck blood in the water. I smelled its fragrance from 3 blocks away. How's that possible if it's so far away? That aside, you're not even a... The owner's voice suddenly dropped as if he had recalled something. His eyes went wide when he scanned her from head to toe. Something flashed in his eyes and he immediately changed his words. Sister, I have something even more fresh inside the room. Maybe you won't be allergic to that once you have a taste. Why don't you follow me inside? Really? There was duck blood that could combat allergies? Come along, the owner said and walked into the back room. There, he turned around and gestured for her to come over. Yao Si followed him inside. Just as she entered the room, the owner drew the curtains closed, forming a closed-off space. The initial bright room darkened in a split second, shielding off the noise from the market outside. Yao Si's heart made a thump, and she timidly looked at the owner who had become so warm to her. Brother, you don't happen to have a side job as a human trafficker, do you? This couldn't be another mini Ruhia incident. The happiness on the owner's face cracked, and his lips twitched. What nonsense is running up your head, sister? I'm not a bad person. He glared at her with slight discontent, unable to understand her suspicions. He walked over to the right of the room, picked a cup, and poured in the remnants of what was inside an intricate container nearby. He then passed the cup to her. Here, sister, try this. What is it? Yao Si extended her hand and held the cup. It was half full, containing a bright red liquid that hadn't solidified yet. It was dazzling and brilliant like a ruby, and a strong whiff of blood-like fragrance greeted her, recovering her stagnant senses. Saliva pooled in her mouth, and even her stomach began to resonate with waves of rumbling. It smelled so good. Yao Si couldn't resist it and wolfed down the entire cup. The odorous liquid felt silky as it rolled against her tongue, appeasing her taste buds. She was stolen away by the brilliant aftertaste. It was more enjoyable than a feast of melatang, and even her teeth started to itch as something went down the corn of her lips. Just as I thought. The owner let out a heavy breath. This finally snapped Yao Si from the heavenly aftertaste, and she realized that she had drank a whole cup of raw blood and even wanted another cup. Eerily, she didn't even feel disgusted, which was more than just confusing. Seeing the shocked expression on the owner's face, she set down the cup, gave a dry cough, and asked, Hey boss, this anti-allergy duck blood ain't too shabby. How much for a kilogram? Give me 5 kilos. Sister. The owner didn't move an inch, his eyes suddenly turning sympathetic as if he didn't know how to begin. I heard that you haven't slept or eaten for weeks. Yep. Yao Si nodded. Did this have anything to do with her buying duck blood? Don't you feel like there's something wrong with your body? A little. To be honest, she had already went to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. She did it 3 times, but everything seemed to be fine. Even the doctors couldn't believe that she had really not slept or eaten for such a long period of time and had silently passed her business card to some psychiatrist. Do you know why you're like this? No. Yao Si shook her head, then gave a look to the mysterious person. Boss, even if the anti-allergy duck blood costs $4 for half a kilo, I will still buy it. I'm not raising the price. The owner gawked at her snappishly. Don't you want to know what's happening to you? Of course. But even the hospital couldn't diagnose it. You mean you know? She casually said. Hold on. The owner looked around sneakily, then walked over and drew the curtain even tighter before returning with a stern face. "Sister, I want to ask you, have you encountered anything out of the ordinary in the past few weeks?" he inquired. "What do you mean anything out of the ordinary? Like being bitten or getting injured?" Yao Si shook her head vigorously. It would be difficult for a homebody like her to be injured. "Did any stranger come to look for you?" "Only takeout service and delivery." "Then how about dreams? Have you had any strange dreams? Or something that you can't remember?" "I dreamed of winning a 5 million lottery, does that count?" The owner was speechless. In the end, he let out a long sigh, mumbling beneath his breath, "Who cares, it's probably an accident. It's not a surprise in a troubled time like this." His expression filled with even more pity. If the look that he gave her before could be compared to a person looking at a lost child, then this would be the look for an orphaned child. Yao Si felt panicky under his eyes, even though she was indeed an orphan. "Boss, just spit it out, would you? What's wrong with me?" The owner composed himself. He pulled over 2 stools from the side, signaling for her to take a seat. Then, with his brows knit into a frown, he told her the truth. "Sister, you're dead." F***ck. Chapter 2, Where Do You Want to Die? The sun sank beneath the western horizon and the day began to darken. It was only then that Yao Si rolled up the thick blind and let out a sigh of relief. Peeping at the streets beneath that were ablaze with light, she found a black overcoat and prepared to go out, but then her phone suddenly rang. She fished it out of her pocket only to see the 2 words "unknown number" on the display. Her heart tightened, and she stared at the 2 words for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and picking up the call. "Hello? Yao Si?" A flat voice with no fluctuation in tone sounded from the other end. It contained a thorough coldness that could be felt across the distance. Yao Si felt her ankles weaken at the sound. "Yes. Yes, that's me. Your death certificate has been granted." The other person didn't have any desire to exchange courtesies with her and straightforwardly said, "The process is finished. Where do you want it to be sent?" The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched, for she had almost heard it as "Where do you want to die?" Although this was all expected, it still felt like she was picking a spot for her grave. "It's okay, just send it to me. I'm an orphan so I have no family." "Okay," the person gently responded. There was still no rise or fall in his voice. "Also, the verification that you demanded has been done, and the result is 5th generation. 5th generation? Yao Si immediately felt a sense of hopelessness. Needless to say, this result was quite disappointing. "Right now is a troubling time, so we are unable to investigate in regards to who sired you." "It's okay, I'm used to it." She was an orphan since a young age, so this was just another time that she got orphaned. Perhaps because of her quick acceptance, the indifferent voice had 2 seconds of rare silence, then it suddenly opened its mouth and warned, "The Great War is about to begin. Scattered newborns like you better not leave the house, otherwise, you won't even know how you have died." "All right, thank. Your identification has been sent. From now on you are one of the bloodlings. Do be responsible for your actions." Before Yao Si could reply, the beeping tone from the phone rang out. "Are all bloodling civil servants this blunt?" Yao Si looked at her phone for a few seconds without uttering a word. Right then, the doorbell rang. It was a delivery outside the door. She signed for the parcel and opened it up. There was only a bat-shaped card lying inside the box, and it was her identification. The bloodlings were indeed efficient at handling affairs. On the card was a large mark with the number 5, proving that she was a 5th-generation bloodling. Beneath that was her name and a long strand of numbers. She made a safe guess that it was something close to a social security number. She carefully scanned the identification card a few more times before tucking it into her inside pocket and letting out a long sigh. It was hard to believe that in a short span of a month she had changed from a pure human that lived under the sunlight and was raised beneath the red flag of socialism into a vampire that roamed in the darkness of night and lived on blood, especially the kind that had an official identification. Her stomach rumbled again in protest as Yao Si looked again at the sky outside that had gone completely dark. Only then did she relax and walk out the door with her wallet and keys. Her teeth itched in the dark and windy night. It was time for her to go out and eat some duck blood curd. Hey, Sister Sissy, you're here. Just as she arrived at the marketplace, the eyes of Brother Li who sold duck blood gleamed. He waved at her, the vigorous smile making his face crumple together so it looked like a chrysanthemum. Brother Li, what took you so long today? The sun's too bright, I didn't want to leave the house, Yao Si responded carelessly. She crouched before the stall, diligently looking at the row of red, appetizing-looking duck blood curd, unable to prevent her mouth from watering. It smelled so good, so good, so good. She felt herself grow even hungrier. You newborns! Brother Li chuckled, his expression that of a person who had experienced it all, and shook his head. He surveyed his surroundings, making sure that no one nearby could hear them talk. He then lowered his voice and said, initially it's like that, you don't want to go out in daylight, but you will get used to it after some time. Yes, I know, thank you Brother Li. Yao Si nodded. If she had not met him, she wouldn't even know that she was no longer a human. That's right, Brother Li was a vampire too. His full name was Li Zheng, and he was converted much earlier than Yao Si. It had been more than 100 years since then. That day, when Brother Li told Yao Si that she was a vampire too, she thought that he was a maniac and almost called the police. However, a few days later, she began to realize that the transformations her body was undergoing matched his descriptions, even to the point of 2 retractable fangs in her mouth appearing. It took her a month to finally accept the truth that she was no longer a human. As to the basics regarding the bloodlings, Brother Li had been filling her in. Different to the vampires on television that needed to hide and live on human blood, the actual bloodlings lived quite carefree lives. Although they still lived on blood, there were many varieties from which they could choose: chicken blood, duck blood, pig blood, cow blood. As long as it was blood, it could be consumed as food that filled their stomach. Besides, there were all sorts of distinctive dishes that branched out of blood, duck blood curd being the most common vampire food. From that, it could be seen that there was no body that drank human blood. Yao Si had asked Brother Li for the reason behind it, and he gave her a look as if he was looking at an idiot. He retorted, have you ever seen any species that only eats one kind of food? Plus, is human blood even edible in this age? Humans nowadays eat tons of additives, melamine, preservatives, gutter oil, and other God knows what. What would happen if we got food poisoning from drinking human blood? It was so reasonable that Yao Si fell short of words to respond to it. To sum it up, the bloodlings, despite differences in lifestyle, diet, and physical characteristics, were not so different from humans. Their society also had organizations and laws, the kind that required every newborn to register for identification. If one insisted on asking Yao Si what was different from before, it would probably be that she had changed from spice lover to spicy blood curd lover. Brother Li, let's have 5 kilograms. On it. Li Zheng rolled up his sleeves and began to pick fresh ones to package. As he was doing that, he asked, by the way, Sissy, did your identification arrive yet? It's done, the ID was delivered today. Really? His eyes suddenly brightened. Carrying a bag in his hands, he walked out from inside the stall. What's the result? Did you find out your lineage? Have you found the bastard that bit you? No. Yao Si shook her head, picking out a piece of duck blood curd and placing it into the bag in his hands. But I have already been verified, 5th generation. 5th generation. Li Zheng was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. How can that be? You look like you're full of potential. It's true. Shaking away the water on her hands, Yao Si pulled out the card with the number 5 from her pocket. Li Zheng took a look at it, and his eyes revealed some sympathy as he patted her shoulder in comfort. Don't let your hopes die. There are advantages to being a 5th generation. At least you won't need to participate in the Great War this time. Great War? Yao Si was dumbstruck. What Great War? Chapter 3, say your last words. You haven't seen the notices yet. Li Zheng was even more shocked than she was. Notices? My bad, I forgot that you don't have a sire, so you don't know how to use it yet. He smacked his forehead, then cursed with an angry expression, who would commit such a sin? It's all that person's fault. Turned you then washed his hands of you, leaving a little youngster like you here unattended. He deserves to be killed with 1,000 knives and damned with eternal solitude. He cursed as he took the ID card from her hands. In some mysterious way, the bat-shaped card suddenly turned blinding red, and the number 5 on it transformed into an exclamation mark. Wow, who would have guessed that this ID card was so high-tech? See this? It is the warning sign for the Great War. If you see the card turn this color in the future, don't wander outside during that time. He flashed the card around. It's chaotic out there, so my store will also close for the oncoming days. It won't be operating anymore. Hold up. Yao Si was still a little muddled. That Great War you mentioned, what is it? Who are you fighting against? With those Western jerks, of course. Li Zheng tapped the chair beside him, gesturing for her to sit down as well, and then began to fill her in. The current internal structure among the vampires was not that harmonious, still possessing some conflicts. To sum it all up, the top brass were divided into 2 factions, the Western and the Eastern. Each side had their own politics and management system. Occasionally, both sides would break out into bloody clashes. The principal conflict of it all was their attitude toward humans. The Western side promoted peace and harmony, advocating to live without interfering with each other, minding their own business. The Eastern side, on the other hand, concentrated on integration, suggesting that they should reveal themselves to the humans and promote mutual development. And it was because of this that the 2 factions were in loggerheads and countless battles were fought. Us bloodlings are already an exotic species, so what's wrong with converting some humans? Li Zheng's face was filled with anguish. Those Westerners even called themselves the conservatives, but in my opinion they are all reactionaries. Why do I feel like we're more like the reactionaries? Turning all the humans into bloodlings, only the big antagonistic boss in movies would do such a thing. Nonsense. You must have been watching too many Western movies to think like that. Humans are so vulnerable, easily diagnosed with incurable diseases. What's wrong with being a bloodling when it's just a change in the diet at most? At least they won't get sick again. It did make some sense. Anyhow, us bloodlings can only convert 1 offspring in our lifetime, so to be correct, we're the ones that suffer from the greatest disadvantage. There was such a setting. However, now that Yao Si thought of that, without the human blood drinking requirement so often seen in the movies, it wasn't too shabby being a bloodling. Although they had less options for food, the intelligence of foodies in the Great Celestial Empire was unlimited. If there came a day when all humans were converted, they would probably invent over 100 ways to cook duck blood alone. Sissy, you're still young, but you can't learn the way of the Westerners. He held her hands and said earnestly, those Western vampire movies and novels are all lying. They're definitely the tricks of the Western faction, it's a conspiracy. They're playing with the public's opinion. It's clearly a way to prevent the cultural invasion of the opponent. You must keep a clear mind and be aware. It was hard to tell from first glance that Brother Li had such profound political awareness that even she was being persuaded. Yao Si's hands ached in his hold. To prevent him from becoming even more agitated, she could only nod her head and agree, expressing her unshakable decision to stay with the eastern faction. I know, my brother, I belong to the eastern side. Good girl. He patted her shoulder in joy, then pondered for a second and began to explain again, by the way, I heard that this great war isn't that simple. Old vamps from first, second, and third generation are all mobilized. We lost a lot of our kind over at City A. Even though that battle was far from here, you shouldn't leave the house for a few days to be safe. All right, Brother Li, I understand. Ah, newborns like you ought to have your fathers next to you to be safe. And now that you're also a fifth generation, absolutely no. Wait. He turned to look at her. Have you awakened your ability yet? Not yet. Not even one. Li Zheng was somewhat surprised. It had been 4 months already. Every newborn bloodling would awaken some, stronger or weaker, special abilities. The most basic were speed, power, and 5 elemental powers: metal, earth, plants, fire, and water. Others had special powers like control of time or dimensions, but those were rather rare. The strength of the abilities was also connected to the generation, the first generation being the strongest and those below it descending in power. I really haven't. Yao Si shook her head. She really didn't feel anything strange in her body. Maybe it's because I'm a fifth generation. Too weak, that's why. That's not possible. I have seen a sixth generation bloodling with the ability of super speed. Despite not being very strong, there was no reason why a fifth generation bloodlings couldn't awaken their ability. Ah, if only the person that converted you was here. They could then feel your ability through the blood connection. It's all that jerk's fault. Who leaves their only descendant behind, and now you can't even. Arg. He was halfway through his curses when he suddenly slapped his thigh and said with excitement, I remember there's a way that you can test your abilities. Really? Yao Si bounced to her feet. Even though she was a weakling among the bloodlings, having a special ability was better than nothing. What way? Wait here. Brother Li turned toward a small compartment behind him and began to fumble through the drawers. It took him a while before he found a long rectangular thing. He passed it over to her with a face full of excitement. Here it is. Yao Si stared at the object, dumbfounded and unable to snap back to reality. It was. She felt the blue veins on her forehead bulge. Brother, I am not married. I know. I haven't been in a relationship either. Hey. Neither have I had any indecent affairs with anyone. Oh. I'm even a homebody. So. The corner of her mouth twitched. Why did you give me a pregnancy test kit? When Yao Si returned from Li Zheng's place, the moon had already risen high in the sky. To her surprise, the pregnancy test that Li Zheng had given her was actually had the ability to test for special abilities, but it could only identify the abilities from the 5 elements. By dropping the blood onto the test paper, a strip of color assigned to the ability would appear. Unfortunately, her blood didn't reveal any mark at all. She could remember Li Zheng's teary eyes after there was no result. He then used the 3-character classics as a piece of ancient Chinese literature written in the 13th century and still taught to young children at primary school. Each line has 3 characters and each sentence has 6 which teach a moral principle. The 5 central themes of the 3-character classics are benevolence, righteousness, honesty, respect, and filial piety. So what Li Zheng did there is basically cursing that man's ancestors in a polite manner. 3-character classics to greet the bloodling who had turned her for a full half an hour. Yao Si would be lying if she said that she wasn't disappointed. She was recently converted, had no sire, and now even couldn't awaken a single special ability. If that wasn't enough, she was also a 5th-generation bloodling. What did 5th generation mean? Let's just say that if Brother Li, who was a 4th generation, wasn't qualified to participate in the fight between the western and eastern sides, then she was a weakling without any worth and who would just be a burden during battle.
If you're enjoying this content, Please like and subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave for more exciting stories.
Her ears still echoed with the sympathetic tone Li Zhang had used when she left. Ha ha ha, Sissy, maybe your ability is a 1 in 10 million special ability. Don't look so down. Hell, that was even more tragic. Rubbing her nose, she gave up. Who cares, she may as well hurry home and eat a bowl of blood curd to calm herself. Squeezing the identity card in her hand that had turned red, she felt nothing toward the war that Brother Li had mentioned, that quarrel between the Western and Eastern factions. Not to mention that not that long ago she was still a good girl who was born under the red flag of socialism, raised in the glorious spring wind, and living in a peaceful era. She had only seen the word war in television and movies. Besides, City A in which the violent conflict had occurred was tens of thousands of miles away from City F in which she lived. She was just a fifth-generation weakling who was in no position to enlist, so the flames of the Civil War would never affect her. Bang! A loud sound pierced through the night, and a black silhouette flashed past her. A large, light box suddenly fell from above, landing right before her, and shattered into pieces. Sharp glass scattered across the floor, leaving only a step's distance between her and the box's remains. Humph, is your whole Eastern faction filled with this kind of weaklings? A disdainful humph sounded from above her head. Oh shit! As the words Yao Si had thought moments ago echoed in her head, her confidence went crashing down. The Three-Character Classics is a piece of ancient Chinese literature written in the 13th century and still taught to young children at primary school. Each line has 3 characters and each sentence has 6 which teach a moral principle. The 5 central themes of the Three-Character Classics are benevolence, righteousness, honesty, respect, and filial piety. So what Li Zhang did there is basically cursing that man's ancestors in a polite manner. Chapter 4. An innocent bystander. Yao Si's heart clenched, and as her body began to stiffen, she gathered enough courage to look up. On a lamp post not far from where she was she saw a person. He was covered by a black trench coat, so she couldn't get a clear look of the face, but a head of blonde hair caught her eyes, and one look was enough for her to know that it was a foreigner. Ha, it seems your Western faction isn't as ferocious as it pretends to be. A different cold voice added. Only then did Yao Si realize that there was another person on the adjacent lamp post. His face wasn't visible like the others, but he had a head of black hair, so he had to be someone from the Celestial Empire like her. These 2 people were probably bloodlings too. She could sense an invisible pressure from them, and it was completely different from the type that she felt from Li Zhang. If she guessed right, they were probably the pre-3rd generation bloodlings that Li Zhang had mentioned. Were they part of the fighting? They said the battlefield was at a city, so what happened? What was this, warm up before battle? She peeped at the light box that was on its brink of death, its lights flickering, and a sense of panic began to rise from the bottom of her heart. If she had taken one more step, then the thing that was shattered would have been her head. When the gods fight, the fishes in the moat are affected. Seeing that the 2 people had no time to mind her, Yao Si decided to flee the scene. However, as soon as she moved her feet, a gust of wind suddenly gathered from nowhere. The fallen leaves that once covered the ground were blown around in the gale. She was blinded by the wind, eating a mouthful of dust. She lifted her hands in a reflex to cover her eyes, and right then, she could hear a loud bang from above her head again. Light flashed in the corner of her eyes, like something was descending from above. She subconsciously dashed aside, and with a deafening clamor thunder landed right where she had been standing, leaving a 2-meter deep pit with a scent of scorched ground. Yao Si swallowed her saliva. That was, so close. Thunder? So the 2nd generation from your east are only capable of this. The yellow hair opened his mouth again, but he had already changed to a new spot, clearly it was to avoid that thunder just then. The black hair guy on the other side had thin strands of lightning coming out from his hands, which clearly signaled that the thunder had been brought about by him. That's bloodling special abilities? How far would her unluckiness go? I think you people should better surrender obediently. Wouldn't it be great to have the two factions united? The blonde taunted once more, there is no way you are winning this war. The black hair didn't reply but instead waved his hand. A wave of crackling lightning headed for the blonde again, blasting a 4 to 5 meter wide crater where his opponent was standing. Then he said in an emotionless voice, "Fight, don't blather." During the process of dodging, the blonde was left in a state of fluster and agitation. His silhouette flashed, and he was now on the other side, fighting with the other person. Yao Si could only see two afterimages separating and converging in midair and hear spluttering noises and the lightnings that left holes and craters on the ground. In that moment, Yao Si had an illusion that she was transported to a scene of a sci-fi movie. In hindsight, she remembered that she was about to leave. She turned and found a shared bike on the side of the road, then used all her might to cycle like crazy. All her potential erupted as she cycled through 3 streets. While cycling, she could still hear the loud thunders behind her. When she turned, she could still see fire and lighting on the other side of the road that resembled, with great likeness, a shooting location of a Hollywood sci-fi movie. From time to time, a few figures would fly across the air with a swish, heading towards there. As a weakling, she could only pray that these people wouldn't discover her presence. Whether it was because she wasn't too visible, or that those people who rushed to help were all from the eastern side, no one had stopped her. What was more miraculous was that no one had come out to take a look at this loud and flashy spectacle. Even when the two people were fighting on the road, there was not a soul to be seen. Recalling the special abilities that bloodlings possessed, she decided that between those two fighters, one must have a way to make ordinary people not notice, even during such a fueled battle as this one. Only now did she actually understand what the Great War which Li Zhang mentioned meant. It was just two bloodlings having a quarrel, yet it had such a serious power of destruction. The entire street was now lying in ruins. If it had been a group, she didn't dare to let her thoughts run. This thought further solidified her determination to get as far from here as possible. An unknown explosive energy supported her all the way from second ring of the city to outside the fourth ring, until she could no longer hear the chaos within the city. Only then could she slow down and take a long breath. Casting the bicycle aside, she sat onto grassy patch on the side of the road and exhaled heavily. Oh hell, that was so tiring. It was good, even though she was affected as an innocent bystander. At last she had escaped the bastardly barbarians from the east. Die! A shout of abuse in altered tone sounded from behind her. Two familiar black and white silhouettes suddenly appeared on the lawn, and the blonde was just about to punch his fist into the ground. Yao Si turned and saw a large crack suddenly opening on the ground, heading straight for the person in black. Then that person ducked aside. Then she fell into it. Shit! Underscore. Yao Si felt that she was about to die. Pain. Her whole body ached, and she could even hear the sound of her bones snapping. The crack was surprisingly deep. She could only see a thin line of a gap at the top of the pit, and she began to question whether she was alive or not. After some effort, she finally successfully flipped her middle finger towards the top of the crack. Blondie, I'll remember you now. Maybe she had owed something to those two people in her past life, otherwise why would they be constantly haunting her? And if she had known that, she wouldn't have wasted her time running and cycling for that long. Yao Si didn't know how long she had lain without their moving, but the pain in her body had magically disappeared, and even the wounds from the fall were all healed. Her energy had slowly returned too. Taking a deep breath, Yao Si stood up. She began to feel a little glad that she had been converted into a bloodling, no longer finding any faults with this state of being with great life force. She sat down and rested for a while, then turned and stared at the top of the pit, deciding in the end to climb out. Maybe because this pit was made by the blonde's ability, it was deep but not very wide. There was a possibility that she could make it out by supporting herself against both sides and pushing her way up. It was time to get to business now. Yao Si stretched her limbs outwards straight away, inching upwards in a shape. After a bit, she realized that this method actually worked. Although it was tiring, at least there was still hope. When she became tired, she would stop and rest for some time. And just like that, climbing and stopping, she had really stayed between the edges and got closer and closer to the edge. Due to her constitution, Yao Si's energy recovered very quickly. She wasn't clear about how long she had been climbing, only feeling that her limbs were becoming numb and in the end moving mechanically. The initially dark entrance at the top had become brighter and brighter, even a little blinding. When she approached it, she realized that it was daylight outside. 5 meters from the exit, her heart filled up with hope. She increased her speed and reached with one hand for the edge of the pit. When she touched the grass on the top of the crack, she loudly cried out with tears rolling down her cheeks. Mamma mia, she finally made it to the top. Just as she was about to climb out, she heard a familiar voice from above her. Let's clean up the battlefield. What? Next second, she felt the surroundings shaking, and the hope-filled exit above her head closed just like that. Her feet slipped and she fell back to the bottom again. This time she didn't break any bones but instantly blacked out. Before she closed her eyes, she had only one thought in her mind. You black-haired person, screw you and your entire family. The saying "the fishes in the moat get affected" is an abbreviation for "a fire on the city gate brings disaster to the fish in the moat." It means that during a time of disaster, innocent people are affected on the account of other people's misfortune, hence the title Innocent Bystander. Chapter 5, Planetary Fission. Year 9516 of the Galactic Calendar. Commander, I would like to report to you that the planet termination plan has been set up. You can initiate at any time. Right. The commander of the number 333 space station, Lu Ren, stood up from the commanding chair. He took a look at the giant black mass in front of him, then turned to look at the deputy who was reporting to him. What about planetary scan? Have you done it yet? It's been completed, the deputy commander replied. How many times? 3 times, no evidence of life signs. Life signs? His brows stitched together. We haven't discovered any biological signs either. Understanding what he was asking, the deputy immediately added another sentence. That's good. Lu Ren was finally able to ease his heart. You must be thorough with these scans. If you missed anything, neither of us could bear the responsibility, understood? Yes. I will make sure nothing goes wrong. That's not good enough. Lu Ren exclaimed. It must be 100% that no mistakes are made. Yes, Commander. Good. Only then did Lu Ren nod in satisfaction. By the way, how's the unconscious person that we found not long ago? Have you found out what race she's from? She has been awake for a few days. The deputy commander clicked the optical computer on his hand and transferred the documents over. The medical team has already examined her. She doesn't have any external injuries, but due to her long coma, her brain doesn't seem to function well. Temporarily, she can't recall her own race. If she can't remember, then test her genes. I don't believe that we can't figure it out. Yes. The deputy saluted, then turned and pointed at the planet before him that began to crack on the surface. And the planet termination plan. Lu Ren lurched forward, straightening his seating posture. Let's initiate the plan. He said and slapped with his palm the red button in front of him. An emotionless machine frequency immediately sounded. The planet termination plan initiated. 1 minute countdown, 59, 58, 57. Underscore. At the same time Yao Si was in the infirmary. Her face was filled with confusion, and she really wanted a watermelon to calm herself. Doctor, come again, what year is this? Right now is the year 9516 of the galactic calendar. Today is the 8th of June. Galactic calendar, what? She had only heard of the lunar calendar, the solar calendar, the Julian calendar, and the Georgian calendar. What the hell was this galactic calendar? Year 9516. Are you sure? Of course. Then can I ask, how far is this galactic calendar date from year 2017 of the Julian calendar? The Julian calendar? Aren't those prehistoric years? Prehistoric? No way, she was there just yesterday. Have you remembered anything? Don't worry, you've been asleep for too long. You are suffering from neural damage in the brain. There will be a period of time where your memories are jumbled up, the female doctor in white comforted. Don't rush yourself trying to remember things, everything will be better once you rest a bit more and get in contact with people. Yao Si thought that she probably was not going to get any better, because she seemed to have accidentally slept through the end of time. As a person who had recently been informed that she wasn't human, she had now woken up after God knows how many years in the blink of an eye. Do we really have to be so fast-paced? You barely leave enough time for the readers to react. And where in the world is this place? This is the number 333 space station of the T region. Probably realizing her questions, the female doctor comforted her in a gentle voice. My last name is Wang, I'm your physician. Let your heart calm down, you are perfectly safe in. Before she had the opportunity to finish her sentence, a beeping warning tone boomed through the entire room, accompanied by the sound of a countdown. Yao Si had a jump scare. What's wrong? What about the safety you promised? It's finally starting. Dr. Wang had an overwhelming sense of excitement. What has begun? The planet termination. Planet termination. What is that? Planet termination is. Oh, let me just show you since you need to walk about anyways, it's good for your condition. After saying that, Dr. Wang pulled her hand to drag her out. Don't forget the translation device, otherwise you won't understand the commentaries. Having been reminded, Yao Si took the silver earring-like object from the bedside and followed her out. When she had just woken up, she couldn't understand what the people around her were saying until the girl placed this beside her bed. Thanks to this high-tech device, she could then finally understand what everyone was speaking about. Dr. Wang took her onto a very vast platform that was surrounded by pitch-black sky filled with stars. It seemed to be endless at a glance, with some small and big planets floating around. Although Dr. Wang had told her that this was a space station, she was still unable to comprehend that for the longest time. Only when she saw the starry sky did she have the real sense of what it felt like being out in the galaxy. She also suddenly understood what the sea of stars meant. This wasn't a dream, she had really slept till the galactic ages. Hey girl, over here, quickly. The platform was already filled with many people. Dr. Wang had found a good spot and was now waving at her to come over. Yao Si went to her. She only realized while she was walking around and squeezing through the crowd that there was an enormous planet before them, filling up half of their view. Its entire body was a dull black color, and there was a huge crack that ran from the left to the right of the entire sphere. There were some minor cracks as well that were spreading in every direction. A bunch of thin lines and strange characters floated around the planet. With a closer inspection, Yao Si realized that they were enclosed by a giant semi-spheric optical dome which loomed above them. The lines of characters she saw were explanations displayed on the see-through surface. Why aren't you putting it on? The doctor took the translation device from her hands and wound it around her ear. If you don't wear it now, when the planet collapses later, you won't be able to differentiate which piece is which. Yao Si heard a beep next to her ear, and the characters she wasn't able to understand previously were transformed before her eyes into the familiar Chinese. On the huge crevice of the planet floated these words, the Great Fission, while around it were some statistics and data which she was unable to perceive. So this translation device not only allowed you to understand languages when held in hand, but it could also translate words when you wore it. No wonder it was a piece of future's high-tech. Unable to withhold her curiosity, Yao Si asked, "What happened to this planet?" "Its time is up," Dr. Wang replied carelessly. "This planet existed for billions of years and now it has reached its end. Destruction is just a matter of time." Oh. The so-called termination of planets actually meant the destruction of planets, who would have thought? A moment earlier, she was still thinking about whether she'll boil or braise the duck blood, and now she was about to witness the perishing of a planet. Looking at everything before her, Yao Si was forced to accept the truth that she had really traveled to the future, a time n years later. The planet continued to break down, cracks covering its whole surface. The scene suddenly fell quiet, everyone attentively staring at the planet that was beginning to disperse. The black sphere was like a ripe dandelion, disintegrating into millions of fragments and scattering in every direction. The sunlight seeped through the cracks, splitting into thousands of rays of golden light, decadent yet beautiful. This show of the collapsing planet only lasted for half an hour. In that time, the originally pure black planet had turned into a pile of dispersing debris. "It's finished, come on." Dr. Wang patted Yao Si's shoulder. Yao Si was stupefied, recuperating from the shocking sight before her. She turned around, and as expected, the people that were on the platform had already left one after another. She nodded and was prepared to turn away, but she suddenly saw an intense white light streaking across from the right, heading straight towards the pile of broken rocks ahead. "What's that?" "Space cannon, it's for cleaning the galaxy." The girl cast an uncaring look at the white light and pointed to the series of rock piles in front of them. "These disintegrated miniature planets cannot stay here, it will affect our space station." As her voice fell silent, the white light had reached the debris, instantly forming a large hole with the bright light from before. The initially shattered rocks around it seemed to be experiencing some chain reaction and were all sucked into it, disappearing into nothingness. In less than a minute, 1/3 of the rocks had already disappeared. Yao Si sighed with emotion. That big of a planet had disappeared without a sound, yet it seemed to her like there should have been something. This made her think of the eventuality of everything, and she began to miss her home dearly. "Hold on, Dr. Wang. Can I ask where did you find me?" She had already woken up some time ago. Other than yesterday when she couldn't understand their language, the 2 days before that she had been in a muddle. Anyone who woke up after a sleep to find themselves in the future would probably also need some time to react. Until now, she didn't know how she had unknowingly moved from Earth to this high-tech space station. She could clearly recall that she was buried underground by the black-haired vampire. "I'm not sure about this." The girl shook her head. "All I know is that the search team found you." "Oh." It looked like she needed to ask the people who had rescued her. "Then, do you know Earth? Is it far from here?" "Earth?" The girl hesitated. "Yes." "You mean the third planet of the solar system?" "Yes, yes. You know it." It was good news that the doctor had heard of it before. Maybe she could even go home, although she wondered if it was still the same as she remembered. "Of course I know, because..." The girl pointed behind them. "The one that we just blew up, was it?" "What?" Chapter 6, Lady Bloodling. "Earth is gone." "Is gone." "Gone. No no no, this isn't real. The one that just disintegrated was a black planet. Wasn't Earth the blue planet? This one had no single bit of blue on it." However, the space station that Yao Si was on the backside of the planet. It was the side without light, so it was very normal for it to look black. Besides, if she had really come to the future, after all these years, the resources on Earth would have been used up, so it changing to a different color didn't seem to be. No, there was no way Yao Si was accepting this horrifying truth. She still had a whole hard drive of TV shows she hadn't finished watching, a wall full of anime she hasn't seen yet, a whole phone full of novels she hadn't taken a peek at yet. She had been in a rush when she left the house, so she hadn't even fed the cat yet. Has anyone considered the cat's feelings? Do your hearts not ache? The main thing was that even though she was this old, she hadn't left the boundaries of F City before. There was a whole wide world out there that she hadn't seen yet, so how could it be gone? Miss Yao, Miss Yao. Her shoulder became heavy as she was suddenly pushed by someone. Hey! Yao Si was shocked and finally retraced her thoughts. Her brain was still a mess, so it took her a while to look up at the person next to her. Dr. Wang. Commander Lu and the Deputy Commander are here. Dr. Wang pointed to the door. They have some questions they want to ask you. Commander and Deputy Commander, weren't they the first and second in charge of this place? Yao Si turned around to take a look, and a face filled with agitation and accusation stared right at her. This person was in a black uniform, and there was a sense of "I'm not someone you mess with" about him. It made Yao Si's heart sink. She didn't owe this commander any money, right? Nice to meet you, Commander Lu. She waved her hand and greeted him. Upon a closer inspection, she realized that there was another person behind him. Compared to the "you owe me money that you haven't yet repaid" commander, the deputy commander behind him looked much kinder. With a face full of smiles, he responded with a nod. The commanders with the last name of Lu line of sight flew right past Yao Si, and he asked the person beside him, "Is the genetic examination done?" "It's been done, the results will come out in a few minutes," Dr. Wang answered. "Okay." He waved his hand over his forearm and pulled up an optical screen. Yao Si guessed that it was probably something like a portable computer. He seemed to have opened up some file, for with a look of "business is business," he cast his eyes at her again and asked, "Your name is Yao Si?" "Yes." "Identify your gender, race, age, planet, and the person in charge of that planet." Yao Si was dumbstruck. Was this a census survey? Still, she replied obediently, "Female, Chinese, 28, lived on the planet Earth, person in charge. Who should she name?" "Are you joking around?" Before she had the chance to finish, Commander Lu's brows twisted into a knot. If back then he had been owed 5 million, then the amount had just increased to 10 million. "Miss Yao, if you want to be acquitted of a charge, please at least find a better excuse." With a beep, Commander Lu shut the optical screen in his hands down and stared with a great disapproval at her. The third planet Earth has been unsuitable for living since tens and thousands of years ago. The entire galaxy knows this. Using this excuse to avoid punishment, are you treating my number 333 space station as nothing? Acquitted of a charge? Yao Si was a little confused. What charge? Need I remind you? Commander Lu chuckled sarcastically. Entering without permission into the locked level 10 dangerous planet, seriously affecting the planet termination plan of the Union, wasting the Union's search resources. Every single one of these violations is enough for me to report you to the Galactic Law Court. What was this Galactic Law Court? Hold up. She needed to clear this up. The level 10 dangerous planet that you just mentioned, you're not referring to Earth, are you? What other level 10 dangerous planet is there in the solar system? The accusation in the commander's voice deepened. Young people like you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What do you think planet termination is? A scenic planet for tourism? Can you fool around there? How could you ignore the Galactic Union's law at such a young age? No matter what race you belong to, your Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to give us an explanation. Oh shoot! How did this escalate to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Growing up, the most important official Yao Si had ever seen was just a university dean. You mean? I trespassed onto Earth and affected your work, so I have committed a crime. The commander didn't reply, the answer was obvious. But I was originally on Earth? I was born there, it's you guys who Dug me out. That's enough, no more quibbles. Commander Lu impatiently cut off her sentence. Relax, you won't be locked up for too long, but you're not going to get away from the 2% maximum jail time. What I said was all true. She was really wronged, for goodness sake. And what was this 2% jail time? Didn't they go by years at this place? My dear commander, my brother, please listen to me. I have been asleep underground for a long time, maybe even thousands or tens of thousands of years. I still don't know how to calculate the exact time yet, but it's definitely before your plans even. Enough. Lu Ren clearly didn't believe her words. He turned and walked out with no hesitation. If you have anything to say, then say it in the Galactic Law Court. Oh hell, things weren't going well for her. Being turned into a vampire was acceptable, but waking up from a nap to learn that Earth was gone? And the next thing awaiting her was jail. Was she really that unfortunate? No, wait, Commander. Listen to me, let me explain. Commander. The deputy commander that was standing silently nearby turned and gave her a don't worry look. He extended his arm and stopped Commander Lu Ren, who was about to walk through the doorway. From what I see, I don't think she's lying, maybe. Maybe what? Commander Lu's hard face didn't change. Even if she's truly healthy and robust, you saw what the environment on the third planet was like. In that condition, no race can survive for more than 2 days, so how could she have been there before the planet termination plan? It's not completely impossible. The deputy commander's voice became coarse. What do you mean? Lu Ren's brows twitched. As if he had remembered something, his eyes suddenly widened. You mean? The deputy commander nodded. We found her in a place a few thousand meters underground, and that place was the third planet. Impossible, it's not like you don't know how protective that race is of their own people. If they knew they had any of theirs unconscious for a few days, they would have sent people over here a long time ago. But, they do have the tradition of going into hibernation. Lu Ren folded his brows, then turned again and looked at her. His expressions was extremely weird. He was so attentive that it was like he was going to stare a flower out from her face. Yao Si had goosebumps from being stared at by him and moved uneasily. However, the next moment that person turned around in a haste again, shaking his head firmly. Even if they do, it still wouldn't be her. Lu Ren felt that he was having some groundless worries. You've heard her, she said she was only 28. You think about those people, how can this age be possible? It's always wise to play it safe. The deputy continued to persuade him, her race still remains a question, and besides, she's not the only trespasser that we caught this time, how about? No. It was because of our previous connivance that there was so much added difficulty to our work. No matter what, this violation must be treated with seriousness. The commander seemed to be angered by his words, for his voice had reached 10 notes higher. This is a matter of our space station's glory. How can you cave into some minor external uncertainties? Where's your dignity as the deputy commander? The words that were about to roll out of the deputy's tongue were forced back down his throat. Hey, I don't believe this. A big space station like ours can't even dispose of a violating trespasser. Didn't you do the genetic test? What's the result? Commander, it's out, Dr. Wang replied. Send the result over to me. When the commander finished speaking, he slapped the deputy's shoulder. Wang, you always like to worry for nothing. If she's really from that race. He turned and gave a look at Yao Si, then humphed with contempt. Humph, I will eat poop right now. He said those words while turning on the optical screen on his arm with great force. He took a look. Then, his face turned pale. Then it flushed green. And then it deepened to black. Even his hands began to tremble, and his eyes widened and widened as if they were about to fall out from the sockets. And just like that, he stared at the optical screen for whole 10 minutes, then turned it off with a beep. The next instant, Yao Si felt like wind was about to rise, and a smiling face that looked like it was about to crack suddenly appeared before her eyes. Commander Lu held her right hand in both his hands and asked with a voice that sounded as sweet as dripping honey, "Honorable Lady of the Bloodlings, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Would you like some duck blood curd?" His attitude was very amiable, the voice so lively, with innumerable raises and falls in intonation. "Do you want me to eat hot poo, or cold? Pa? Do you like to eat fresh blood curd or the quick freeze ones? I have both." Yao Si. Hey? Chapter 7, An Endangered Species. Lu Ren felt that his political career had come to an end. No. If being serious, his whole life was probably over too. He had offended a bloodling, a newborn bloodling, one that was still in its early stages. What race were the bloodlings? They had existed since the start of the recorded history. The Galactic Union had broken apart and been re-established an n number of times, every race had taken the spotlight and then went extinct, yet they still remained a race which continued to thrive. The entire galaxy knew that the race you must never ever mess with was this bunch of undying bloodlings. Their dreadfulness was not due to their valiant physique or their nature-defying self-healing ability, or even their ever-changing special abilities which everyone awakened, but one trait of their species which should have never existed: they were immortal. Yes, immortal. No matter what kind of injuries they suffered, even if they were blown to bits with quantum cannons, they would come back after a few decades if they were buried underground or soaked in water. This kind of species trait was virtually a computer bug-like existence in the galaxy. Just think, who can fight against people who just can't die? That's why for the first and only time, all the galactic species came to a collective consensus: don't mess with the bloodlings. And if one looked for a crime that was more serious than offending a bloodling, then it would be offending a newborn bloodling. The bloodling population wasn't high in numbers, and the entire galaxy had no more than a few million of them. This had led to another one of their characteristics: without care for anything, they focused on one thing: protecting their weak. Even if some young bloodling did something wrong, then it must be other people's fault. Lu Ren could recall that few hundred years ago an incident had occurred. A person had injured a newborn bloodling, and for it his people suffered from a genocide level of retaliation. An initially flourishing species was now one of the endangered ones in the galaxy. Lu Ren looked at the result of the genetic test, the almost blinding phrase of bloodling, and felt his heart fill with desolation. It was all over, he was so dead. What planet termination plan, what galactic union, what reason, what moral? These were all freaking bullsh*t in the eyes of bloodlings. He had offended a newborn, a bloodling newborn. What should I do? What should I do? Have you contacted the Red Planet yet? Lu Ren was like an ant in a hot pan, moving around aimlessly in the control room. Commander, you have asked that question 30-something times, we have already notified them in the morning. Did they send anyone over? Did they say anything? Their support team has already departed, they will probably arrive soon. Then what about Miss Yao? No, the Honorable Lady Bloodling? Has everything been arranged? Did she have any thoughts? Anything that she was displeased with? Did she say anything, especially regarding me? Commander. The deputy commander let out a long sigh, holding on to the person that was in a state of agitation. You need to calm down. Tell me, how can I be calm? Lu Ren was at the brink of bursting into tears. He caught the deputy commander's hands and said, Wang, take another look at me while you can. It probably won't be long before I become an endangered species too, it will be hard for you to see me again. Deputy Commander Wang's mouth twitched. Commander, we're from the same species. Oh right, yes. Lu Ren was caught off guard, and his facial expression became even more troubled. From now on, we're both part of the endangered species. Deputy Commander Wang was left speechless. He stood in awkward silence, sighing for the nth time. If you had known that things would turn out this way, would you have acted differently? Commander, I don't think Miss Yao is one of those unreasonable bloodlings. You remember a few days ago, wasn't she having a great time befriending Dr. Wang? He analyzed. Besides, you were just doing your duty before, now that we got the misunderstanding out of the way, she will understand. Is what you're saying true? Lu Ren's eyes shone with light ignited by hope. Commander, if you're still worried, why not ask Miss Yao yourself? Yes, yes. Lu Ren finally stopped wandering around heedlessly. His face cleared once he reached a solution. I can't stay here and waste time anymore, I must hurry over and suck up to her. This way maybe my species might still have some chance of redemption. When he finished, he pulled open the door and dashed madly towards the direction of the VIP room. That speed was like, as if he was the tiniest bit slower, the world would end. Meanwhile, Yao Si was transferred into the VIP room. The world had changed too fast. She needed some time to buffer this memory. She could faintly guess that in this galactic era, the existence of bloodlings was no longer a secret and their social position was not too low in the hierarchy. That's why everyone had such drastic change in attitude to her when they learned of who she was. From a stowaway who had entered Earth against the law to the honored guest of the space station, this transformation was way too fast. Even her room in the infirmary was moved to this so-called highest standard VIP room. Her caretakers had expanded from Dr. Wang in the beginning to a group of doctors led by Dr. Wang. They had also said that they had contacted the new planet in which the bloodlings now live and they would soon send people to pick her up. She no longer had to open her mouth to ask for anything, everything was taken care of by other people. Everyone had become extraordinarily warm towards her. But this was too over the top. Honorable bloodling lady. Lu Ren's serious face was abruptly squeezed into a chrysanthemum. He smiled rather brilliantly when he passed her a cup of red liquid. This is fresh blood collected from a galactic beast from the B galaxy in Zone S, 100% organic and free of pollution. It was transported using the fastest superluminal wormhole. Does it suit your taste? Thanks. Yao Si took the cup into her hands. The liquid inside the cup shimmered like a ruby, its smell able to compete with duck blood. Yet she didn't have the stomach to drink it, because this was the 37th type of drink the commander by the last name Lu had sent her. No matter how delicious it was, she couldn't drink any more. She didn't know why this commander was losing his mind. 3 hours ago he had come here without a single warning and, like a maid, made himself busy around her. She couldn't even reject him. If she did, he would weep like an old man, right there on the spot, as if he had nothing to look forward to in life anymore. Yao Si had unintentionally mentioned that she was hungry some time ago, and so he had various foods sent to her. It was like the slightest bit of her dissatisfaction would cost him his life. The service was so hospitable that it made her suspect whether the person before her was really the same one as the solemn and stern man she had seen earlier. What's wrong? My honorable bloodling lady. When Lu Ren realized that Yao Si wasn't drinking, his nerves were immediately stretched thin, and even his breathing became ragged from anxiousness. Does this food not suit your taste? Looking at his aged face that was about to tear up, Yao Si had no choice but to respect the elderly. She bit the bullet and took a sip. No, it's delicious. That's good, that's excellent. Lu Ren finally let out a long breath. With the same chrysanthemum-like smile from before, he said, if you like it, I will contact the W planet and reserve the best part for you. I hope you had a satisfying and comfortable stay at our space station number 333. Your satisfaction is our responsibility. His smile was growing brighter. In Yao Si's eyes, he only had one more sentence to say before he became a shop assistant, and that sentence was, please leave a good review, darling. Do you guys get a bonus commission if a bloodling gives a positive review? She couldn't restrain her curiosity. Liu Ren was stupefied. It took him a few seconds before he could respond with a smile. You must be mocking me. It is my honor to meet a distinguished bloodling like you, that is all. Oh. She caressed the cup, then blurted out, I thought you had something you need my help for. Had she mistaken him? A commander like him spending such a long time guarding her here was because he was a groupie? Actually, there is a minor thing. Liu Ren gritted his teeth and decided to spill it. I need to ask a favor from you. So there was something. What's the matter? It's just the misunderstanding we had before. His heart was now hanging right at his feet, barely above the ground, as he examined Yao Si's expressions, then he carefully said, we have duties as a space station, and have mistaken you for an intruder. This matter. If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten it already. Yes. Liu Ren's smile became even more cautious. You see, the galaxy is so big, a little space station like ours rarely gets the opportunity to meet a distinguished bloodling like you. We haven't received any notices beforehand that someone was hibernating on a planet meant for termination, that's what caused the misunderstanding. Yes. It was all just a coincidence, so why was he mentioning it? So you see. He took a step forward. Can we treat this as if it had never happened? He had spent 3 hours in torment like he had epilepsy because he was afraid of her complaining to the bloodlings when she returned. Did it really matter that much if she held him accountable or not? Yao Si had no clue about the diplomatic strategies, but seeing that he had such an urgent look on his face, maybe it was really serious to treat a bloodling unjustly. However, since this matter was essentially just a misunderstanding, she didn't really mind, so she nodded. Let your heart be at ease, Commander, this issue will of course. Before Yao Si could finish her sentence, a cold voice suddenly cut her short. Will of course be called to account. Chrysanthemum is an innuendo used in Chinese social media when referring to an anus. Chapter 8, The Baby Isn't Happy. Through a doorway entered a man in a black suit. He had an Eastern complexion that rivaled those of movie stars, and his long black hair was almost to his thighs, yet every single strand seemed to have been tenderly combed, smooth to its tips. It made people want to ask him what brand of shampoo he used. Although he had the Oriental look, his attire resembled that of Western nobility. In his hand, he held a silver cane. But despite him looking refined and courteous, the words that flowed out of his mouth were anything but polite. Since when did a small space station have the right to exercise the powers of the Galactic Law Court? You claim to be innocent, so you are acquitted. His eyes narrowed as he stared directly at Liu Ren, who stood on the side. Yan Xian, Minister. Liu Ren's eyes were wide open from shock, as if he couldn't take this revelation. His entire person was frozen on the spot. Yan Xian took 2 steps forward, and his smile widened. Oh, so you recognize me? Obviously. There was no one in the entire galaxy who didn't know about this devil, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the bloodling Red Planet, in charge of everything connected to other species. Other than the man whose existence was legendary, the most famous person of the bloodlings was this person. What was frightening about him was not his noble status among the bloodlings, but that mouth which could talk the dead out of their graves. To put it into simple words, he specialized in picking a hole in everything and wouldn't give up until he had shed a layer of skin from his opponent. It was safe to say that you could see his figure in every brawl the bloodlings were involved in, and these brawls would usually escalate into racial wars. If ordinary bloodlings had an issue, then this minister would have an issue. Other people's ministries of foreign affairs were all set up to resolve disputes, but his, however, was to blow those disputes out of proportion. Minister Yan. Why, you came in person. Why would the bloodlings send this devil to pick up the person? Liu Ren's heart became a land of bar-ns, and he could indistinctly hear the sound of game over. I heard you were demanding an explanation from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yan Xian smiled extremely gently and said, "See, so here I am to give Commander Lur explanation." Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Ren's sadness had become a river flowing inside him, slowly drowning him. He had a strong urge to travel back in time and slap himself across the face multiple times. Why did he ask for trouble and jinx himself? Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Explanation? It looked like this time he would have to hand over his life here. Things will be so much easier now, since the commander knows me. Yan Xian automatically ignored the last half of Lu Ren's sentence. Setting down his cane, he added, "But before I provide an explanation to your station, I would like to ask the great Commander Lu a question. Slandering my kind as intruders, examining our genes without permission, and imprisoning a member of our kind for several days, what kind of an explanation do you plan to offer me for these things?" "Me? Minister Yan? Oh wait, there's one more." His eyes suddenly became stern, and he said, "Attempting to deceive a newborn of my kind into agreeing to an unequal treaty without the presence of their guardian." Lu Ren felt his legs give away, and he almost knelt down on the floor. He had actually heard it just then. It was all over, all over. His eyes dulled, and the words "endangered species" immediately emerged in bold in his mind. Mama, he was going to be condemned as the sinner of his species. "Minister Yan, please listen to me, it was really just a misunderstanding. We didn't know at the time." "You don't have to explain to me," Yan Xian interrupted him in mid-sentence without hesitation. "Say it to the Galactic Law Court." Lu Ren froze, unable to open his mouth again. Why did this sentence sound familiar to Yao Si? Nevertheless, this movie star-like person was actually the Minister of Foreign Affairs for all the bloodlings. That was a high role. Little thoughts began to arise in Yao Si's mind. She took a few curious looks at that person, and then she suddenly had the impulse of running up to him and taking a photo with him. Despite knowing that someone was coming to pick her up, she would have never guessed that the person would be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The bloodling officials after so many years were unexpectedly close to their citizens. Probably sensing her stare, Yan Xian suddenly turned his head and looked towards her. His lips suddenly straightened into a line, but compared to the false smile previously, this one was much more genuine. "So you're that baby?" He took off his glove, raised his hand, and caressed her head. His tone was like he was coaxing a child. "Ba? Baby?" Yao Si was alarmed by this strange name. How did she look like a baby? However, the person hadn't realized in the slightest bit how strange her name was, for he continued to coax her, "My last name is Yan, you can call me Uncle Yan. Don't be afraid, I am here to bring the poor little baby home." "Ah, about that. Minister Yan. My last name is Yao, my full name is Yao Si. Not baby. Yao Si." Yan Xian repeated the name again, then replied with the same smiley face, "Little baby has a beautiful name. I said don't call me baby already. Technically, I was 28 before I entered hibernation. So don't call me a baby anymore." "Oh." Yan Xian nodded his head, "So you not only remembered your name, you even remembered your age. What a smart baby. Don't be stressed." Yan Xian pulled a chair over and sat beside her, still using the same coaxing gentle tone, saying, "When Uncle Yan finish taking care of these businessy, we will go home. Lil baby only need to worry about eating your foodie, have a sleep, and play around happily." "Eat foodie? Have a sleep. Straight face, wait. So he wasn't joking back then, he's really taking her as a baby. I am not a child. I know, my little baby is a 28 years old adult." He had an understanding expression hanging on his face, clearly he hadn't heard a single word of what she said. The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched, thinking about the easily 100 or 1,000 years long life for the bloodlings. Shit. 28 years old really was a toddler. Your awakening was an accident, but little baby, don't worry, uncle will find your father for you, I promise. But before that, you can treat uncle me as your sire. Sire? He meant the person that converted her? Yao Si had no hope for this to happen. She wasn't able to find him before. After all those years that had passed, it would take a miracle to find that person. Baby, don't worry. He petted her head again. As long as uncle is here, I promise no one will dare to bully you again. He promised this as he turned, giving someone a meaningful look. Lu Ren, who was already in a state of desperation, was suddenly petrified. It was as if he was going to fall apart from a single gust of the wind. Uncle Yan. Yao Si couldn't bear it anymore. For good or evil, the old man had played the role of water boy and apologized for hours. The incident that happened was in fact just a misunderstanding. I couldn't possibly be the newborn bloodling that you guys are referring to. Even though before I hibernated I was indeed 28 years old, but the period which I hibernated for was a little long. She considered for a while before deciding to clarify the fact that she was from the year 2017 of the Julian calendar. Since the bloodlings were no longer a secret in the galaxy, there was nothing that she couldn't say. Including her unexplained conversion that had happened for no particular reason, and that great battle between the eastern and western factions of the bloodlings. All matters big or small were all made clear by details. Initially, she thought she would receive surprised looks from other people, since she had slept through the entire lifetime of a planet. It was rare to live for billions of years, even for the bloodlings. However, Yan Xian's expressions didn't even change. He remained silent for a while, before opening his mouth again. So you still have remnants of genetic memories? Genetic memories? What on earth were those? Able to remember everything. He calmly caressed her head, then raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. Good job, my sweet little baby. Yao baby. Okay, as long as you're happy. Chapter 9, The Foodies' History of the Galaxy. Yao Si spent a period of a few hours learning the crash course of bloodling history from Yan Xian. Just as she had thought, the current bloodlings in the galaxy indeed came from the same ancestry as the bloodlings on Earth. Other than a self-sought death or fratricide, they were basically an eternal species with an infinite lifespan. However, everything in this world is fair. Although the bloodlings were strong, they could never produce natural offspring. The only way to pass on their genetics was through their first bite, turning other species into bloodlings, but there was no species in the galaxy which could actually bear the blood of bloodlings and successfully convert. No, to be accurate, only the people of the blue planet which were born in the same planet as bloodlings could successfully convert. Based on the breeding speed of the people of the blue planet, the bloodlings would never need to worry about population issues. Despite the blue planet's people knowing nothing of the bloodlings, the two species kept a strange balance. This was the Julian calendar era which Yao Si had once lived in, or the prehistoric times as the galaxy now commonly referred to them. To continue the lifeline of their species, even when the internal brawls constantly waged on, the bloodlings tactically agreed to never expose themselves in front of the fragile blue planet's people, intentionally protecting them during their fights. But no matter how well conceived their protection was, it still couldn't prevent the blue planet's people from courting death.
For more thrilling tales, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned to Chinese Novel Audio Wave.
Because doomsday was near. Similar to how it played out in the movies, the humans invented a special virus which had extremely fast reproduction speed and had a very wide impact. Almost overnight, over 50% of the entire planet's population had been infected. What was different from the movies, however, was that the people who got infected didn't turn into zombies. They would die in a very short span of time and become the breeding ground for the virus. And it infected not only the people, the plants and animals all died too, even the water sources had been contaminated. At that point of time, this virus had spread all over the blue planet, and only the immortal bloodlings were immune to it. To salvage the remaining people of the Blue Planet, the chief of the bloodlings at the time decided to stop concealing their identities. After the negotiations, the Blue Planet's people were willing to accept the first bite and convert to bloodlings. From that moment onwards, there were long any pure Blue Planet's people on Earth anymore. However, the problems were not over. Before the Blue Planet's people who were all converted to bloodlings recovered from this shock, they faced the invasion of extraterrestrials. A fleet form Zergs, the cancer of the galaxy, most likely due to the pilot being on something and getting lost, had suddenly landed on Earth and claimed that they wanted to colonize this place. Earth was already full of holes and heavily damaged, and could not supply any more duck blood. When the bloodlings heard the Zergs' proclamation when they were about to be forced into going into hibernation, they had only one thought. Hell, who would have thought of this thing? It was too good to be true. This was like a meal delivered straight to their door. What was wrong with Zergs? They had blood too. Although the taste was a little weird, but most of the bloodling population were races from the east. This gave them a chance to research hundreds of ways to cook the Zerg blood. So the bloodlings who were so hungry that their eyes began to see stars, with an excited mood and saliva drooling from the corners of their mouths, fought against the invaders. The Zergs at the time were the highest ranked, level SSS, in combat ability species in the galaxy. With their fast breeding rate, they hogged half the galaxy like locusts. That's why there were no Zergs who took heed of the weak-looking and pitifully small species at the beginning. This is until the Zergs that were sent out never returned, and even their bodies were nowhere to be found. When the Zergs realized the danger, they struck back with full force only to realize a number of things to their horror. Shit, these people can't die. Shit, these people only want to capture us alive. Shit, these people even want to cook our corpses. Too violent, too bloody, too terrible, too horrifying. The bugs were trembling with fear. After losing 9/10 of their military force, they abandoned their starships and dejectedly fled back to their own planet in escape pods. The bloodlings, who were now well fed, sent a message after them. Come more often and play with us. The leaving of the Zergs was not a happy ever after though, because they had contracted the virus, yes, that doomsday virus. But unlike to the people of the Blue Planet, this virus was beneficial to the Zergs. They evolved. Their already bulky bodies had suddenly enlarged, and they became numerous times bigger. Their shells had become even harder, and they were now much more brave. They had directly leveled up from SSS to SSS+. The bugs and their pals were amazed, and decided on the spot to form a group and head to Earth to evolve more. Initially, the Zergs planned that no matter what, they needed to conquer Earth. However, they soon realized that even after they had evolved to SSS+, they were still small potatoes when facing the miraculous self-healing and extravagant special abilities. They just had no chance of winning. The Zergs that were sent out either died or were severely injured, while the opponent had 0 casualties. Every one of them still hopped around like normal. This wasn't war, this was one-sided slaughter. The approach to invade Earth wasn't working out, so the bugs immediately ceased this pointless suicidal invasion. Yet they didn't want to give up this opportunity to evolve that they had finally obtained. That's why they decided to sneak into Earth in batches. When they finished contracting the virus and evolving, they would leave. Despite them being occasionally discovered, their casualty rates decreased greatly at last. The Zergs began to evolve in masses. However, because of this, the other species in the galaxy suffered an unfortunate fate. The evolution of the Zergs gave no time for many species to react, and they were caught off guard. All of a sudden, everyone was in peril, living in fear. The entire galaxy was under the bugs' shadow, and it had almost entered the Dark Era. That was when the bloodlings became tired of eating Zerg blood in the 108 ways of cooking they had come up with. After the bloodlings filled their stomachs, they suddenly realized. Huh? We've captured so many bug spaceships. Hey? This spaceship doesn't look so difficult to control. Oh. Wonder if there's anything else other than bugs in the galaxy. Oh, oh. Are those others tasty? So. The bloodlings officially entered the foodie. The galactic era, embarking on their foreign planet, food foraging, exploration journey. With this exploration, however, they realized that almost every planet in the galaxy had intelligent beings, and signs of Zerg existences. Maybe they had gotten used to catching bugs on Earth, but the first reaction the bloodlings had upon seeing Zergs was, to catch and eat them. After all, in an unfamiliar environment, familiar food gave them a warm feeling. And just like that, the bloodlings sought new types of food while catching the bugs. In less than 100 years' time, they had swept through and exterminated the Zergs from half the galaxy. While they were at it, they also took out the mother planet of the Zergs with no difficulties. Without anyone's help, only fighting by themselves, they had comically ended the galaxy's dark era. As for the Zergs, you can only see them now in museums. To be honest, a long time ago, I had spoken to an elderly bloodling who had participated in the Great War. He said that when they had went to the mother planet of the Zergs, they had originally never planned to exterminate the entire species. They had only wanted to look around and see if there were any other species on it other than the Zergs. Little did they expect, Yan Xian closed the electronic book in the optical computer on his hand and exhaled. There really weren't any. The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched. They had already suffered genocide, so couldn't you leave them with some dignity? You wouldn't die if you didn't smear their name. This was virtually a galactic massacre triggered by a bunch of foodies. My little baby, how was it? Yan Xian had an amiable smile. Was Uncle's story pleasant to hear? If you stop calling me baby, we can still consider being friends. Chapter 10, Weakling on the Rise. Uncle, Yan. Yao Si had a doubt. Didn't you say all the people of the blue planet were extinct? If all the survivors were turned into bloodlings, then how do you have newborn bloodlings? If only the blue planet's people could be converted into bloodlings, then the reality didn't make sense. Good question. Yan Xian was pleased and praised her. Able to realize this problem, my little baby is really smart. He clicked on the textbook generated by the optical computer in his hand and pulled up some materials to continue his explanation. Indeed, we bloodlings cannot reproduce, and every bloodling can only convert one descendant, he stated with a solemn face. That's why the first bite for the bloodlings is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It is extremely important. Unless it is done by absolute necessity, like during the Doomsday era that happened on the blue planet before, only then may it be free of this worry. It is because of that the population of every generation of bloodlings is fixed, with a base number of around 3,000. That's why we are also called the third species. The third species, so it was also because of this that Dr. Wang and others called Earth the third planet. Although the blue planet's people no longer exist, Yan Xian sighed, but with the genetic technology today, we can replicate the original blue planet's people as long as we find their genes. Clones? Yao Si's eyes widened. Yes. But... He shook his head in pity. The genes are all unique, those that get successfully replicated are rare. That's why even with this kind of technology, the success rates are still very low, and the blue planet's people that finally get replicated have, more or less, some original genetic traits. Genetic traits? What did that mean? For example, memories from their past life and things like that. He looked at her, his smile making his eyes narrow into a thin line. Just like you, my little baby. Yao Si was distracted. She finally understood that he thought what she said earlier were the memories brought about by these genes, that's why he wasn't surprised at all. But, my baby, don't worry, these memories will fade away in no time. He caressed her head and comforted her, soon you will return to your real self, a good, obedient baby. Until then, there are things which my baby will have to learn, lots and lots of them. Was that why he was determined to call her baby? But she really wasn't a clone. You might initially have other flaws in you as well, Yan Xian speculated. That's why your father would have let you go into hibernation at such a young age, but he probably didn't predict that because of the planet termination plan you would be awakened before the scheduled time. His brows creased, some evidence of anger appearing on his face. However, my baby, you don't need to worry, when we get home we will investigate and find out. We will examine your bloodline while we're at it, to see which generation of bloodlings my baby you belong. I know about my bloodline. Oh. Yan Xian raised his brows and asked, did your sire tell you before you went into hibernation? What generation are you, my baby? She hesitatingly extended 5 fingers. 5. So what if she was a 5th generation weakling? 50? Or 500? What? Yao Si was confused by his questions. What were those numbers? Can't remember. Yan Xian exhaled and caressed her head to assure her it was all fine. It's okay, you've done a good job, it's difficult to even remember the number 5. There aren't many bloodlings around 50th generations, we might need some time to find them, but it would be easy to track down those of our kind who are from 500th generation that have a descendant. Hold on. Her heart suddenly quivered, an absurd idea suddenly popping up in her mind. Uncle Yan, can I ask what generation are you? Yan Xian smiled as his eyes narrowed into a line with that good uncle who satisfies children's curiosity expression. Uncle's bloodline is quite close to the front, I am a 48th generation bloodling. 48th. Yao Si's eyes popped out with shock. What the hell, how was this possible? This pull on the progress bar was way too fast. A second ago she was just looking at the first 3 generations having a cat fight on the streets. What about the first 10 generations? The first 10 generations of bloodlings ceased to exist before the doomsday, they are a thing of the legends, Yan Xian answered patiently. Other than His Majesty, everyone else of our kind are bloodlings from the 30th generation and onward. 30. Onward. The youngest newborns are almost 700th down the lineage. My baby, you don't need to worry, you are not of the youngest generations. Se. 700th. That was way too far. Yes. Looking at her dumbstruck face, Yan Xian thought she was dissatisfied with her bloodline and continued to reassure her, my baby, your bloodline hasn't been confirmed yet, maybe you're not after the 500th generation. If you are from around the 50th generation, then you my darling baby would be the princess of our kind. Princess? No. There's no way I'm your princess, because I'm your ancestor. She would have never thought that the bloodlings had continued for so many generations. Every bloodling in the entire galaxy was now from 2-digit generations and counting, and according to the elemental law, the closer your rank was to the top the stronger your ability was. Did that mean her pre-5th generation weakling self could now walk around sideways like a crab and not need to be afraid of anyone? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that one day a weakling like her would get an opportunity to shine? The happiness had struck her too unexpectedly, she needed some time to recover. The gods had suddenly become so nice to her, and she was still not used to it. Minister Yan, I'm actually... Beep beep beep. Before she could finish her sentence, the optical computer on Yan Xian's wrist suddenly rang with a notification. A semi-transparent red flower floated out from the screen, shimmering with light. Arrived so soon. He stood up and helped her up by holding her hands. The person that is picking us up arrived. If my baby still has anything you want to know, how about Uncle will answer you when we get home? He said that and then dragged her out the door. Yao Si was forced to swallow the words that were rolling on her tongue. On second thought, with his trend of treating her as a baby, even if she said she was from the 5th generation, he wouldn't believe her. May as well wait until they got back and tested the bloodlines. No worries, she will show him how freaking awesome she was when they got back. The uncle that is picking us up is called Li Yu, he's a friend of Uncle Yan from another species. Yan Qian brought her to the platform where she had seen Earth disintegrate into nothing. Only then did Yao Si realize that there were already a lot of people. A rough estimation would be around a few hundred who were lining up in a perfect formation. Once they noticed that they had exited, they saluted in a uniform manner. The person that was standing at the very front was Liu Ren, who had a bitter smile lingering on his face, and behind him was the deputy commander and Dr. Wang. Minister Yan, leaving so soon? Liu Ren squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than a crying face and walked up to them. The distance to the red planet is quite great and Miss Yao is so young, the journey might be tiring for her. How about resting for a bit more on our space station? I will contact the Union and send fleets to give you a farewell. What do you think? No need. Yan Qian rejected straight away. I've contacted a friend from the celestial species, he's already arrived. Liu Ren's face became even paler. It was as if the words "nothing to live for" were written all over him. Yan Qian walked Yao Si to the center of the platform to a place like a landing site, then scanned her from the corner of his eyes. It was hard to say whether it was her pleading that had some effect or that he had some compassion, but he suddenly turned and said, "Oh, by the way, about the thing earlier, due to my sweet baby's demand, I will no longer hold you accountable." Minister Yan. Liu Ren was overjoyed. At that split second the entire person had burst into life, the smile on his face looking as if it was about to bloom like a flower. Thank you Minister Yan for your understanding. However, Yan Qian's tone suddenly changed, the corner of his mouth revealing an evil smile. You have woken up a hibernating newborn like that, and as to whether her sire will seek trouble in the future, that has nothing to do with me. Liu Ren stiffened, instantly recalling the possessiveness that was even scarier than the bloodlings' immorality. The flower that had just bloomed withered on the spot, his entire body solidifying into a stone, the type that was in the middle of cracking. Yao Si took a look at the slight gloating grin at the corner of Yan Qian's eyes that could hardly be hidden, and her mouth twitched. This rascal was definitely doing it on purpose, right? Was it really necessary to stab them while you were about to leave? My baby, look, here comes Uncle Li. Yan Qian pointed towards the sky above them. Yao Si followed the direction where he was pointing, raised her head, and looked. She suddenly froze. You gotta be kidding me. Walk sideways means that one can occupy the entire path, preventing anyone else from going through. It indicates a tyrannic action. Chapter 11, A Different Galaxy. Yao Si had heard from Liu Ren that the place they were heading to was very far away. That's why when she heard that someone will be picking them up, she thought that traveling in space would at least require a spaceship or something, a small aircraft at the bare minimum. She was all prepared to observe the future's technology. However, the moment she saw Li Yu, she realized that the preparations she'd made were far from sufficient, because she not only needed knowledge, she also needed to let go of common sense. Li Yu did come on a small aircraft. He came riding a sword. A palm wide, shimmering with white light over the entire surface, and surrounded with magical air, like the swords in Xiangxia TV shows on which people stepped on to fly around. Yao Si was dumbstruck to the core. Was this the galaxy or the world of Xiangxia? Why were there people flying around on swords? Why were these people so calm, as if they had gotten used to it, when an unscientific occurrence was happening right before their eyes? She hadn't traveled to the future, she had traveled through time and dimension? Where is logic? Where is common sense? Where is the dog? Throw it to the ground. She's the one from your kind that you needed to pick up. The person in the air descended in a fairy-like manner, examining Yao Si from the top to the bottom. His cold face had no expression, identical to of those untouchable celestial beings from the TV shows. It was as if his entire face had labels of "I, the celestial being is sacred and inviolable" stuck all over it. Quick, come and take a look at one of the celestial beings. Alive. Li Yu, she's just a baby, Don't scare her. Yan Xian took a step forward protectively. Newborn. Li Yu was amazed. Yes. Yan Xian petted her head. Good baby, greet Uncle Li. Yao Si still hadn't recovered from the recent shock, so she obeyed his instructions and called, Uncle Li. Li Yu's ice-cold expression eased a little. He casually took something from the side of his body and passed it to her, wasting no words and just saying, present. She looked down and saw that in the center of his palm lay a bright and colorful egg. Why did he give her an egg? This is an egg of a spiritual beast. Yan Xian winked, nodding to her, and said, it's a token of hospitality from Uncle Li, accept it. Hatch it when you get back. Yao Si took it into her hands. The egg of a spiritual beast sounded awesome, but she didn't know how to hatch it. Wait till we return to the Red Planet, then Uncle will teach you how to hatch it, Yan Xian quickly explained, seeing through her queries. Few seconds later he looked as if he thought of something and added a sentence, the blood of newborn spiritual beast is the most delicious thing, my baby, you will like it very much. So this egg was for eating once hatched. Let's go. Li Yu was a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand immediately and, with the sound of things ripping through the air, a white semi-transparent sword appeared. It was identical to the one that was under his feet. Was the celestial being going to teach her how to be spectacular and allow her to fly along? Come on, my baby. Yan Xian stepped on the sword before her and waved towards her. Yao Si hesitated, hugging the egg tight in her arms, and stepped on. Initially she thought it would be difficult to maintain balance, since all protagonists spent a lot of time to learn how to stand on swords and fly with them. However, she didn't expect this sword to be so shockingly steady. It didn't even shake when stood upon, there was no difference compared to standing on solid ground. She also felt that there was some kind of protective dome thing surrounding her, for she couldn't even feel the wind blowing at her. She didn't know how Li Yu operated these swords. Not long after they stepped on the one before them, the three people rose in the air and were instantly over 10 meters from the ground, flying towards the vast and boundless galaxy. One after another, planets flew past them like shooting stars. Yao Si finally knew why Yan Xian turned Lu Ren's escort down, it was because Li Yu's speed was, seriously, extremely fast. She had lost count of how many planets they had passed. Just as expected, the celestial beings in the galaxy were also at a galactic standard, this speed had surpassed superluminal by leaps and bounds. After flying like that for less than 5 minutes, Li Yu suddenly turned and looked at them. His right hand seemed to have performed some gesture, and a long strand of weird sounds fell from his mouth, which even her translating device couldn't decode. We're about to leap, get a firm foothold, my baby, Yan Xian warned her. What? Yao Si was confused, but before she had the time to react, a large, circular magic array appeared right in front of them, just like the magical patterns in anime. The circle rhythmically spun, and a huge wave of unfamiliar characters floated around it. A blinding light emitted from the center of the magical array, becoming brighter and brighter until it eventually formed a white entrance like the portals in games. Li Yu lifted his hand and gently pointed at the white light. At that moment the three of them flew right into the light. Yao Si only saw a brightness before her eyes, and then they arrived at a purely white world. This was probably a passage, a vast expanse of whiteness which saw no end, but she felt that their speed of flight had increased. She predicted that Li Yu had probably turned on an accelerator or something, not too different from the wormholes in sci-fi movies. They flew for almost full 30 minutes within this white space before Yao Si could see a different, red, glimmer in a far distance ahead. It slowly became bigger and bigger, it was probably an exit or something. That light got closer and closer, and Yao Si finally got a clear view of it the second they flew out of the white space. It was actually a red planet. Its entire body was the color of blood red, like a ruby that hung right in the center of the galaxy. 3 purely white satellites were spinning around it. My sweet baby, welcome to the Red Planet. Yan Qian pointed at the planet ahead. So this was the planet that the bloodlings now inhabited, the Red Planet. Yao Si had to say, it had a lot of cultural characteristics. Li Yu's speed slowed down, and he landed on the Red Planet. When they reached the ground, Yao Si finally understood why this planet was red. Unlike Earth, which she was familiar with, this planet was covered with patches of dense unknown plants, and these plants were to one's surprise all red. They landed in a very large courtyard. As soon as they landed, 4 or 5 people rushed up and surrounded them, like they wanted to request instructions or discuss something with Yan Qian. The minister took her to a room straight away and announced that from now on she would be living in here. He then repeated some matters which needed attention from her. In the end he stated that he needed to leave for a while and that he would arrange for someone to accompany her later, before leaving together with Li Yu and those 4 or 5 people. Yao Si nodded understandingly. Leading officials were always busy, but she closely examined her surroundings and immediately felt somewhat of an ache. Compared to the entirely red structures which she could see from the air that had a distinctive bloodling style, this room was surprisingly filled with pink. Pink table and chair, pink bed, pink curtains, even the carpet was a patch of pink. The entire room indistinctly gave off a strong childish feeling. Touching the edge of the table, she felt something soft made of an unknown strange material which was intentionally placed around the edge to prevent her from bumping into it. The corner of Yao Si's mouth jerked. It looked like Yan Qian had made up his mind to raise her like a kid. She sat down right away onto the chair, which was purposely made into a bunny shape, and exhaled. She started to digest the information she'd received from Yan Qian on the way here. She had become clearly aware that this galaxy, in comparison to the high-tech galaxy which she had imagined, was very different. The dog comes from a Chinese emoji that went viral. The receiver does not want to talk to you, they threw a dog in response. Chapter 12, The Enlightenment School. Yao Si had arrived at the Red Planet a number of days ago, but the only time when she had seen Yan Qian was when he'd brought a doctor-looking bloodling to take a sample and test her bloodline. The next time he appeared before her was on her 5th day on the Red Planet. My baby, do you want to learn things? Yan Qian patted her on the shoulder. How about uncle takes you to school so you can make some new friends? School. Yao Si's eyes suddenly brightened. She didn't expect that there would be compulsory education in the galactic era. As an illiterate, this baby expresses that new knowledge is a must. It is indeed time to go to school and get some common sense. Thanks, Uncle Yan. Yan Qian had a pleased smile on his face, showing acknowledgement for her studious attitude. He didn't delay, leading her straight out the door. Compared to when they arrived at the Red Planet, that cool sword-wielding flight, this time Yan Qian chose a more likely high-tech instrument. He led her straight to the side of what appeared to be a street and stood with her on a white cross sign. As soon as they stood still, the cross on the ground lit up and a faint operating noise could be heard. The ground shook and the floor in a quadrangle that was 2 meters around them suddenly rose up, resembling an elevator. It moved forward at a much faster speed though, and it looked like the floor was rushing ahead on its own. This was really high-tech from the future. Before Yao Si had the opportunity to exclaim, they turned into a street block. Only now did she discover that there were many people that were on the side of the road but traveling in a different direction than they. On top of that, everyone else was moving at lightning speed, compared to their tortoise-like movement. It was hard to say if this type of traveling was meant to let her know this planet better, maybe, since Yan Qian introduced her to different things at the same time. That's the town hall, that's the Inspection and Quarantine Institute, on the other end was the Galactic Port. He introduced everything that they saw on the way to her clearly. The more Yao Si listened, the more amazed she felt, until she finally formed a blurry prototype in her mind of this galactic world that was completely different from the sci-fi movies. Looking at rows and rows of buildings that surpassed her imagination as they flashed past, she moved on from her initial astonishment to being amazed, and being amazed even more, and eventually, she got used to it. since she didn't understand anything anyways. That was until a giant green castle floating in midair turned up in her line of sight. It was different from all the other strangely shaped buildings. This castle was covered in green plants on the outside, and the building was in a small, rigid high-rise building style from Earth that she was familiar with. What's that place? Whether it was because of the familiar style or something else, she felt an odd intimacy with that place from first sight. It made her unable to resist the urge to go over and take a look. Yan Xian's eyes shifted to the direction she was pointing. That's the majestic palace, the place where His Imperial Highness hibernates. His Imperial Highness? Yao Si was confused. Didn't the bloodlings enter the liberal democratic galactic era long ago? Maybe they had kept the constitutional monarchy. Just as she wanted to gain some comprehensive knowledge, the flying floor suddenly stopped. Here we are. Yan Xian took a stride with his long legs and walked off the raised ground. Yao Si had no choice but to push her questions back inside her heart. May as well let it pass, since she will definitely learn such things in school. She had to start from the beginning regarding all the galactic stuff anyways. Hence she followed him out and stopped before a large gate. She subconsciously raised her head to take a look at the name of the school, and went stiff on the spot. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she felt as if 10,000 alpacas had trampled across her heart, forming one phrase F***CKU. There were 3 big, bright red words that were visible at the top. Bloodling Royal Kindergarten. Yao Si suddenly had an impulse to throw her university certificate of graduation at Yan Xian's face. This starting from the beginning was way too back in the beginning. Even if she was a pure illiterate, she at least qualified to be sent to year 1, what the hell was sending her straight to kindergarten for? Minister Yan, welcome. A 40 to 50 years old looking woman walked out from inside the door and moved towards them to greet them very politely. She turned and took a look at Yao Si, and a smile that looked as gentle as water immediately bloomed on her face. She tilted her body slightly. This is the baby that will be enrolling today. Yes, Principal Yu. Yan Xian moved to the side and let her come closer. It's the one we just picked up from number 333 space station. Hello, my baby. Principal Yu's expressions became even more tender. She moved closer again, extending her hand and caressing Yao Si's head. Using a pitch that was clearly a few notes higher than before, she introduced herself. My last name is Yu, my baby, you can call me Mrs. Yu. Yao Si was speechless from this strangely awkward, used on infant's tone. She immediately gripped the hand that the person was about to reach out to the top of her head and shook it. Hello Principal Yu, nice to meet you, my name is Yao Si. She must correct her, otherwise she will really be treated like a baby. Yu Jing was stupefied. As if surprised by her reaction, she turned and looked with confusion at Yan Xian. Maybe it's because she woke up too early, a part of the genetic memory which she retained still hasn't faded away yet, Yan Xian explained. Light dawned upon Principal Yu, and the eyes which looked at Yao Si were suddenly filled with sympathy, as if they were about to tear up the next moment. What an unfortunate child. Minister, you must ask the space station thoroughly and make them give us an explanation. Don't worry, it's been taken care of. Yan Xian's smile made his eyes narrow into a thin line. Yao Si couldn't help but to silently light a candle inside her heart. Brother Lu, I tried. Her bloodline test results aren't out yet, Yan Xian continued to explain the situation to Principal Yu. We've searched all the files of hibernating bloodling members, especially those who sired newborns that were in hibernation. We haven't found who her sire is as of yet, it might still need some days, until then we will have to trouble you. Don't worry, Minister. Principal Yu nodded and took a look at Yao Si. We will take good care of her. Yan Xian finished talking, then turned and looked at her again. He instructed with slight worry, my baby, you must be good, you can make a lot of friends in here. Uncle will come and pick you up when holidays come, how's that? Is this foreshadowing for a boarding school? Yao Si allowed her mind 1 second to wander back to the entirely pink room that she had been living in for the last 5 days, and nodded her head firmly. Good girl. Yan Qian still wasn't satisfied. He glanced her up and down with the expression of a reluctant and loving father. After some time, he took a bangle-like object from his pocket. He took her hand and explained while putting the object around her wrist, "This is the newest model of optical computer, my contact number has been saved in there already. If you miss Uncle Yan, promise to use this to find me, alright?" Yao Si was shocked. Ever since she was at the space station she had been a little curious about this advanced optical computer bangle which almost everyone had. However, she would have never thought that Yan Qian would just give her one. She couldn't help but feel warm at heart. Looking at Yan Qian's gentle eyes she suddenly felt her nose grow sore as she held back the tears. Although Yan Qian had treated her like a baby all this time, he was truly good to her. Without him being neither a kith nor kin, nothing could be said about him, a high-rank bloodling official picking her up and organizing everything for her on political grounds. Nevertheless, him doing everything by himself was far beyond where his duties lay, let alone giving her this optical computer, since one has to know by now that she was poor and knew nothing. According to her knowledge, this thing wasn't cheap. No matter how good the bloodling welfare was, it was not in the position of gifting optical computers randomly. Alpaca is a homophone with motherfucker in Chinese. The saying is commonly used in social media to avoid the word being censored, and to incite humor. Chapter 13, Attack of the Fatty. Uncle Yan, thank you. Yao Si caressed the metallic bangle on her hand. After some thought, she added, I will pay you back when I have the money. Silly child, don't say such a thing. He smiled in delight and explained, this was purchased with your money, how does it have anything to do with Uncle Yan? Mine. Yao Si was confused. No way, Earth was gone, how could she have any money? Besides, RMB probably didn't circulate here. This is part of the psychological damage compensation that the Lu family wired to your account a few days ago. The Lu family. The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched. Is it? Commander Lu. Yan Qian nodded. The Lu family guards many energy mining planets, they can be counted as one of the wealthiest magnates in the galaxy. Since they insist on giving you half of their properties to apologize, then my baby you should accept it no matter how difficult it is. Awkward. Do you really have to make looting a burning house sound so impressive? Oh, by the way, Uncle has already deducted your accommodation and living expenses from your account, my baby, he said cheerily. This way when we find your sire, it will save everyone the trouble of sending him the bills. Give me back my affections, *Shoal. No wonder he was a high official of bloodlings. The longest road that she had ever traveled on was definitely his path of trickery. Yan Qian didn't stay for too long, he gave Principal Yu some instructions then left in a hurry. Principal Yu didn't immediately take Yao Si to the classroom but to a place that resembled a garden. Inside the garden were a few people who stood or played around in groups of 2s or 3s. They appeared to be of different ages, some were young people like her, others looked 40 or 50 like the principal, there was even one who was hoary-headed. The principal suddenly clapped her hands and announced loudly, "Come over here, my babies, I'm going to introduce you to a new classmate." Everyone fell silent. 7 or 8 pairs of eyes all looked over at her in unison right then. WTH? Classmates? These people? The scarred and battered common sense that Yao Si owned suddenly fell to pieces with a crash. She was dumbstruck and didn't even notice the Principal Yu leaving. When she came back to her senses, she was already surrounded by a bunch of very large kids. So you're the new baby. You don't even look cute, I'm the prettiest baby. New baby, what blood do you like to drink? I like the blood of the starry sky beast. I like the blood from the beast of the alien planets. Humph, you all don't know a thing, the most delicious is the peeping beast. Liar, you can't drink peepee's blood. Can. Can't, my daddy said you can't. I said you can, so you can. Humph, I'm not playing with you anymore. Humph, I'm not going to play with a liar either. All of them joined in, and in the end, they even had an argument. Their attention was no longer on her and they began to disperse in twos and threes again, but that conversation. Wasn't it somewhat odd? It was as if they were really kindergarten children. She examined them carefully. These babies looked bigger than real ones, and she was left confused as hell. Then she at once recalled Yan Xian's words. He'd said that newborn bloodlings were all clones that initially had genetic memories which as time passed would eventually fade away and be forgotten. Was it because the clone's intelligence quotient was also completely erased, that's why they had to study from kindergarten? Then how did one explain the disparaging age gaps? Was it because the blue planet genes that were found were all different? Oh, you have the newest model of optical computer. A big kid suddenly pressed near her. Because he had dashed over, he almost bumped right into her face. Yao Si had backed away just in time. That's so cool. This big buddy was obviously overnourished, the fat on his face was almost bulging out, and he had really become round like a ball. His eyes gleamed as he stared at her optical computer. With a face full of envy he puckered his lips, and like a born conversationalist he said, I asked Mom many times and she didn't buy it for me. Your daddy is so nice to you. Mom? Looks like his sire was a female bloodling. Hey, new baby. He extended his arms and pushed her, but his eyes were still glued to her optical computer. Want to be friends? Why? Because you have the new optical computer, he answered like it was a matter of fact, not even slightly embarrassed. The children's words are certainly straightforward. Ah, new baby. He shoved her. If we become friends, can you lend me your optical computer for me to play games on? Probably. Fair enough, this was a baby who was into games. Just as she thought, no matter what age they were in, Fat Otaku always had an inseparable connection with electronic games. That's great. The fat classmate clapped his hands. Then from now on we are friends, my name is Zhu Hang. Everyone calls me Baby Zhu, what's your name? Zhu, baby. The corner of Yao Si's mouth throbbed. Looking at the proud fatty, she thought, my friend, you will cry in the future. My name is Yao Si. Yao, she. If you dare make the sound of the word POO, I will whip your ass. Fatty tried for a while and appeared to come to a conclusion that 2 words was way too hard to pronounce, so he gave up without any reservedness. He then suggested with a face of excitement, new baby, want to grind your teeth with me? What the hell was grinding teeth together? Was that a new game that was trending among kids from the future? Fatty didn't show any signs of waiting for her response. He straightaway pulled down a green button-like thing from his collar and pressed it with force. Suddenly, a palm-sized hole appeared on the empty space on the ground. This was surely the dimensional button of the legends, future technology was so amazing. Fatty immediately extended his hand inside it and began to fumble around. Few moments later he revealed 2 identical objects and extended one to Yao Si. Here, my mom bought these for me, they're in my favorite color. Yao Si looked at the round-ended long white object in his hand and the corner of her mouth began to jerk. Who wants to chew bones with you? Smash. So the teeth grinding he mentioned was literally it. Here. Seeing that she didn't take the bone, Fatty extended it towards her again. Yao Si looked at that piece of bone which still had the remnants of his teeth marks and saliva, and she felt an uneasy awkwardness. No. No thanks. You can't. Fatty pouted with disapproval. Mom said that a good baby must grind their teeth every day, otherwise their teeth will grow into the meat, he said as he pointed at the fangs in his mouth. Yao Si felt that her entire person was unwell. Wasn't the fangs of bloodlings retractable? Since when did you need to rely on teeth grinding, though the main problem was that he'd picked a bone. They were vampires, not dogs. I tell you, this is my favorite stick. Mom bought it specially for me, it feels really comfortable when you grind your teeth on it, Fatty continued to persuade her. Stick. Was it really appropriate to call it by such a dirty name? Can I not grind? Yao Si took a step back. If you don't grind then you are not a good baby. Fatty had become impatient. He persistently shoved the bone in his hands to her. Try it, it's really easy. Really, if I lie to you then I'm a dog, he said as he demonstrated, shoving the bone inside his mouth and intentionally taking a bite with an arewu. At that moment, the dripping saliva was like a waterfall, flowing like poems had described, straight down 3,000 feet, the white spraying torrent does run, how could heroes not wet their sleeves with tear on tear? Yao Si felt the veins on her forehead pop, and her hands unconsciously clenched tightly. With a crack, she had snapped straight into the bone that Fatty had forcibly given to her. Fatty was stupefied, his entire fat face was filled with confusion. The bone was still in his mouth and the saliva was still dripping. His eyes slowly moved to the broken bone in her hand, and in that moment a large amount of water vapor clouded his crack-like eyes, his lips pouted, his nose snuffed. Hold on. You're not going to. Wah! My stick. A loud wail pierced the air, heading straight above the clouds and destroying any peacefulness. She might be in trouble. You should see a face of awkwardness here. It's a Chinese character, but it is also often used in an emoticon since it resembles a face. Zhu is a homophone for pig in Chinese. She means poo in Chinese from Wang Lu Shan Pu Bulletin, admiring the waterfall at Lu Mountain, by the poet Li Bai from the Tang Dynasty, describing the majestic scene of a waterfall. From the poem Shu Xiang, Temple of the Premier of Shu, by the poet Du Fu from the Tang Dynasty, praising and expressing his remorse for the Premier of Shu, Zhu Ji Yang. Chapter 14, In Order to Learn. Yao Si was nursing a grievance. Watching the bone in her hand that was snapped in half, she suddenly didn't know what to do. She couldn't just stick it back together. Sorry, how about I buy you another one? Fatty paused, then cried even louder. The entire garden was filled with his howling, no matter how she tried to comfort him he just wouldn't stop. Yao Si felt like weeping but had no tears. Just as expected, no matter in what era, children were the most horrifying creatures. How on earth was she supposed to control him? Unfortunately, with Fatty's crying, other big kids soon circled them. They all shot accusing stares at her which felt like steel knives stabbing her. Ah, she made Zhu baby cry. The newcomer is certainly a bad baby. Let's not play with her anymore. Yes, I won't play with her anymore. She even took Zhu baby's teething stick. She definitely hit Zhu baby. Whoa, stop making this more ridiculous than it already is, with which eye did you see me hitting him? I didn't do it on purpose. Yao Si was becoming agitated. I didn't hit him either. Liar, you did it on purpose. The person that was standing closest to them suddenly moved forward, the muscles on the burly body shook as he pushed forward. The pointing finger almost poked her in the nose as he condemned her with stern justice in his voice. You're not only a bad baby, you're also a liar. Yao Si ducked to the side and grabbed his unmannerly finger upon conditioned reflex. She stood up straight away and explained, I said I'm not. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt something snap beneath her foot. She looked down and saw that the snapped bone which was just in her hand had fallen to the ground without her being aware of it and was coincidentally stepped on and grounded to pieces by her. There was a dull thud in her heart, it was all over. She raised her head and glanced over. Sure enough, Fatty's cries suddenly came to a halt as he stared wide-eyed at the bone that was turned into smithereens on the ground. Fatty, calm. Wah! The next moment, classmate Fatty burst into a rage of tears that was many times louder and more serious than before. Don't do it! Yao Si panicked. Before she could even react, the muscular baby next to her followed the trend and broke into tears as well. Why are you crying? Hand! 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 The muscular baby cried as he pointed to her right hand. You're hurting my hand, hand! Yao Si looked down and, oh hell! She was so winded up that she forgot to let go of the hand that was clenching him. Sorry, sorry. She immediately swung her hand away. But really, you're tall and strong, with the body of a bodybuilder, is it really necessary for you to weep that dramatically after being grabbed? The muscular baby was using his actions to tell her. It was very necessary. His cries were loud and clear and had no signs of stopping. I already apologized, stop. Don't cry, all of you. Yao Si peeped at Fatty, then at Strong Muscles. It was like two megaphones on the right and left of her rang at the same time, the noise could be heard from the ninth heaven and was enough to wake the dead. And it happened that this crying was somehow contagious, for other babies around them saw and with a wrinkle of a nose and an opening of a mouth they started crying one after another. At that point of time cries of wah, wah, flowed like an endless stream. Surrounded by the crying, Yao Si felt like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. Please let me go back and die on earth. This total involvement in the crying and howling festival lasted for a full half an hour until the teachers heard the sound and rushed over. With hours of persuasion and comforting, the big babies on the scene finally stopped producing noises. After the teacher who came to save the day understood what had happened, she looked at Yao Si as if she was a problem child. As a model student for dozens of years, Yao Si felt her heart ache so badly. Principal Yu even took her to the office and gave her a 2-hour-long lecture, educating her with the ideological and moral theme of classmates must establish good working relationships and help each other. Yao Si couldn't make a sound. Only when the bell for the fourth lesson rang did the principal release her and let her return to the classroom. Yao Si's sorrow had cried a river, but now she took a deep breath and prepared herself, then pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Maybe it was because children tend to be forgetful, all babies only fell quiet for a second when she walked in, then they all scattered and continued their playing. Yao Si let out a long breath. She was really afraid that Thesey's babies would continue the previous bout of crying after seeing her. She looked around and found a spot in the corner to lie down. Yes, lie. Maybe it was because the people in the future were more into enjoyment, this mindset had been used for children too. There were no chairs or tables in the classroom, but numbers of crystal-like, transparent soft chairs that could be easily converted to different shapes. They could also adjust their color according to the mood of the person sitting on them. Yao Si only knew this because the room which Yan Xian arranged for her had one too. Around the chair were scattered all sorts of toys. The entire room was less of a classroom and more of a giant nursery. Humph! When she sat down, a displeased humph sounded next to her. She turned and looked right, and saw a huge buttock. Judging by this size. Big. Zhu baby. She hesitantly said his name. The buttock inched over and a round bright red face turned around. It was really Fatty. He scanned her then quickly turned back, letting out an even louder humph. The chair beneath his butt was the same color as his face, swelling red. The round body wrote clearly in bold the 4 words, I am very angry. It looked like he hadn't come around yet. Sorry I broke your teething stick. The accident earlier was really her fault. Fatty was stupefied. A slight hint of hesitation flashed across his face, and he thought for a few seconds before swinging his head away. I'm never going to forgive you. Humph! He said before turning his enormous buttock back towards her. Just look at you. If you're really not going to forgive me, then don't make your chair turn blue. I'm not going to forgive you either. A copycat-like response suddenly sounded from Yao Si's left. She turned and took a look. "Classmate, who are you?" The big classmate on the left squeezed further into the soft chair and stuck up a firm muscular buttock at her. It was the muscular baby. Stuck in between two buttocks, Yao Si was left speechless. Did she accidentally poke the nest of butts? She let out a long sigh. She had no mood, and this wasn't the time to serve these under a large classmate, because the teacher had walked through the door. Yao Si couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, she currently urgently needed to cram some common sense into herself. Although these big kids were a little annoying, the content that was taught at kindergarten was all formative education, just what she needed. "Hello babies." The teacher was female and had a gentle smile. "Hello teacher." All the big babies answered in unison. "Are you happy today, my babies?" The teacher asked again. "Happy?" They all responded. "Just moments ago you were crying like there was no tomorrow, you guys sure get happy fast." "Okay, since everyone is so happy today, then this lesson." The teacher pressed the optical computer on her hand. With some fidgeting she brought up a large projection. "Here it comes, here it comes." Yao Si immediately straightened her back and sat up. She was 110% ready to receive new knowledge. She could see the teacher's projection flicker as she opened her mouth to loudly say, "Let's play games." 6 huge words suddenly popped up on the projection: complete collection of galactic online games. Oh hell! Chapter 15, Courting Death. Yao Si felt the veins on her forehead break with a loud snap. Table flip. Who wants to play games? Don't you have any professional ethics as a teacher? What happened to being a role model? Role model? Model? How can you lead young people down a stray path? Come on babies, follow me, turn on your optical computer and connect to the galactic network. No matter how Yao Si was complaining deep down, the teacher up ahead had already begun demonstrating. The school's galactic network password is 2333333. Why was this password looking for a beating too? That baby over there. Seeing that Yao Si didn't move, the teacher looked over. Why have you not turned on your optical computer? Do you not know how to operate it? Do you need me to demonstrate again? With the entire class starting to turn and look at Yao Si, the corner of her mouth twitched. She had no choice but to place her hand on the optical computer. Sure enough, the next moment a semi-transparent projection appeared before her eyes. Rows and rows of unreadable shapes took form in front of her.
To keep up with our latest adventures, like and subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave.
She followed what the teacher had said and clicked on the sign on the right bottom corner to connect to the galactic net, and a text box asking for password appeared before her. She was wondering how on earth she could input this annoying password in without a keyboard when the words password 2333333 automatically appeared on the optical screen. Yao Si was shocked, so this optical computer could be controlled by mind. My babies, did you see the icon of the legend of commanding celestials? The teacher asked again. After receiving feedback, she immediately began to enthusiastically introduce it. This is the trendiest game on the galactic network, developed by the Palace of Ninth Heaven by the celestial race. It has holographic sensual experience effect and can perfectly restore the scenes of ancient games. Every server has been extremely popular. How about we play this today? A teacher zealously recommending the most conspicuous game in the game collection while introducing all its features with great details. Yao Si was a little suspicious regarding whether or not she was receiving endorsement fees from the game company. Anyhow, this antique-style game did suit her, since she was the one who had most years behind her back. It was not too bad to obtain some understanding of the functions of the galactic network in there. It only took a thought from her for the game to launch. She could see the entire holographic projection transform into lifelike paradise, palaces surrounded by enchanted mist, mountains that floated in mid-air, streams of water that rushed forth with great speed, and clouds that symbolized prosperity filling the sky as red-crowned cranes flew past. It gave her an illusion that she had arrived at the set of a Xiangxia-themed movie. In the middle of the scene shimmered a line of words. Welcome to the world of commanding celestials, 38th user of series 438,438, do you want to start the game? Why did she feel like she was being insulted by this serial number? Can you change the name? Ping, please reset username. The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched as she filled the username field with Chinese characters ancestor for antiquity straight away. Ping, characters exceeded the maximum length, recognition failure, username automatically matched by the system, ancestor 38. Entering the game, please wait. Shit. She really had to go through with 38. Before Yao Si could protest, an overwhelming headache rushed upon her. In that instant, everything before her disappeared, and the next second she appeared with the name Ancestor 38 above her head in a small village where the birds sang and flowers blossomed. It took her some time to recover as she impatiently looked around. No classmates, no teacher, even the soft chair which she sat on had disappeared. She suddenly remembered what the teacher had said. She introduced the game with the words that this was a holographic sensual one. So the so-called holographic sensual experience was the projection of a person's whole mind into the game? This is awesome. Yao Si was a little excited. She surveyed her surroundings and came to a realization that they were all extraordinarily surreal. You couldn't even see that they were made out of data just by looking. Even the flowers on the side of the road gave off a light whiff of perfume. The place where she was standing was similar to the newbies' village, and the teacher's introduction was correct. There were indeed many people playing this game. Silhouettes and figures walked to and fro before her eyes, all coming and going in haste. Most were like her, dressed in a grey newbie outfits, with a wooden sword hanging from their waists. Some had names above their heads like her while some seemed to have hidden theirs. What was particularly strange was that she had not met any of her classmates from the kindergarten. She guessed that maybe there were many servers, that's why they weren't part of the same newbie village. Staring at the extremely real world, although Yao Si was an experienced player who had tens of years of gaming experience, she still didn't know where to start. Just as she was hesitating about where she should start, a white light suddenly flashed next to her and a boy in green appeared out of nowhere. What was different from everyone else was that the name above his head was a strand of unfamiliar red symbols. He beamed a smile at her and bowed, then opened his mouth and let out a strand of words. Welcome to the world of commanding celestials, I'm your beginner guide, customer service number 233. Please enjoy this celestial world with me. The youth said enthusiastically, while Yao Si was. Underscore? What did he just say? Yao Si was confused. Why couldn't she understand what he was saying all of a sudden? All she could knew was that his mouth opened and closed, yet what reached her ears was a string of weird sounds. She immediately had a bad feeling. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her emotions. Don't panic. Maybe this player's language was so niche that it hadn't been recorded into the translating device? She walked straight past the boy dressed in green and found some people to talk to, but she soon realized that she couldn't understand anyone's words. What was happening? Did something happen to the translation device? Hang on. If this game was completely sensual, didn't that mean that she'd only brought her mind into the game and not the translation device? Was that why she couldn't understand? Yao Si's first response was to quit the game, but no matter how she muttered inside her mind to quit, there was no reaction. She was still in the newbie village. Maybe she needed to call it out to exit the game? Exit, quit, shut down, game over, goodbye, sayonara. She had said every word in every language she knew that had similar meanings to quit. Yet there was still no reaction. She was still standing in the same spot, the flowers still blossomed and the grass still swayed in the wind. No way. Was she trapped in a game? Did she have to be this unlucky? _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Meanwhile in the Department of Foreign Affairs, Yan Xian was holding a bloodline examination report in his hands. He forcefully opened his eyes wide as his hands trembled like the glowing splinter of flame against the wind. Director, I'm not reading this wrong. No, the director of the Bureau of Inspection answered. Did you re-inspect? 63 times. What about the inspecting machine? Changed 6 of them. That center. 13 inspection centers. Yan Xian felt his feet giving in and he almost knelt on the ground. Luckily Director Yu, who was next to him, gave him a hand just in time. Due to it being a matter of great importance, that's why I delivered it personally. Compared to Yan Xian, he was much calmer, but he still couldn't repress the trembling of his palm. Yan Xian had a vacant expression on his face. He suddenly had a feeling of not knowing where he was. It's real. 5th generation. Really 5th generation. So the person that he carried back from the space station was a 5th generation bloodling. Not 50, not 500, but 5. It was the 5th generation that only existed in ancient legends. The 5th generation ancestor which every bloodling should bow down and worship. According to what you said, you spent most time with Her Highness. I thought you were already prepared. Director Yu was a little confused by his reaction. Did Her Highness not mention her life during her stay with you? She did. And more than once. Then why? You look like you had no clue. I thought that it was the remnants of her genetic memory. He'd had no idea that it was real. Director Yu didn't ask any further. You will die the death that you brought upon yourself. He waited for a few more minutes. Seeing that he didn't know how serious the situation was, he couldn't help but warn him. Minister Yan, I don't think this is the time to let your mind wander. When the director said those words, Yan Xian looked like he was suddenly woken up. He stood up in a fury. With trembling hand he clicked the optical computer on his hand and swiftly gave some commands. It's Minister Yan. Please notify the Department of Blood Police to seal the bloodling capital in 5 minutes, forbid any member from foreign species from entering and exiting. The entire planet is in total security mode. I need all flight routes of the Galactic Passage to be urgently shut down. Temporary traffic control is to take effect in the road between the Department of Foreign Affairs and Royal Kindergarten. Notify the residence of the President, the Department of National Safety as well as all bloodlings within the first 40 generations, they are all to meet up at the Department of Foreign Affairs in 5 minutes. Yes, everyone. What? Not on the Red Planet, then order them to hurry back. Can't get in contact? I will send you a document later, you deliver that to their end of optical computer. Crawl. They will crawl back for me. Hurry up and do it. Now, immediately. He hung up and immediately sent the report to the person he'd spoken. Only then did he let out a long breath. He struggled as he fetched his coat from the side. Quick, we must head to the Royal Kindergarten. Her Highness is at the kindergarten. Director Yu was shocked. Yan Xian nodded with great difficulty, uncomfortable, especially because he'd sent her there, personally. He suddenly felt a bitter feeling coming up as his entire stomach cramped up. Director Yu didn't think too much, he turned and walked out of the office before him. When he turned back and looked, Yan Xian was still where he was. Minister Yan. Yan Xian responded by extending a hand to him shakily. Lend me a hand, my feet are weak. He couldn't stand anymore. Xiangxia, Xingxi, literally means immortal heroes. Fictional stories featuring magic, demons, ghosts, immortals, and a great deal of Chinese folklore/mythology. Protagonists, usually, attempt to cultivate to immortality, seeking eternal life and the pinnacle of strength. Heavily inspired by Daoism. The number 38 originates from Women's Day, 8th of March. It is commonly used to insult women who are talkative, having a similar meaning to bitch. Number 4 is a homophone with the word death, but together with 38 it stands for fucking bitch. Chapter 16, The Refined Interests of the Ancestor. Yao Si thought that if this was a game, then there must be some way of quitting it instantly. Although she hadn't found the way yet, that wasn't a big issue. Even if she couldn't quit, when the class was over, the teacher would find out about her condition and disconnect the internet for her. She should take 10,000 steps back and assess this issue. Even if the teachers of this school let young people stray from the right path and let her continue playing, there would be a moment when the school was over. The teacher couldn't just let her stay in the game forever. Thus, there was no need to panic, all one needed to do was wait. However, these 10,000 steps that Yao Si took were still too few. At the same moment in the classroom, one has to see that bloodlings were quite efficient. Within 10 minutes of receiving Yan Xian's notice, all bloodlings of the first 40 generations on the Red Planet had arrived, while those that were not on the Red Planet were all on their way back. Yan Xian cleared the site right away. The formidable array of people filled the classroom to its brims. With mentalities of stress, uneasiness, excitement, and pilgrimage, they all looked at Yao Si, who was closed-eyed, immersing herself in the game. The scene was oddly quiet. This was the 5th generation ancestor. In this era, finding a 5th generation bloodling was simply a miracle. Everyone on the scene had one common feeling at that moment: their feet were a little weak. They wanted to touch her, to see if she was real. After all, bloodlings were a species which viewed bloodline with utmost priority. It was different from the sort of respect other species had morally and culturally, for the strength of bloodlings originated from their bloodlines. Due to some rare unusual circumstances, the more condensed the bloodline was, the stronger the person's abilities were, and the density of the bloodlines came from the earlier generations. The closer the generation to the original one, the purer the bloodline. Therefore, bloodlings of higher generations would naturally have bloodline suppression against those from later generations. By theory, bloodlings from later generations would have a subconscious obedience to bloodlings from earlier generations, and it would require a lot of effort to break away from the desires of the higher-ranked bloodlings. Yan Xian finally understood why, when he received the news of Yao Si from the space station while he was visiting the celestial race, despite having been a few galaxies away from the Milky Way, he had subconsciously taken a detour and picked the person up himself. This was the traction of bloodlines. Even if Her Highness didn't release any bloodline ability, as a descendant, he would go and pick her up on his own will because she was a 5th generation. The only 5th generation in the entire galaxy. Yan Xian felt a sense of personal pride rising from within him at that moment. If he added finding the 5th generation highness onto his resume, that would be something which every bloodling would be most jealous of, for it was not one of, but the only such event in existence. Even if he didn't recognize the ancestor at first sight, that can be forgiven. Probably. Minister Yan, what do you think we should do now? The first in command of the Red Planet, Marshal of the Bloodlings Nizahang, who was almost kneeling on the ground, couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed Yan Xian. Do we wake Her Highness? No. No. Before Yan Xian could even respond, another bloodling quickly gave the choice no a vote. Her Highness went into the Galactic Network Games to relax. How could we disturb her elderly self? What you are saying is correct. Nizahang was still a little unsure. But what happens if she doesn't come out? We can't just keep on waiting like this. As soon as his words were heard by others, they immediately incited a mass rage. Marshal Nai, you are so insensible. What's wrong with waiting for a while? It's Her Highness. The only highness in the world. Indeed, if it wasn't Her Highness willingly appearing here, let's not say you a 40th generation, even us a bunch of 30th generation old bones would have no chance in meeting her 5th generation highness self. Yes, it's our honor to be able to see Her Highness. Yes, how could we disturb our Highness's refined interest? Even if we have to wait here 100 years for Her Highness to be willing to see us, we are all willing to do that. You're right, no matter how long I will continue waiting. Me too. And me. Count me in. Suddenly, responses continued one after another, the people's eyes staring at Yao Si becoming more and more passionate. They looked as if they were unable to pull themselves away from her, having all become newly promoted fangirls and fanboys. Everybody, ah, that's our highness, she looks so pretty. Really want to see what it feels like to clutch to her thigh. As to bloodling political affairs. What are those? Are they edible? Underscore. At the same time, Yao Si was trapped in the game and waiting for technical assistance. She had been waiting on the same spot for 2 hours, yet her optical computer had not the slightest response, let alone quitting the game. Even the red-named boy that was initially talking to her had given up half an hour ago. He saluted her, said a bunch of strange words looking somewhat angry, then threw her a red talisman and disappeared. From then onward, she kept feeling that her shoulder was heavy. She was no longer at ease when she walked. She suspected that maybe the boy had given her some negative buff from the rage caused by communication failure. Picking up the red talisman and carefully examining all sorts of wriggly symbols on it, she tried desperately to decipher what they meant. Just as she had expected, couldn't understand it. From system authentication, this is an artificial intelligence player, and has been added to the blacklist. Punishment, HP 5. This condition can be relieved by gaining reputation from doing missions. Yao Si had given up on trying to study the galactic dialect of the future from the start and had become slightly agitated. According to reason, the class should be long over by now. Even if the teacher really didn't realize that she was still in the game, the school was probably about to be over too? Or maybe the school hours of future kindergartens were longer. She surveyed her surroundings and quickly realized a possibility: what if the time in the game was different from the time in real life? Her heart fell to the bottom of a pit. With the experience from all the gaming novels she had read in the 21st century, that was in fact extremely likely. Yes, it must be that. It looked like she would have to continue staying in this game. Now that Yao Si found the reason, she let out a long sigh and stood up. She couldn't sit here forever. Since she had nothing to do, there was no harm in playing around a bit. Despite not knowing the mechanics of this game, with her over 10 years of online gaming experience, all the missions in the newbie village should be easy. Or that's what she thought as she walked straight into the village. Maybe it was because she had been in a daze for too long. There were much fewer players in the newbie village, but occasionally she could still see 1 or 2 people. Due to language barriers, she couldn't find anyone to imitate. She could only wander aimlessly in the village, so she did exactly that, yet she still didn't find any place to do missions. That was until she came to a butcher stall and saw a green-named player handing a rabbit to the owner of the butchery, receiving 2 talismans in return from the owner. Rabbits. Yao Si's eyes gleamed with light. Could it be the essential rabbit-killing mission that every single newbie village had? She had finally found it. She quickly walked to the stall front and prepared to accept any mission. "My client, you look so unfamiliar, first time at the village of Mystic Hares? What would you like to buy?" The NPC of the butchery eagerly greeted. The illiterate Yao Si only heard a long strand of yuan, and number at. Yes, this must be the introduction to the mission. Seeing that she didn't respond for some time, the owner of the butcher stall was quite confused, but as a professional NPC, he continued to enthusiastically explain, "What meat would you like to have? You can rest assured that all my meat here is absolutely fresh." Silence. "Would you like some beef, lamb, or pork? Keep pretending that you can understand. You don't like those? I have newly arrived rabbit meat as well. Is the mission briefing still not over yet? My client, are you not ordering some? You can let your heart be at ease, I qián have been in this industry for tens of years, there's a guarantee on the quality. The meat has no single bit of adulteration. Such a long mission introduction. Look. Last year I was named the model worker in the village, here I still have the certificate of honor. He said as he pulled out a piece of wooden plaque with pride and passed it forth. Receiving the wooden plaque, Yao Si finally let out a long breath. She had finally received the mission. She turned and walked straight out of the village. Yes, I can finally start killing the bunnies, the NPCs here are so talkative. The owner who was robbed of his certificate of honor was left speechless. What was happening? Who was he? Where was he? My client come back, that's not for sale. My client. Sadly, Yao Si had already left the village. This is a pun in Chinese about how bloodlings, vampires, are undead, but it doesn't really translate to English. Clinging onto someone's thigh in Chinese means asking someone to bring you to their heights, in gaming terms it's to carry somebody, as in to win the game for them. Non-player character. Chapter 17, The Hares You Desired. Outside the village was a vast forest. Perhaps it was for the sake of making it easier for the newbies, but the trees weren't very tall, you could faintly see paths running between them. Occasionally there would be hustling in the grass patches, and soon a little hopping creature would jump out. No wonder it was a beginner mission, it was that simple, you could find the creature of the mission in no time. Yao Si had sharp eyes and quick hands, she hurried over and grabbed the bunny on the ground and began to seek the next one. In less than 10 minutes' time, Yao Si had caught 2. Only then did she return to the village, heading straight towards the butcher's stall. She placed the 2 thumping bunnies onto the chopping board of the owner. The owner of the butcher's stall, Qián, just stared at her. He gazed at the 2 poor hares in speechless dismay for 10 seconds. CL. Client, what do you mean? Why was she giving him hares? Yao Si stayed quiet. So there's progress on the storyline, wonder what rewards will be given for 2 hares? Qián was blank for a while, then looked up at the other person's name and suddenly understood. Oh, so my client, you have been affected with the venom of kindness and require cultivation to build on virtue. Then I shall accept these hares. Thank you, my client. As an intelligent NPC, owner Qián immediately guessed what the person intended. He then tucked the hares under the chopping table. Waiting for the reward, Yao Si did not say anything. Hey, what's happening? Why isn't there any reward for finishing the mission, were these hares not enough? But the person just then gave 2 as well. Yao Si was a little confused and tried to recall the games that she had played in detail. Was this a repetitive mission? Were the hare number random each time? Yes, this must be it. Understanding the key to everything, Yao Si decided to go back and continue hunting hares. Hold on, my client. Owner Qián finally remembered something. Give me back my certificate of honor that you took before. Unfortunately, Yao Si had already walked out of the village without paying any heed to him again. Yao Si spent an hour catching 5 hares and once done finally carried them back. She placed the objective plaque and the hares onto the NPC's table. This time it definitely had to be enough. My certificate of honor. Owner Qián jumped up and hugged the wooden plaque, letting out a long breath. My client, you scared me to death. I plan to pass this certificate of honor down the generations. Your venom of kindness was not serious, it could be easily unbound, why bother joshing me? He collected the hares on the table while pouring a cup of tea and passing it over. Tired? Here, drink a cup of tea to quench the thirst. Yao Si, who understood nothing, took the cup of tea into her hands. Was this the reward of the mission? Just as expected, the missions in the newbie village were so cheap. Nevertheless, it wasn't too bad to kill some time before the school teacher took her out of the game. So she drank the cup of tea, turned and headed to the woods again to continue her hare catching. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but she kept feeling like after she drank that cup of tea, her entire body had become lighter. The sense of heaviness that appeared after the red-named boy had left suddenly was gone. This was, the negative buff being dispelled by that cup of tea? What a worthy online game of the future, even NPCs could give out rewards according to the needs of the players. She immediately felt more motivated and began thoroughly searching for the mission creature, hares. She took 2 hours this time. And brought back 10. Butcher stall owner Qián could just stare. Looking at the hares on the table that were kicking with all their might to free themselves from the rope, he felt a wave of distress. Why had this person returned again? CLI, client, isn't your venom of kindness already detoxified? Waiting for reward. What are you planning to do with these hares? What a long storyline. My client, our stall doesn't need hare meat anymore, how about? Is he still not finished? How about you sell it to some other stall? What's the reward this time? Qián was speechless, and what's even worse was that he couldn't forcefully turn her down. Since The Legend of Commanding Celestials was the trendiest game on the Galactic Network, to strengthen the gameplay, every NPC in the game was fully intellectual, some even having self-awareness. That's why in this game, other than the newbie village, unless you requested for a system authentication, it was usually extremely difficult to differentiate between players and NPCs. In the game, it was a common thing for players to be fooled by NPCs. However, no matter how intelligent the NPCs were, there were still some system restrictions which could never be disobeyed for the sake of game stability. If one took owner of the butcher stall Qián for example, he could change industries and go sell vegetables, but he could never cultivate like the players do. The other thing was the central principle of the game, rules didn't only affect the NPCs, even players needed to abide by them. This was for game balance, preventing the existence of major bugs which might cause the system to crash. The bot player authentication that Yao Si had experienced was one of them. The Legend of Commanding Celestials had a principle which only allowed one person to one account, but as long as there were online games, there would always be power leveling. Some players gave their accounts to people who helped them power level, paying them some galactic currency for the fast level UPS. These people would install special programs which disguised themselves as consciousnesses into the game. These kind of plagiarism practices were called power leveling, and the more popular the game was, the more power levelers there were. All the power levelers had one thing in common, and that was leveling up. Repeatedly doing the same thing over and over again on the same spot, such as hanging on the game or killing beasts and etc. On some level, this would affect game balance, so the authorities introduced the anti-botting system. All NPCs had been set with this authentication functionality, scanning the mind of the player and then judging their actions to decide whether they were power levelers who were hanging. The venom of kindness was the minimum punishment for hanging. This condition usually targeted those players who had passed the mind scanning without any issue but had suspicious behaviors. For example, Yao Si who had sat on the birth spot for 2 hours back then. However, towards players who were affected by the venom of kindness, the NPCs also had a special rule. They couldn't forcefully turn down the kindness offered by players, and they had to grant rewards. Otherwise, with the intelligence of game NPCs, the players that were misjudged would have a difficult time in removing the buff and returning to playing again, which consequently would cause the loss of players to the game. To players, the negative buff, although annoying, could be relieved by doing some small charitable deeds, which were very convenient. Gifting things to nearby NPCs was the most common method. Of course, after the buff had been cancelled, no one would be so bored as to continue gifting, especially under the condition that the NPC had clearly expressed that they didn't need it. After all, offending a NPC in the game was nothing good. This mechanism had absolutely no problems logically. After all the years that the Legend of Commanding Celestials had been running, they hadn't met any loopholes yet. That was until they met Yao Si, who didn't understand the language of the NPCs. After seeing the player who had been turned down continue to stand silently in front of the stall, Qián had no choice but to accept the 10 hares on the tabletop with great awkwardness. He couldn't turn down the kindness of players by force. He turned and fumbled out a rusted iron sword from the general cargo container behind him and passed it to Yao Si. He had to provide a reward. Like Yao Si had expected, the reward of the mission was now different. The NPCs here were so intelligent. Yao Si, who understood nothing of the situation, happily accepted the iron sword and headed for the woods to hunt hares again. Maybe it was because she had caught too many, she didn't find any signs of hares near the woods this time. She could only head deeper into the forest. There, with the aid of the iron sword, catching became much easier. It was basically a swing of a sword and one hare obtained. Soon she had captured 10 already. She bundled the hares together in a high pile. It'd be great if there was a bag to place them, she thought as she extended her arm to drag the bundle. Her arm swung in the air, touching nothing. The hares had disappeared in thin air right in front of her. Shoot! What was happening? Where are the hares? How could they suddenly disappear? Where did they go? How do I get them back? Something flashed on the ground and the hares appeared beneath her feet, looking exactly like before they had disappeared. Yao Si was stupefied. Was this her game backpack? Her mind racing, she pressed her hand to the hares and muttered in her mind, backpack. Just like that, the hares disappeared the next moment once more. She then thought of it again, and the hares reappeared on the patch of grass again. This was way too convenient. This was awesome, it seemed like she could catch some more hares this time. So, she caught 200. Receiving a mountain of hares, Qián said. Lord! Can't you plague some other NPC, can't you just let me be? He really didn't need any more hares. Meanwhile in the royal kindergarten, the bloodlings who were dead set against disturbing Her Highness gameplay were thinking, when will our ancestor be willing to come out from the game and meet us? Of a computer or other machine, or a set of them, to stop functioning in the middle of a job or operation, to enter a suspended state, especially unexpectedly and without giving any indication of the cause. Chapter 18, What a Scoundrel! Yao Si had stayed in the game for a week and hunted rabbits for the whole time. She went from in the beginning only being active near the village to now exploring the entire forest inside out. However, the number of rabbits grew smaller and smaller, they went from visible near the outskirts of the village to now being absent even in the depths of the forest. It would be rare for her to find one or two. She thought that it must be the fault of the game designer. As the beginner creature of the newbie village, shouldn't it respawn in seconds? She had already went into the forest to hunt rabbits, but the rabbits near the village still hadn't respawned. This speed was way too slow. Yao Si thought about how she would provide feedback on this issue to the customer services when she exited the game while placing the 5,000th rabbit into the backpack. As she prepared to return to the village, she suddenly heard a ting noise from the sky and a solemn voice boomed through every single corner of the world. Ting! The celestial realm's sword-wielding bulletin, the human life contains genuine feeling, the human life has true loves. The cultivator number 38 has extended her helpful hands and successfully managed the rabbit plague issue that had been bothering the village of mystic rabbits for thousands of years. The villagers will no longer be tormented by this rabbit plague. To honor this cultivator's selfless actions, the celestial realm decided to grant this cultivator the title of the Healing and Helpful Force. An aggravation point will remain -10% forever as a reward. From now on the village of Mystic Hares will be renamed *number village. Yao Si had a fright from the voice that rang out of nowhere, but then she reasoned that this must be something normal. This was probably the game's public announcement, or probably a local tycoon who had spent money and bought a speaker or something like that. She quickly poised herself and continued on her way back to the village to finish the mission. She had no clue that the world channel had exploded. World, green dress in the misty rain. Even the newbie village had such an unbelievable hidden accomplishment, how come I didn't know? World, the last Zerg didn't know either, feels like I missed out on 100 million galactic currency. World, galactic conqueror. The main point is that reward, aggro -10% forever. Every time from now on that she kills she will only get 1% of aggro. With her properties, even if she got pissed and slaughtered the entire city, she would probably not experience the divine wrath. World, Dumkawa Kalei upstairs, your focus point is wrong. According to the reverse overlay of the system's own property effects, if anyone dares to blindly touch her in the wild, their aggro will immediately go to 11%. I feel like the divine wrath can chop you right back to the revival point. World, Galactic Conqueror oh shit. World, Brainless Fangirl of Prince Charming Mew oh shit. +1. World, Red oh shit. +2. World, Forever Dandy. Am I the only one who's curious why that ID is in gibberish? What about the special characters being forbidden? I feel very pissed about someone being cooler than me. World, poor the system's biological child, authentication complete. Yao Si didn't know how to open the world channel, and even if it was opened, she still wouldn't understand what was being said. So she was completely unaware that she had any extraordinary properties. Instead she was orderly placing the 100 rabbits which she had finally collected at the butcher stall owner's stall front. What will the reward be this time? Qián, who had already broken the bank, didn't have anything to say. __. Yao Si realized that compared to the decisiveness of previous missions, this time the owner dawdled for a long time. His facial expression was also particularly strange, transitioning from green to red to black and eventually fading to white. Finally, with a look of his own flesh being cut, he took out a small booklet with a trembling hand and passed it to her. Yao Si extended her hand to receive it, but strangely the owner latched onto the booklet with all his might. She pulled at it for a long time but still had no success. Was it because the mission objective number was short? She took another 200 rabbits out of her bag straight away. Don't know about others, but I have plenty of rabbits. _. The owner's hands quivered, the booklet in his hands fell to the ground with a thud. Luckily, she still had some stock. Yao Si picked up the booklet from the ground, patted the dust away, and headed out the village again. On her way, she turned to look at the rabbits piled into a tall mountain in the village square. With a sigh, she wondered when these creatures would respawn. Looking down at the booklet in her hands, Yao Si speculated that this must be a beginner's skill book or something like that. She opened it up, and as expected, she couldn't understand a single word, so she didn't dwell on it and threw it straight inside the backpack. Naturally, she didn't notice that the system's public announcement had rang again in the sky. Ting! The Celestial Realm's sword-wielding bulletin, Cultivator *number 38 of an unknown map has an enormous celestial virtue, thus it is no coincidence she received a copy of the Celestial Training Scroll. The path of higher achievement has been outlined, ascendance to an immortal will happen in no time. As soon as this announcement was released, it ignited the world channel again. Wold, the grassland, holy shit! What did I just see? The heavenly and earthly training scrolls from each level. Even the top-ranked god of the entire server has only obtained the earthly training scrolls. What in the world is the celestial training scroll? World, the girl-picking mushroom, who is this messy code 38? Could it be an internal worker of the game? World, otherworldly beauty just received an accomplishment and now a celestial training scroll. There's definitely something fishy behind it. World, Dumkawa Kalei, does anyone know this scrambled code? Can you let me ride on her coattails? Even a walkthrough would be enough. World, baby of the Mew family, PM her already. The other end turned off communication. World, Dumkawa Kalei, is anyone in the newbie village? See if the scrambled code 38 is still there or not. World, seed been leveling up too quickly, let the newbie village within 10 minutes after entering the server. World, bean left there in 8 minutes. World, I have already gotten the fruits 5 minutes. World, little 8 3 minutes. World, Celestial Realm Conqueror, the server has been open for so many days, how could there still be any noobs? That messy code probably already left long ago. World, Dumkawa Kalei. While the world actively discussed the possible plans of riding coattails, the NPCs in the newbie village were also discussing the matter of life and death of the newbie village. Village chief, she has already killed all the rabbits in the entire village. Our village was indeed plagued by them, but if she doesn't leave now, all the rabbits will probably go extinct. Did you give the talismans for leveling up? People of level 10 of Qi refining could be teleported right out of the newbie village. I did, but she didn't use them. Qián was about to cry. I really didn't know what to do. I don't have any other rewards from my shabby little stall. I almost took off the roof beam to give it to her. However, due to game rules, he had to give even something precious. I even gave her the celestial training scroll. If this continues, I will have no choice but to give her relics. The old village chief who had a white beard realized the seriousness of the situation. Moving his head and looking at the mountain-like pile of rabbits in the village, he felt distressed. Isn't there any other way to make her leave here? Go torture some other city's NPCs. Chief, I have an idea, Aunt Lee from the tailor stall suggested. If she doesn't leave herself, why don't we kick her out? You mean, summoning the demonic beast? As a high-intelligence NPC, the village chief immediately understood what she meant. He pondered it over then shook his head. No, we have boundaries in our village. Demonic beasts above the level of Qi refining cannot enter, let alone be summoned. Newbie Protection Zone. Summoning a level 10 Qi refining demonic beast is better than nothing, Aunt Lee continued to suggest. Since she hasn't even reached Qi refining, she's just a beginner with her basic physical qualities. Unless her physical conditions are better than those of normal people, level 10 of Qi refining will suffice. The village chief took a look at Qián, who appeared to have nothing to live for, then at the other villagers who were without any ideas, and ground his teeth. Okay. Let's try it. Therefore, Yao Si, who had long been looking for rabbits, had a white light flash before her eyes. Dong! A 55-inch wide super bunny appeared before her, its roar making the surrounding plants shake. Ha, you cruel-natured villain! How dare you do such a thing to the descendants of the rabbit race? I will avenge all my rabbit children and grandchildren today. It said, then raised a huge carrot in its hands and smashed it. Yao Si, who understood nothing, had a gleam in her eyes. It's the boss. Oh. So. Half an hour later, she dragged a mutant bunny back. Qián. Village chief. Aunt Lee. Fellow villagers. System. Ting. Player number 38 has outstanding talents and extraordinary perception. She is hereby gifted a relic, celestial robe with phoenix feather decorations. The road of cultivation is a long road, but those who travel its length shall ascend. Fellow villagers were thinking only one thing. Take it, take it, take it all, was that not enough? From then on, Yao Si's mission content had progressed from killing rabbits to killing a rabbit boss. An instance of a character, or monster, in a video game reappearing after having been killed. Short for aggressive or aggression. In MMORPGs, certain enemies have different ranges that will trigger them to attack. Some enemies can attack even when you are fairly far away, and some only attack when your characters is right next to the enemy or in very close proximity. Higher level enemies tend to have a larger range than lower level ones. Also, when large groups of people attack the same monster, it attacks the person with the most aggro points, which are usually accrued by dealing the most damage to it. A strategy guide for a video game, which slowly walks you through the game or story as you follow along, usually used to progress faster so you don't need to figure out the puzzles yourself or because you got stuck. Chapter 19, Ask My Sword. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Legend of Commanding Celestials gaming company. What's happening? This new server only opened 2 weeks ago, how could a relic appear? Isn't it the top-level gear which only appears when the anticipated late storyline progresses to the battle between the celestial and demonic? Producer. The technician weakly raised 3 fingers. To be exact, 3 had already been given out. What? The producer of the game immediately exploded. How could this happen? Did the system have problems? Quick, find out why it's happening. I've already investigated. The corner of the technician's eyes twitched. The same player received all those relics. Same person. The producer was enraged. What cheats did he use that he actually broke through our system's defense? She's just a level 0 newbie, and she didn't use cheats either. The technician then proceeded to bitterly tell him all the things he had found out. When the producer finished listening, his expression could only be described as holy shit. How could he not know that there was such loophole in the game? Then why do the NPCs in the newbie village have relics as rewards? Aren't those elementary NPCs? Producer, you forgot, the technician said, in the future storyline, all the NPCs from the newbie village are reclusive celestial beings. Wouldn't it be very normal for them to have some relics? Shit, so it's a grave he dug himself. Producer felt somewhat distressed, walking back and forth in the office multiple times before clenching his teeth and making a decision. Look up where this player with an unreadable code ID logged on, and empty all her game data. Enforce data rollback, just say she had violated the game's regulations. Then send another system announcement, stating that all those broadcasts just then were tests for a new version. He took a deep breath, then firmly said, for the balance of this game, we have to wrong this player. The technician immediately began searching for data, but soon his body stiffened, he turned with a face that was on the brink of bursting into tears. Producer, I'm afraid that this person can't be wronged. Why? Is there something wrong with her data? There's nothing wrong with the data, but the location of login has a little problem. Where did she log on? The red planet. Suddenly, the entire planning department fell into an eerie silence. OF*CK. Did he fell out of favor with the gods this year? Of all the species of players, it must be those narrow-minded psychotic bloodlings. If he dared to ban her account today, then tomorrow they would come and kill all of them. A good while passed. Send an acoustic message to his immortality Li Yu, he always knew that species well, let's see if he can help us contact Minister Yan and sort this out. The producer felt like weeping but had no tears. We're willing to compensate for all the losses the player experienced. The technician immediately went to contact him, but soon he returned with a bitter face again. His immortality Li Yu said that the Red Planet has enforced total security since 2 weeks ago and cut off all communications, even their own kind isn't allowed to exit or enter. He can't reach them either. The gods have made up their mind to end me. Right now, Yao Si was happily dragging along the NTH giant rabbit boss around like a kite. Yes, this game is indeed quite fun. Even bosses are made so numerous. But I wonder when will the kindergarten finish? While on the World Channel, for a few weeks now, the chat had been filled with one after another crazy system broadcasts. Ting. Player *number 38 received relic, Phoenix Feather Boots X1. Ting. Player *number 38 received relic, Phoenix Feather Headdress X1. Ting. Player *number 38 received relic, Phoenix Feather Armor X1. Ting. Player *number 38 received. All the players in the World Channel expressed, haha. As long as you're happy, jumbled code. Inside the kindergarten, the fangirls and fanboys who had been waiting tirelessly for almost a month finally began to realize that there was something wrong. Shocking. The old ancestor who had been sleeping for over tens of millions of years was now addicted to games and didn't eat or drink for an entire month. No matter how one looked at it, there was still something strange to it. All those that waited here were all some of the best leadership figures among the bloodlings. Although most political affairs could be handled through the galactic network, there were still some things that had to be done in person. Besides, without the permission of Her Highness, who would dare to spread this news, yet it wasn't appropriate for the Red Planet to be constantly under total security either. Marshal Nai? Yan Xian asked with a worried tone. Did Her Highness encounter some problems in there? Nai Zihang was dumbstruck. He turned and looked at everyone else present, his face beginning to cloud over with hesitation. After all this time, she still hasn't come out. Indeed. How about we wake Her Highness up? No. Definitely not. Yan Xian didn't have the opportunity to agree before the 35th generation elder objected again. Her Highness had been hibernating for so long, maybe she's just temporarily curious about the future world, that's why she hasn't quit the game after so long. But it has been such a lengthy period of time, Nai Zihang retorted. What if Her Highness is being deceived by a person from another species due to her unfamiliarity with this world? There are all sorts of people out there. The elder's face turned dark. It was a possibility. The ancestor of their own species being deceived by foreigners with evil designs, he couldn't even bear the thought of it. But if we disturb Her Highness like that, we don't need to wake Her Highness by force, Yan Xian suggested. If Her Highness doesn't come out, we can go in. We just have to request for some special identities from the gaming company and redirect right next to Her Highness, then we can ask any questions we have right in front of her. Hearing these words, everyone's eyes suddenly gleamed. Why had they not thought of this before? They quickly turned on their optical computers and began to contact the gaming company. The producer who had received these messages almost cried out like a wolf. Take it. Take all the accounts you want. What? There isn't enough backup accounts, currently can only allow one to enter? Then add some more, add them now. What? Because the executives of the bloodlings all want an account. Haha, as long as they could talk to the one who found the bug, even if the bloodlings wanted to conquer the entire galaxy he wouldn't mind. Underscore. Outside the newbie village, after slaughtering the rabbit bosses for 3 weeks, Yao Si realized that her backpack was now full. Her entire bag was filled with gear that shone with golden light. However, these items couldn't be thrown away either. If she threw one away then it would automatically return back into her bag. Yao Si predicted that all these items were probably bound to the account. It looked like she couldn't hunt rabbits anymore. She raised her hand and flung a dart at a giant rabbit who was running towards her from not too far away. She then turned and continued to dash for a short distance. There were some advantages to being a bloodling, at least when she kited the beast, she didn't need to worry about it catching up to her. The boss was tortured down to the last bit of blood by her. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, a white light suddenly flashed beside her, and Yan Xian, who was on a backup account, was now finally online. Almost at first sight, he recognized the ancestor before him who had conducted no facial adjustments. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. No wonder she was their highness, so confident. He raised his nose and strode over with excitement. Your Highness, I finally meet. Before he could finish, Yao Si raised the sword in her hand without any warning, turned, and slashed down at him. Hell, want to steal my boss? Ask the sword in my hands first. Yan Xian, who had just returned to the revival point, was left speechless. What just happened? A term in video gaming and elsewhere to describe when a ranged fighter skirmishes with a hand-to-hand fighter by running and shooting. This can have two purposes, A. To damage the enemy while staying outside of hand-to-hand range, or B. To make the enemy follow you so you can lead them to a specific location. Chapter 20, The Common Language of the Galaxy. In truth, Yao Si was a girl without much temper who didn't bear grudges. That is, unless she was pushed, and in that case it would incite an outbreak of rage. The fact that she didn't seek trouble didn't mean that she was afraid of it. For example, when someone was stealing her boss, she saw that the person who she had just killed and sent back to the revival point now led a whole group of people marching into the village in a formidable array. At that, her first reaction was, yo, so they grouped up and want to take charge of the scene. Clenching the sword tight in her hand, she made herself at home too. With a stride, she thrust herself into the crowd, lifting her sword and making one kill after another. Let's disperse the first wave. What's there to be terrified about, just do it. You think you're really something because you have so many people, what made you think reason stands on your side when you steal my boss? At that instant, the bloodlings were now all lying on the ground feeling bitter. What was happening? Everyone was caught off guard. She started killing without uttering a single word. What was wrong with their ancestor? And they didn't dare to strike back. Obviously. If they were courageous enough to be disrespectful to the ancestor, did they want to be drowned by the spits of the entire bloodling species? Hence, to figure out the cause of this problem they could only tirelessly run from the revival point again and again, trying to explain the situation. But with no exception they were all killed with a single slash before they could open their mouths. And even if they did speak a word, she would not take heed and kill them just the same. Every bloodling who was initially in high spirits to invite her back, had their fragile heart shattered like glass all over the floor. They had no choice but to stare confused at their ancestors' one-blow one-kill attacks. Her aim was so accurate it was as if she was cutting through immobile cabbages. Such figure with the vigor and vitality of the tiger, it was so stunningly beautiful. Fangirl and fanboy logic. They took 5 minutes trying to figure out why this scenario was happening, then spent the next half an hour admiring the heroic posture of Her Highness chopping people. Just as expected, not a single angle in 360 degrees that wasn't beautiful. Then they began to recover themselves. Yes, their ancestor must be blaming them for spoiling her gaming mood? They were guilty as charged. This bit of punishment was justified. Lie down, we must let the ancestor hack at us until she becomes happy and satisfied. Hey, you there standing like a fool, what are you doing? You're an old monster that lived for over tens and thousands of years, what's there to be scared of about playing dead? Lie down, that way it makes it more convenient for Her Highness to chop us. Everyone came together. There was no way that some would allow anyone else to fulfill their desire to enjoy the limelight in front of Her Highness alone, so no one stood up to revive themselves. Number talking about the professional qualities of a bunch of fangirls and fanboys. Number harvesting loads of headcounts and not losing a single drop of blood. Yao Si, who originally suspected that she was using a cheat, finally realized that there was something wrong. Why didn't these people fight back? Even though newbie accounts were weak, that didn't mean she would remain unharmed when they attacked her. Surely it didn't mean they were here not to fight but to apologize? Glancing at the ring of bodies, she had to say that this was very sincere. The galactic citizens are so civilized. Oh. This made her a little shy, so she tucked the sword away and decided that it would be all. She thought about her backpack and that it was already full, there was no meaning to continue doing the quests. She turned and sat down directly onto the lawn where she first entered the game and decided to concentrate on waiting to go offline. Looking at the empty lawn, Yao Si suddenly felt melancholy. She could remember that in the beginning this birth point was filled with seas of people, and now she was the only one left. As a professional gaming geek, she had a feeling that her level was dragging the whole server behind. After all, this was the first online game that she played in the future, yet she couldn't even leave the newbie village. She had fallen behind from the start line, and just the thought of it gave her heartache. The people in the World Channel were experiencing a more severe heartache. And they no longer had anything to say. Yao Si let out a long sigh and decided to continue being absent-minded, but from a short distance away a large wave of figures headed her way. They were the group that had just been beat up. Yao Si frowned, but these people only looked at her with joyful expressions, then trotted over. They knelt obediently beside her in a uniform formation, then stared at her with numerous pairs of sparkling eyes. The ancestor wasn't mad anymore. It had to be due to their excellent attitude while acknowledging their mistakes. Yao Si felt somewhat uneasy from their stares, and started guessing their purpose in following her. Maybe they enjoyed being slaughtered by her and felt that no discord meant no concord, so now they wanted her to join their gang? Although a language barrier existed, but those glimmering starry eyes were obviously full of adoration. She waited a while and saw that the person who first came to steal her boss coughed, then opened his mouth and said a whole heap of words. Here it is, they're inviting her into the gang. The person's tone was slow, his attitude rather sincere, and his voice was gentle, so even Yao Si could feel the overwhelming good faith in his words. Although, she still couldn't understand. Nevertheless, it was the intentions that mattered. If she overlooked the incident of boss stealing, he was a person who was just like her, still low level compared to other players and still wandering around in the newbie village. Yao Si immediately felt that they were in the same boat. Thus, she quickly accepted the man's sincerity. If they played together, maybe they could even explore outside the newbie village. It was decided, she was now part of them. Hence, Yan Xian, who was talking non-stop, gushing about his 120% apology, politely expressing the strong desire of the species to meet the ancestor and hinting at her to go offline, received only their ancestor's complicated smile in return, as well as a shining item that was stuffed into his hands. A token of Yao Si's good faith. Courtesy calls for reciprocation. From now on we are best mates who kill beasts together. Shoulder pat. Amazed face, / Yan Xian. What was the meaning of this? Why did the ancestor give him an item, the kind that was a relic, without saying a single word? Before he could comprehend the situation, Yao Si suddenly stood up and walked towards the crowd. She handed an item to each person, and each one of them were relics. Here, newbie gear is worthless, but it can show my goodwill. We're all brothers from the same family, no need to be so polite. Yao Si handed the items out one by one, and soon half of the bag was handed out. Future games are so intelligent, gear cannot be discarded but can be gifted, what a humane design. Everybody. Did Her Highness want to take them along, let them show off and play cool with her? Sigma, degree. Even the things that she handed out were relics, so heartwarming. The bloodlings boiled with excitement. Having the feeling of being about to break into tears, they rushed up and circled her. They expressed their feelings that were like the never-ending river water that surged forth. But no matter what they said, she kept maintaining that mysterious smile and remained silent. After a long time, she finally answered with one or two sentences of the ancient blue planet language, one which they couldn't understand. Don't be shy, we're all brothers. Let's go massa. Pa, let's play together. At that instant, the entire newbie village was filled with words that didn't reach their designed recipient. Sometimes when there were too many questions, Yao Si would just start pulling out relics for them again. If one didn't cut it, then two. That was until Yan Xian mentioned euphemistically for her to go offline and she shoved another item his way that they began to realize there was something wrong. They looked at each other in speechless despair, while Yan Xian took a direct step forward. Ancestor. Hello. Smile, keep smiling. I'm Yan Xian. Do you have enough items? I still have more. Give him more items, more items. You're Her Highness Yao Si, right? I will have to depend on you all in the future, my brothers. Play together. Your Highness, can you understand my words? Looks like I have given out enough, let's go hunt some rabbits. Everyone. A frightening thought suddenly emerged in the minds of every single bloodling. Their royal 5th generation highness, might, maybe, probably, most likely, not understand the common language of the galaxy. Then for the past month, what have they been doing? Sigma, degree. Chapter 21, The Old Butler. Ever since Yao Si was rescued from the game, all the high-ranking figures of the bloodling race were living in deep self-detest. None of them had had the slightest thought that Her Highness, having hibernated for over hundreds of millions of years, might not understand the common dialect of the galaxy. They all felt like crying. They had left Her Highness in an unfamiliar game, alone. They all felt like crying. Their Highness was lonely and helpless in the game, passing time and finding amusement by killing rabbits. They all felt like wailing loudly. They didn't even know how much Her Highness had to suffer to be able to collect that many relics. They felt like bawling their eyes out. They only realized that there was such a problem after a month had passed. They felt like dying. Hence, when Yao Si finally escaped from the game, what welcomed her were faces filled with heartache, bitterness, and sorrow. Watery eyes stared at her as if they were about to burst into tears the next moment. Having been baptized by these sights before, Yao Si felt that after being stared and glared at, you eventually get used to it. Your Highness, this is the fresh blood of the light globe beast that I just conveyed from the animal taming planet. It is quite flavorful. A middle-aged man held a bowl of bright red blood curd before her, and said with great respect, "If you don't detest it, try have a taste." The corner of Yao Si's mouth twitched. Not so much detest. That's excellent. I heard from my little girl that this was voted out as the most popular item by the bloodlings. Yes. It does smell nice. This blood even has the effect of replenishing energy, exactly what your Highness needs right now. I have a small problem. Do say, Your Highness. Is gifting blood curd a common visiting gift in the galaxy? She tapped a tabletop and immediately a ray of white light flashed, then a whole tablespoon of the same blood curd suddenly appeared. Because, I have already received 40 today. In addition to the other blood curd she'd already drank, she was stuffed. The man's mouth twitched. Holy shit! Those old bastards were even faster than him. Your Highness. As long as you have eaten it's fine. The old man set the bowl in his hand down and looked at Yao Si. Suddenly, a sour feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Every time I think of you being trapped inside the game for a whole month without eating or drinking anything, that feeling in my heart. It's the incompetence of us youngsters, making you our ancestors suffer through such a thing. His eyes turned red, and he sniffled as he said, "How about you scold me, Your Highness, or giving me a beating is fine too. That way my heart can feel better." He looked like he was about to burst into tears on the spot. Yao Si picked the bowl from the table with great awkwardness. I'll drink as you wish." Who said the bloodlings were all like reserved nobility? Then why did all those she met over the past few days were babysitter-like? It's just being trapped in the game for a month, to be honest. She didn't even take it seriously. She even wanted to try it again. 1 month was nothing, she was a person who had slept through the humans on Earth. No. She was a ghost now. She gritted her teeth and forced a bowl of blood curd down, then to prevent the man from taking another one out without warning, she changed the topic straight away. "How should I address you, uncle?" Those that came to feed her usually left after they gave her the blood curd, or at most dawdled for a bit and then left. However, this uncle had sat down straight away, and had an air about him as if he wanted to have a long heart-to-heart talk with her. "Your Highness, you are killing me, I can't endure this uncle from you." He quickly stood up, and with a more respectful attitude said, "I am of the 37th generation, currently the 13th elder of our race. My last name is also Yao. Your Highness, you can just call me Yao." Yao. Yao Si's facial muscles jerked. If she referred to a person who looked decades older than her like that, she had the feeling that she would be struck by thunder the next moment. She collected herself, then asked, "Elder Yao, is there any particular problem you want to ask me about?" Ever since they learned that she was a 5th generation, Yan Qián and other bloodlings did everything and were only a short step away from worshipping her. Despite guessing from the very beginning that after they learned of her bloodline they would have a change in attitude toward her, this change was quite frightening. That day, they moved her into this manner that was a size beyond her comprehension without any hesitation. She had lost count of those that came to meet her and gift her blood curd every day. It gave her an indistinct feeling that she had moved out of the kindergarten, only to be moved into a zoo. Your Highness, the matter is. Elder Yao straightened his body like he was about to report at work. In consideration of our previous negligence at work which resulted in some unforgivable mistakes, to prevent such an incident from occurring ever again, and to help Your Highness get to know this world better. Through discussions with the State Council and the Elders Committee, it was decided that from today onwards, I will personally protect you during the whole day, all 24 hours, as well as manage your daily life. In other words, starting from today, I am your butler. Oh. So to be her butler, this sort of thing required the State Council's decision? Then thank you. She did need someone to help her understand this society, after all. Your Highness, you're too polite. You. Can you not call me Your Highness? Where did they get this name from? It sounded quite strange. Yao Si will be fine. Your Highness has such a regal status, how can us youngsters casually refer to you by your name? The man's face had the words Your Highness's is honorable and divine, and cannot be violated written all over it, and he swiftly turned down her suggestion. This, all of the bloodling race will not agree. All right, as long as you're happy. What you meant is that, if I have any needs in the future, I can look for you, right? Yes, just like that. The old man nodded solemnly, bowing his body and completely entering the butler mode. Where would Your Highness like to start? Can you teach me your language? She took the translating device from her ear and waved it at him. Although this is convenient, it doesn't seem to work in the galactic network. Communication was the greatest issue she needed to resolve right now. Of course. He nodded. Regarding this, I have already arranged for it the day that Your Highness exited the game. The woman is a bloodling who's proficient in the ancient Earth language. Soon, she will come report here and teach you the common language of the galaxy. So they had already arranged a private tutor. Yao Si let out a sigh of relief. Then I will have to trouble you in the future. She patted his shoulder. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask your full name, Elder. Your Highness, my last name is Yao, and my first name is a single character qián. Yao qián. Need money? Oh. If it's convenient for you to tell me, how much do you earn each month? Your Highness, my salary is given out by the Elders Committee. Oh, that's assuring. So he earns allowances from the bloodling race. She had begun to worry for a moment if she could afford him or not. Elder Yao was about to inform her about something else when suddenly a long note of notifications began to ring from his hand. Outside the gate, the doorbell also rang. There's a visitor coming. Who's coming? Yao Si asked casually. Elder Yao clicked open his optical computer, and a small holographic screen appeared immediately before him. As he clicked on the optical computer, he explained to her, it's probably the person who's here to teach Your Highness the Galactic Common. Oh shit! He stopped in the middle of the sentence and with a slap closed the optical computer in a flash. It was so fast, his hand turned red. How could it be him? Who? Homophone for Yao qián. Chapter 22, The Great Elder has arrived. People were talking in the Elders Committee. What's happening? When did this malefic creature enter the border? Wasn't he at the W galaxy? It seems that he entered the planet just 2 hours ago. Hell, why did he chose such a time to return? It appears that he received the notice of Her Highness's awakening, so. What, a matter of such importance, which asshole notified him? Seems to be, Minister Yan. Everyone froze, then turned in unison to look at Yan Xian who was holding the notice of entry in his hands. Yan Xian's hands shook. After Her Highness's bloodline was examined, under the urgent circumstances, I notified every bloodling within the first 40 generations, so. The message was in mass, and he forgot to block that single person. Every elder's face immediately darkened. The second elder stood up and said in haste, "Immediately lock the capital, we must not let him reach Her Highness." Too late. What? He's already arrived at Her Highness's place. The silence was like death, everyone collectively stiffened then rushed out of the conference room together. "Your Highness, you must hang in there." Meanwhile, Yao Si was staring dumbstruck at the man who had suddenly appeared before her eyes and was smiling at her like a flower. "Yo, so this is our newly awakened ancestor." He walked around her in a circle, examining her from top to bottom. How cute! Unlike other bloodlings who acted reverent and respectful, his attitude was free and unreserved. "Hello." Yao Si felt a little uncomfortable from his staring, so she extended her hand and greeted him. He smiled even more widely, making his eyes and eyebrows wink into a thin line. The average good looks of the bloodlings were already exceptional, but he was clearly one of those that pulled up the average line. From his single smile, it was as if the whole room had bloomed with flowers. He reached out and took her hand, but then turned it over and lowered his head and kissed the back of it with full devotion. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, my highness." All his actions were very attentive, while his thick golden hair scattered down his back like golden beams. "Ha ha ha! Great elder!" Yao Qián on the side suddenly came back to his senses. He stepped between the two people with a long stride and, pulling his ossified lips apart, said, "What wind brought you here?" "Ah, 13, you're here too." The man looked as if he had just noticed Yao Qián's existence. He gestured toward him, then continued saying to Yao Si, "Oh right, Your Highness, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chu Zi, I am a 30th generation bloodling." I wasn't aware that the great elder had suddenly returned. Was it because of anything? Yao Qián continued to block the two, an expression of facing death unflinchingly on his face. He must never let that man get close to Her Highness. "Ah, 13, why are you so uptight?" Chu Zi patted his shoulder. "Since I'm also a descendant of the bloodlings, is there anything wrong with me coming back to visit the ancestor?" "Haha! Now that you saw the person, the great elder, you can return. Why the hurry?" The newcomer continued to smile at Yao Si. "I heard Your Highness is looking for a butler to take her around and familiarize with the things in the galaxy. Why not consider me?" "There's no need." Before Yao Si could open her mouth to answer, she heard the unhesitating rejection of Yao Qián. "The Elders Committee has already decided that I will be helping Her Highness get used to the things in the galaxy. There's no way I'm letting you do it." 13, there's no way you know more than me." Chu Zi pushed him aside without hesitation, and continued to maneuver himself before Yao Si. "Your Highness, what do you make of me? I know a lot and look pleasing to the eyes, how about replacing him with me?" Yao Si nodded her brows. She just wanted to learn some common sense, no matter who taught it, it wouldn't make a difference, right? Besides, judging by Yao Qián's stressed look, she had a premonition that this supposed great elder was a little unreliable. "There's no need." "Okay, that's decided." "Hey!" He walked up and draped his arm around Yao Si. "Then let me take you around to understand the red planet on site." "Wait! I haven't agreed. We're leaving." He suddenly took something out. Yao Si could only feel sceneries flash in front of her eyes before quickly appearing behind her. The panicking voice of Yao Qián reached her ears. "Your Highness!" Then the next moment, she was already standing in a patch of red forest. "Wow, I would have never thought that this particle transmitter actually works." Chu Zi clattered the little box in his hand with slight surprise, then turned and faced her, smiling like a flower again. "Your Highness, do you like it here?" Yao Si wasn't able to recover herself for a complete minute. After a long while, she began to come to her senses. After examining her surroundings, she realized that this was a forest that was completely different from the forests she'd seen before. Red plants were everywhere, some reached to the sky, others covered the whole ground. There were even bright flowers that were as tall as people and gigantic colorful mushrooms. She had a feeling that she had entered the world of fairy tales. This place was really, quite beautiful. Great Elder. Your Highness, just call me Chu. Oh, Chu, where is this place? She asked. Chu nodded his head while smiling. Yes, where is this place? Yao Si's mouth twitched. So you don't freaking know? Ha 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 ha, don't get me wrong, the place we were transported to by the particle transmitter is random, but the distance is within 200,000 kilometers. He lifted the little box in his hand. As to where exactly, a location detector would know, but with the current situation of Your Highness, don't you think we can learn the environment better this way? Sounds reasonable. Now that we have arrived in the forest, let me introduce Your Highness to the most common plants of the Red Planet and other matters that need attention. Yao Si nodded her head and listened carefully. Chu cleared his throat and began to explain seriously. There are many variations in plant species on the Red Planet. Relatively speaking, they are divided into dangerous and purely ornamental. Yes. The species that have currently been discovered total to. He paused as if deep in thought, then continued solemnly, a lot. Come, look at that over there which is very tall and like a tree, yes. That is a tree. The patch on the ground that looks like grass, that is grass. And those over there that are round and tall are mushrooms. Wow, I would have never guessed that Your Highness would be such a fast learner. Learn your ass. Who would do an introduction like you? You don't even have the bloody teacher qualification certificate, right? Why did he bring her here? I have eyes, thank you. As long as you're not blind, you can guess it, all right? She inhaled deeply, pushing down the fit of rage to the bottom of her heart, then turned and looked at the giant flower beside her. Chu, I think that flower over there. Ever since she had arrived, she had spotted that all the plants here were mostly red, only that flower was white. It was particularly outstanding at first sight, especially since it had grown so tall, a whole chunk taller than Chu. Besides, it had no stem or leaves, only a lonely bloom. Maybe it was just a delusion, but she seemed to have seen it move. Your Highness, you're interested in this? It's... If you dare say flower, I will beat you up. I've been tolerating you for a long time already. Chu was stupefied, but soon after he continued while smiling cheerfully, don't be like that, Your Highness. You must believe me, I'm actually quite knowledgeable. Haha. She had already experienced it. I'm quite familiar with this type of flower. He walked straight beside the large flower and poked its petal. It seems to be called gluttony. To be exact, it doesn't count as a plant, but rather an animal. Animal. It can't be mobile for a long period of time, and its appearance is akin to that of a flower. It also likes to pretend to be one, luring animals close, then with a single bite. Before he could finish his sentence, the flower that had remained silent beside him suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth, swallowing Chu whole. Inside it echoed the words that he hadn't finished, eat it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Chu. Yao Si had a fright, but the next moment in this urgent situation, she took hold of one of his legs with all her might. Are you freaking insane? You know it eats people and you go up to it and poke it anyways. He must be brain damaged, completely damaged. I'm just doing a demonstration for Your Highness. Half of his body was already swallowed inside the flower, yet he never ceased to answer her. Her Highness actually came to rescue me personally. Chu feels so blessed. Shut up. Now Yao Si finally realized why Yao Qián was so stressed. This jerk was a full-on lunatic. Can you at least struggle for a while? I can't hold on anymore. Come on Your Highness, The other trait of gluttony is that as long as it took a hold of something it will never let go. Would it have killed you to have said it earlier? I'll throw you. Are you so happy that you are being eaten? Can't you at least have a sense of crisis? Oh, Your Highness, forgot to mention another point to you. Don't ever touch any part of the flower, otherwise. Yao Si froze, staring at the foot she had placed for leverage on the petal. Hell! With the sound of "awoo," in a blink of an eye, they reunited inside the stomach of the flower. Only now did Chu Zi finish saying what he hadn't managed previously. You would be swallowed too. Chapter 23, Let me deceive the ancestor first. Quick! Notify Yao Qián, Yao Si shouted, gripping Chu Zi's collar with one hand. Her patience had completely evaporated and she didn't want to stay with this troublemaker any longer. I'm afraid I can't. Chu Zi waved the hand that was covered in flower mucus innocently. Other than the ability to digest, this flower's juice also probably has the function of blocking out signals. Besides, he didn't have that man's contact number anyways. Then what should we do? Surely that wasn't to stay here and be digested by the flower. Set your heart at ease, Your Highness, he replied carelessly. The gluttony can't digest bloodlings, soon it will realize we're not delicious and will spit us out. Next time say such things earlier. Oh, the tired heart. Ever since Yao Si got involved in the civil war of the bloodlings as an innocent bystander, she had never been this tired. Yellow-haired people were certainly no good folks. This time Chu Zi hadn't lied to her. After 2 hours being trapped inside the bud, gluttony, as expected, opened up with a wah, vomiting the two people covered in mucus out. A root even extended from the ground to push them away in disgust. After being released, Yao Si turned on the optical computer on her hand at the first opportunity, wanting to get in contact with either Yao Qián or Yan Xian. However, no matter how many times she clicked on their contact number, there was no response. What's happening? Did the optical computer break? Oh, so the messages were not blocked by the flower juice. Chu Zi's face was full of amusement, his energy showing no signs of him being anxious. On the contrary, he seemed to be slightly excited. It looks like the magnetic field of this forest is quite special. What about your particle transmitter? Yao Si asked. Transport us again. A shower when they got back would be good, she really couldn't stand this body full of mucus. Hey, didn't I tell you? The bloodling was alarmed. He took out the box, which he had previously showed her, and chucked it away randomly. Particle transmitters are single-use. Hell! Yao Si took a deep breath, she really wanted to have a cow now. Then what should we do? They didn't know their own location and they couldn't get in contact with anyone. It seems we can only wait on the spot. Or what? Maybe he has an idea? According to the designated distance of the particle transmitter, the transported distance wouldn't exceed 200,000 kilometers. So we could try to. He paused, then said each word out with a rare seriousness, walking back. Goodbye. Yao Si turned and left. If she ever believed in this lunatic again, then she was an idiot. 200,000 kilometers. That was enough to freaking travel through half of the earth, all right? Ancestor, where are you? Ancestor, Your Highness. Yao Si honestly hadn't thought that there would be such an odd man among the bloodlings. Other people would only cheat their father, yet he would deceive his ancestor. What was even worse was that once he got stuck onto you, you couldn't get rid of him. Being unlucky to this level was quite impressive. However, soon Yao Si realized what it really meant to dig a hole for your ancestor to fall in.
If you're enjoying this content, please like and subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave for more exciting stories.
It was hard to say if Chu Zi had his luck set to negative when he was born, but he was either eaten by a flower, grabbed by a tree, or captured by an unknown bird all the time. Anyhow, it was like all the unfortunate things were waiting in line for him to patronize. Yao Si spent all her time not walking out of this forest but just saving another person. Result? Chu Zi had not a scratch on him, whereas Yao Si got swallowed by a flower, whipped by a tree, and pecked at by a bird. She was tired to death from saving their two little lives. She had generated an unshakable doubt about her race's mental capabilities. Who would freaking keep these kind of dangerous flora and fauna on their own mother planet, allowing them to grow everywhere? What kind of imbecilic taste is that? Is there still time for her to make the request to be turned back into the blue planet person? Ancestor, why are we hiding here? Chu Zi poked Yao Si, who was lying on her belly under a bush. Can't you see the flowers ahead? She pulled him down with no hesitation and pointed forward. Flowers. Chu Zi followed her pointing finger and looked, his eyes suddenly brightening up. Hey, isn't that gluttony? Why are there so many? How should I know? Yao Si rolled her eyes, even the name gluttony she had learned from him. Though unlike the single flower they saw before, there were dozens them here. At first glance, it looked like a white pond. Yao Si was in a difficult situation. It was clear that if they got across the field of the giant flowers, they would reach the end of this forest. However, if they did take such a path, they would definitely be swallowed a time or two. Or if being truthful, a number of times. I wonder what these flowers are gathering here for. She could clearly recall that Chu Zi had said they weren't gregarious. Taking a closer look, she realized that the flowers were gathering in a circle in an orderly manner. Compared to the motionless, waiting for prey to knock on its door gluttony they'd met first, these were all slowly moving, as if passing something to the center before retreating, and in the center of them all. It looks like there's a purple orb inside. It was only the size of a fist, and if its color didn't contrast so much to the flowers, Yao Si wouldn't have even noticed it. The two bloodlings could see that each flower moved to the spot of the orb, then lowered their flower buds and dripped something on the orb before backing away again. Right after, another flower would come up, doing the same. It was like some kind of a holy ritual. They're probably feeding that orb. It could only be food that they spat out of the flower buds. Judging by the looks of it, that orb is either the king of the flowers or their young offspring. Let's take a detour, we must not touch. Hey, where did he go? Wasn't Chu Zi standing right beside her a second ago? Yao Si's heart sank, and she instantly had an ominous feeling about it. Like she expected, the next moment she heard the person's confused yet excited voice. Your Highness, is this the orb that you were talking about? Someone was standing in the middle of the sea of flowers, smiling brightly while holding the purple orb. Yao Si could feel the dull thud of her heart. Oh shoot! Suddenly, as if a light switch had been flicked on, each flower turned bloody red. The flower buds cracked open and uniformly turned to Chu Zi, who had trespassed into their circle. Inside the gluttonies something shone with a white shimmering light. Run! Yao Si didn't know where that burst of energy came from, but she ran into the cluster of flowers, caught a particularly thick-headed person, dug her heels, and bolted madly away. The next moment, the sky was filled with ice, clack 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 firing at them like machine guns. Each blade of ice was as thick as a human arm, and when they were fired at a force that they even damaged the surrounding woods upon shattering on hit. Yao Si had an extremely tough time running, for she had to dodge the ice blades while also avoiding being smashed by the falling trees as well. What was even more critical was that in her hand she was still holding an idiot. If it weren't for the experience she'd gained over the last few days from being tricked by Chu Zi, there would have been no way she could have ducked so skillfully. For a heartbeat, she had the illusion that she had been transported into the game of Plants vs. Zombies. Behind them were the field of plants and they were the zombies. In a moment like this, she only wanted to scream a sentence, Chu Zi, I want to eat your brain. Hell, this fool's brain was clearly not for thinking, it was probably for water storage. Yao Si dashed feverishly for half an hour until finally leaving the range of the flower attacks. Rolling her eyes at a certain culprit for her misery, she rested her hands on her knees for support. She didn't even have the energy to curse at him. Luckily those flowers were slow-moving, otherwise they would have been stabbed until they looked like sieves. Wow wow wow, I would have never guessed that those flowers other than eating people can also attack like that. So scary. Chu Ziyi's mouth pronounced words of fright, yet his expression was filled with enthusiasm. It was probably because he'd gotten used to digging holes for her over the past few days, so there was no shame of having done anything wrong on his face. Scary, and you go and bother them. Are you insane? Wait, she'd already decided he's insane. Your Highness. He looked sideways at her as if he had suffered from an injustice. I thought that Your Highness liked it, that's why I wanted to get the orb and show it to you. Who would like such a thing? It was obvious that it was him looking for trouble without saying a single word. Really? Don't like it? His eyes softened, and injured expressions took shape on his face. This again. Every time he did something wrong he would have this little poor puppy look, making her boiling anger stop at her throat, and she wouldn't be able to stay anymore. It was fine once or twice, but when he did it every single time, she grew immune to it. Don't like it. Her words were resolute and decisive. Oh. I think this orb is quite pretty. He flew the purple orb up and caught it again, but if Your Highness doesn't like it, then never mind. Why do you even still have it? Yao Si's heart tightened. How carefree was this person's heart? If they still had it in their possession and those flowers caught up, what would happen then? Throw it away, quickly. She moved directly towards him, planning to grab and throw the orb away. However, Chu Ziyi's hand suddenly pulled back, ducking away. Maybe because he didn't have a firm foothold, he took a step back and a cube fell from his body. Yao Si could faintly hear the long tone of beep. This fell from. She instinctively bent and picked the cube up. Chu Ziyi's expression changed, and he suddenly yelled out, "Don't touch it!" But she had already picked it up. Immediately a line of black letters projected from the cube and took form of words in her eyes. Stimulation setting shut down. What? Humph, I'd have never thought that you would find out so soon. Said a familiar yet much colder than usual voice. To manifest strong and sudden feeling, have a fit of laughter, fear, anger, etc., he got so mad I thought he was going to have a cow. Chapter 24, You Can Go to Eternal Sleep. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed like a curtain being drawn open. The mountains, the earth, the sky, and the vast red plants were all being wiped away as if a blackboard was being cleaned. It then gradually turned transparent and disappeared in the end. In less than 10 seconds, the forest which Yao Si had spent days trying to cross and still weren't able to leave transformed into a boxy white space under 20 square meters in size. Less than 2 steps behind here were dozens of gluttony opening their gigantic flower maws. But they were all trapped inside glass pillars, and she could faintly see white ice blades in their insides, not melted. What was happening here? Yao Si froze on the spot, unable to regain her senses for a long while. Ah, what a pity. Chu Ziyi tossed the little purple orb in his hand with a regretful look. I still have dozens of foreign plants, which I brought back from other planets, that haven't been tested. Test. Yao Si's mouth twitched, a rising fury surging from the bottom of her heart. You mean? We weren't transported to a forest? Yes. There were no cannibal plants? Yes. There were no human binding trees? Yes. And we weren't almost stabbed into sieves? Yes. So you've been fooling me around the entire time? She took a deep breath. Yes. Don't say it so harshly, Your Highness. Chu Ziyi switched back to the simple-minded look in a second, but the sense of innocence was missing from his eyes. Isn't everyone trying to welcome you with your return to our kind? as one of the great elders, wanted to express my friendliness and made a harmless joke. Harmless. Yao Si felt that the string called reason snap in her mind. She clenched her fingers into a fist and swung it right at his face. Choosy. Screw your grandmother. For the past few days, she had really treated him like a newbie, putting her own life on the line to save him. Yet in the end he told her that it was all for a test, that all of it was fake, f***ck. If I don't beat you until your mother can't recognize you, then my last name isn't Yao. Your Highness. Chu Zi was still smiling brilliantly, as if he couldn't be bothered to treat her fist seriously. He flicked his finger and two vines suddenly burst out from the ground, winding around Yao Si's flying punch. A gentleman uses his tongue, not his fists. You can't hit me with. Bam. The next moment, an angry fist smashed fiercely into his face. Chu Zi felt his nose becoming heavy, and two streams of vividly red liquid ran down his face. How? How is this possible? His eyes widened, and he revealed an expression filled with disbelief. Yao Si didn't have time to explain it to him. Her punches fell incessantly, like raindrops, onto him, and they were all aiming for the face and any other place that hurt most. The fury in the depth of Yao Si's heart exploded with full force, burning all her reason, forgiveness, and demeanor of an elder to hell. There was only one thought left in her mind: punch that asshole. Wait. How can you? Ouch. Don't only aim for the face, hurts. Ah. I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Wait, can you not kick there? Away. At that instance, the entire room was echoing with someone's soul-stirring screams. When Yao Si no longer had the energy to throw another punch, the burning anger within her heart finally dissipated a little. She then stopped, inhaled a deep breath, then kicked the person on the ground again. Spit it, what do you really want? She had no old feuds or new hates with him, so she didn't believe for a second that he'd wasted so much effort of dragging her here just for some bloody experiment. Your Highness. Chu Zi's originally goblin-like beautiful face was now swollen, reminding of a pig. He tried with great effort to get up but was unable to stand, so he could only sit on the ground. He wanted to squeeze out an innocent expression, but it caused the injuries on his face to throb and he inhaled sharply. Hal Gan Yao do dis, Chu Zi so upset. How can you do this, Chu Zi so upset, dot. Yao Si lifted the corner of her mouth and rolled her eyes at him. I was only making a harmless joke at you too. That's enough, stop pretending. If she ever fell for it again, then she'd be an idiot. Say it, what do you really want? Chu Zi was stupefied. He put away the merry expression and looked straight into her eyes, as if trying to make sure of something. After staring for a long time, he lowered his voice and asked, You really want to know the reason? Yao Si felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, but she had no way to escape it, so she nodded firmly again. Say it. Let's see what story you can come up with this time. Okay. He nodded, slowly stood up, and raised his head to look directly into her eyes. He was so close that they were almost touching, and standing like that he clearly spelled out his next 4 words. I don't like you. Ha, Yao. Si sneered, pushing away the pig head in front of her. What a coincidence, me too. His face turned rigid for a second, but then he continued, I received the notice, that's why I had to travel thousands of miles, all the way from another galaxy, to rush back. I was researching a very important project at that time, but I was forced to stop and return just because you're a 5th-generation bloodling. His swollen eyes were filled with displeasure. How ridiculous, why should I? Just because we're of younger generation, we must set everything aside and hold you above everything. Don't be a joke. What have you done for us bloodlings? Do you have any major contributions? Who decided that I must be friendly to you? I am an elder of the 30th generation and can count as one of the oldest of us. The corner of his lips turned upwards as he caressed the purple orb in his hand. From the Zergs to the fourth union of the current galaxy, I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Every battle of the bloodlings, every catastrophe I witnessed, because I am a 30th generation bloodling, that's my duty. I've guarded the bloodlings for so many years. He took a long breath, then tilted his head and looked at the white room. Everyone in our kind is like this, even 13 is like this. We're trying to make the bloodlings a better race, that's why. I'm the great elder of our kind. But you, what do you deserve? He looked at her with great defiance. You've been hibernating for tens of billions of years, you're only an outsider who relies upon her antique bloodline to assume great heirs. You've not done a single thing for the bloodlings, why should we recognize you as our ancestor? Address you as your highness. We don't even know your background, your character, and you don't even know the most basic language of the galaxy. His brows nodded when he exhaled. Yes. I did offend you, but as the great elder, I must do it for the bloodlings. I must make sure your arrival won't affect the entire bloodling race. If you really want to call me accountable for this, then I'm willing to accept your disposition. Even if it means that my bloodline will be cancelled and I'll fall into eternal sleep. Eternal sleep. Yao Si was surprised. Eternal sleep was capital sentence. Due to the special physique of the bloodlings, they were immune to all harm but the attacks of their own kind. If they were killed by their own, then that was really death, and the bloodlings called this method eternal sleep. You're a 5th generation bloodling. Naturally you have the right to exercise this privilege, even if it is without reason. Oh! Yao Si looked at him from top to the bottom. The powerful self-healing ability of the bloodlings had already healed half of the damage to his pig head. She stood up and flicked the dust off her clothes, then with a cold expression said carelessly, "Then you can go to eternal sleep now." Chapter 25, Can I beat him up again? Ah! Ah! Chu Zi was dumbstruck, his expression that was aflame with indignation suddenly stiffened on his face, as if he couldn't instantly grasp what he'd heard. Chu Zi, are you treating me like an idiot? Yao Si sneered. The Union, the Zergs, and the catastrophes that the bloodlings endured, did I cause any of them? What has it got to do with me? Even this your highness and the thing of summoning you back to the Red Planet, did I do any of them? I've never forced you to do anything, so don't even freaking think about pretending to have the moral ground on me. You're not living comfortably so you think the whole world is to blame. You think everyone is your mom. He was speechless. I don't care what intentions you have, but the things that happened the last few days, even if you did have absolutely justifiable reasons, they have nothing to do with me. You. He seemed to want to say something else, but rumbling sounds suddenly began to ring above them. Chu Zi blanked out, then chuckled and corrected himself. They arrived so quick. Not bad. He clicked something on his palm and immediately the surrounding white walls receded like a light curtain, exposing the outside world. Only then did Yao Si realize that the place they were at was a patch of red grass lawn. One she also knew since it was close to her current residence. She had taken a stroll through here before. In the sky overhead hovered dozens of aircrafts filled with bloodlings who looked worried sick. Your Highness! Yao Qián was the first to hop down and stride next to her. Are you all right? He took a look at her, then immediately held up a detector-like device to check her condition. You have suffered and it's all my fault, only realizing now that you're here. He looked as if he was about to break into tears. I'm fine, Yao Si could only reply to him with a smile. How can you be fine, you've been missing for so long, and was with. It looked as if he suddenly remembered something and turned and yelled at Chu Zi, Great Elder, you've gone too far. How could you take Her Highness away like that, and intentionally blocking out all the signals as well? What have you done to Her Highness? Ha ha ha, little 13, isn't she all right? Isn't it clear that I'm the one in a worse situation? You call this all right? Yao Qián pointed at Yao Si, who was covered in dust and mud, and wanted to cry even more. He turned back and looked towards Chu Ziyi as if he had just realized his strange state. Great Elder, what's wrong with you? Why are you bowing? There's been a small accident. Chu Ziyi raised his hand and indicated just how small with the gap between his thumb and index finger. Recalling the beating which he just took, he felt that his crotch was in even more distress. No wonder she was their race's ancestor, even when beating people up she was so professional. Yao Qián was still a little confused, but Yao Si lifted Chu Ziyi up straight away and shoved him over. I'm handing him to you, deal with him however you like, just inform me when you do. Yao Qián promptly caught him and handed him over to the other elders who had followed behind. Your Highness, it's a relief that you are fine, one of those elders said after taking a look at her. He then exhaled a long breath and turned to glare at Chu Ziyi. Great Elder, in view of your self-appointed task, and its consequences, you've greatly displeased all our kind. You will have to take full responsibility for this incident. Okay. Chu Ziyi raised both of his hands and made a surrendering motion. I'll follow you guys back and you can deal with me however you wish, he said right after, and then, covering his crotch with one hand, struggled up some elder's aircraft. While he did that he didn't forget to turn and wave at Yao Si, saying goodbye, Little Highness. Once the elders saw that he had the look of a dead pig not fearing the heat of boiling water, their faces darkened. They greeted Yao Si in a hurry, then after repeatedly instructing Yao Qián, they boarded their own aircraft and flew in the direction of the elders' committee. Right then, there were only Yao Qián and Yao Si left on the lawn. How will you people punish him? Yao Si couldn't help but ask. Judging by the serious looks of the elders, it appeared that taking her away for so many days was actually a grave matter. It couldn't be eternal sleep, right? Your Highness. Yao Qián looked at her strangely. Why would you ask? She told him the words that Chu Ziyi had just said. He said he kidnapped me because he was dissatisfied that I hadn't protected the bloodlings yet still have such a high status. After hearing all this, Yao Qián's expression changed. It became even more odd, and it almost looked as if he had constipation. Some time passed before he said, Your Highness, do you think, with our kind's special traits, do we need people to protect us? Yao Si was stupefied, and her whole person suddenly became stiff. Shit. So all those words filled with indignation were all just nonsense like I guessed? From my understanding of him, the Great Elder was probably, just purely manipulating you for an experiment. Is there still time for me to catch up and beat him up again? Chapter 26, I'm your great uncle. As soon as Yao Si returned home, she learned from the bitter Yao Qián what kind of person Chu Zhe was. He was indeed the Great Elder of the bloodlings, regardless if you cared for physique, special abilities, or knowledge, he was the most distinguished existence among all elders. It could be said that no one could rival him. What was even more rare was that even his IQ was the highest. It was because of this that he was more inclined to winning using his smarts compared to the bloodlings who fought without any extra word. If he used ordinary trickery, that would be easily dealt with. However, what corresponded to his astonishing abilities were his shrewdness. It was even more shocking than anything else about him. In Yao Qián's words, he was an unprecedented, purely natural, free of any impurity, a lunatic. If someone lined up those he'd tricked, from planet sovereigns to 1 or 2-year-old children, they could circle the planet numerous times. He had tricked almost every person, and his motto was, I see. I come. I trick. The best proof of that would be that as the saviors of the galaxy who had extinguished the Zergs, the bloodlings had for a long time been upheld as the existence of a hero-like species. That was until he appeared. In less than a century's time, the bloodlings had become a terrifying species that caused headaches whenever barely their name was mentioned. Initially, no one among bloodlings cared about this, since no matter what he was still part of the family. Besides, as an immortal species they lived for so long, it was needless to say that they all found some way to have fun, who didn't have one or two hobbies. Thus, the bloodlings had a careless attitude towards this person who let himself loose in the outside world. As long as he didn't commit things like exterminating a whole planet or killing off an entire species, which went above personal feuds, he could do whatever he wished. Moreover, the species in the galaxy lasted at most for thousands of years, while some died off in less than a couple hundred, so what dispute couldn't death solve? The galaxy is so vast, so no matter how badly some people are tricked, how clear they remember it, there will always be a day when it all fades away. However, this point was realized not only by the bloodlings but also Yao Si. He plotted for so long to trick people into great confusion, yet in the end they forgot or their entire race died out. Yao Si felt that this strongly impacted his enthusiasm for deception, and for a high IQ lunatic like him, this was clearly unacceptable. To ensure that his ability to deceive maintained a continual and stable progress, he shifted his line of sight on his own species. That's right, he wouldn't even let his own people off the hook. This kind of thing had now lasted for billions of years, and all the people of the bloodlings, no matter young or old, female or male, 30th generation, 40th generation, or even 7 or 800th generation newborns that were still in kindergarten were all tricked by him with no exception. Some he tricked mildly once or twice, while some were so serious that his victims were still recovering from it even though few hundred years had passed. His personality was so bad that it made people's blood boil. It also just so happened that those that were being tricked didn't realize that they had been fooled until the last moment. And when they finally came to grasp it, he was already on the run. It was because of this that Yao Si had become the first subject whose entry all species strongly opposed to, including the bloodlings. Second elder was tricked by him into hibernating for 300 years, third elder mistook someone else for his wife because of him, which almost led to a divorce, fourth elder wanted to add some volume to his hair, but now there's not a single strand of hair on his head. The prettiest spirit animal owned by fifth elder has not gotten over its depression yet, sixth elder. Yao Qián listed a certain person's crimes in detail, and the more Yao Si listened the more embarrassed she got. Although these weren't anything major, not some national hatred or family bad blood that needed to be resolved with death, but each gave people the impulse to crunch their teeth and give him a beating. If there's one word which could be used to describe him then it would be, annoying. Really freaking annoying. So should she be glad that he only dragged her to a few days long experiment? That's why we said that he returned specially for your highness. Shit. So he really did come all the way just to trick her. Seriously. He was so annoying. We've all been deceived by him, so I was the one with the lowest level of difficulty. Because he had tricked so many people, idiots had become scarce, that's why he found her. F***ck. Why did she feel like this reason was so messed up? Yao Qián nodded, and after seeing her looking as if there was nothing to live for anymore, he couldn't help but add, after this, he won't do anything to your highness in a short while. Short while? Don't stop me, I need to erase one asshole. Don't worry, your highness, the elders committee will escort the great elder out of the planet in no time. Yao Si let out a long sigh, but there was still something that she was unable to figure out. He has tricked so many people, hasn't there been anyone that sued him? No matter how small the matter, many a little makes a mickle, he must have violated some regulations, right? Why can he still walk about free and unfettered in the galaxy? Yao Qián's facial muscles twitched. He answered with a solemn expressions, believe me, your highness, keeping him inside the red planet is far scarier than deporting him. In the elders committee someone said, have you got eyes on the person? He's already been brought to the top security interrogation room, it has 24 hours non-stop scanning. Only surveillance and scanning. No, 7th and 9th elders are also there to keep a close watch on him. That's reassuring. When is the earliest flight to the W galaxy? Tomorrow morning at 9. Good, send him away immediately when the time comes. Don't delay. Understood, second elder. How's Her Highness? Has she been examined? Her health is fine, she's now asleep. That's excellent. This incident is our negligence at work. Her Highness has just woken up, she's still puzzled about everything in this world, so we must not let Chu Zi have any more contact with her. Third elder frowned. With his face full of distress, he asked, we will send him away this time, but if he still won't give up the idea, the next time. Who will be able to stop him? Everyone fell silent. A good while passed. How about? Let's go to the majestic palace and wake up His Majesty. Only he can. All the elders looked at each other, seeing the approval in the other person's eyes. Then that's settled. Second elder stood up. Let's go. Before he could finish saying his sentence, a person suddenly forced open the conference room door and rushed in. This is not good. His Majesty is gone. What? Right then, Yao Si awoke with a start from her sleep. Full of confusion, she looked at the man who had suddenly appeared next to her bed. Was she encountering Psycho number 2? The corners of her lips jerked and she sat up straight away, staring at the person who was half hidden by the shadows. She was far from being scared, since her racial advantages were very obvious in such a situation. Are you sleepwalking? The silhouette paused, then shook its head. Too full from midnight snacks. The head was shaken again. Walked to the wrong room while looking for a bathroom. Still the figure shook its head. Then what are you doing in the middle of the night, not sleeping and pretending to be a ghost in my room? The other person stayed silent for a moment, then took a stride out of the shadow, exposing a face that could take a person's breath away. Just by standing there, it was as if he had lit up the entire night sky. Black hair that swept the floor and were as smooth as high-quality silk, a pair of blood-red pupils which didn't look exceptionally glamorous but gave off a sense of calmness that felt like the surface of the ocean after thousands of boats had passed. Yao Si was unable to respond right away, and even her displeasure for being woken up had suddenly disappeared without a trace. She could only subconsciously stare at that face, unable to pull her eyes away. Who are you? He walked over, his eyes glued to her the whole time, then opened his mouth and said with a cool but indisputable voice, I am your father. The corner of her mouth twitched. Haha, then I'm your great-uncle. Chapter 27, Strike a Cow from the Other Side of the Mountain. The person standing before Yao Si was silent for a bit before speaking up again. I am really your father. And I'm really your great-uncle. Yao Si dissed back without even considering the possibility. She really thought that this person had some kind of illness. Not even talking about him not sleeping and running to her room in the middle of the night, but he also pretended to be something he was not and claimed to be her father every time he opened his mouth. Do you think that because of that beautiful face I won't know that you're trying to take advantage of me? The person fell silent again, not moving or talking, just constantly staring at her. The initial cold aura about him seemed to have intensified. He knotted his brows, suddenly extending his hand towards her. What do you want? Shit. He entered here in the middle of the night, could he be a pervert? Yao Si's heart sank as she considered whether to notify Yao Qián or not, since it didn't seem like she was at a disadvantage. Underscore. His hand was already pressed onto her shoulder. I'll prove it to you, he said lightly. Hey! What did he mean? Before she could react, a stream of powerful energy suddenly passed from the palm of his hand into her, leaving her breathless. She subconsciously tried to resist, but that energy instantly went through all of her. In a heartbeat, her whole body, even each strand of her hair, was filled with it. Thump thump thump. Her heart began to palpitate, as if responding to something, and the pressure on her shoulder became heavier too. She had a feeling as if her heart was about to pop out from her chest. It beat faster, more excitedly, more heavily, and then, with a crack, the bed collapsed. The bed that was made from some unknown material turned to dust, and it looked like flour being blown by wind. Due to the pull of gravity, Yao Si ended up lying on the cold ground. Gentle cracks sounded indistinctly from beside her. There was a dull thud and she suddenly had an intense ominous feeling. Then, the floor really cracked. There was suddenly nothing beneath Yao Si, and as the familiar room became distant, numerous rocks fell with a loud clatter. She fell from the third floor's skyview room straight to the lobby on the ground floor. 6 feet under. Everything happened in a flash. Less than 2 seconds had passed since the man had raised his hand to now. And Yao Si was already lying on the cold ground of the ground floor while the first and second floor ceilings had 2 to 3 meter wide openings through them. She didn't recover from the shock for a long time. It was just too miraculous that she didn't feel a single bit of discomfort in her body. What a punch at the mountain which struck a lot of cows on the other side. Through the big hole above her, which crossed 2 floors, Yao Si could still see a certain culprit who was looking at his evil hand with surprise, a flash of confusion passing through his face. He frowned, then jumped down through the hole and hurried towards her. "You dead?" Yao Si didn't hesitate, delay, or doubt for a split a second. She latched herself onto the person's thigh. "You're my dad, you're my biological dad. Holy shit, your careless slap can penetrate through the entire building, you're freaking awesome." This kind of terrifying strength she had yet to seen from any of the bloodlings. Compared to her, this was clearly a highest level main account slaughtering level 1 newbies. "I'm willing to call you grandfather, let alone just dad. Stand up." "Yes, dad, no problem, dad. You should call me father. My name is Mu Xian." "All right, Daddy Mu, understood, Daddy Mu. I'm your sire." Right, understood, Dad. Your bloodline descends from me." Right, okay, Dad. You're my descendant." Yes, Dad." "What did you just say?" "The person who converted you is probably me. Can I curse you?" Yao Si had complex feelings toward this father who had appeared in the middle of the night out of nowhere. She was a bit discontented since she had been converted so long ago, yet, as a sire, he hadn't appeared even once during the whole time, let alone taught her survival skills. He didn't even care whether she died or lived, he was simply a hands-off boss. To her, sire was just a noun with no meaning attached to it. Besides, maybe it was because of the influence from the numerous curses that Brother Li, who sold blood curd, said daily, but the word father in her mind was exceptionally close to another one, jackass. However, thinking about it now, she didn't have any plan to hate him wholeheartedly. Although she was a vampire, but the amount of time she'd spent awake as one didn't reach half a year. She didn't have any profound or deep feelings toward the bloodling idea of bloodline being first above everything. Her mind was still stuck to the way of blue planet inhabitants. And for an adult of that place it was really difficult to place a person around the same age to the role of the father. In her subconsciousness, she only had 2 images for the word dad. One was of the person who left her in the orphanage at a young age, while the other had the last name Ma. Inhaling a deep breath, Yao Si pressed down on the chaotic state of her mind and looked at the person before her who was so bored in the middle of the night that he decided to climb into her bed. Plea. To reunite with his daughter. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, she felt that there was a need for her to have a good talk about life with him. "You said that you're the person who converted me, then you're a 4th-generation bloodling. What happened to the bloodlings are now all counting from the 30th generation. The 5th generation who just had some carefree days refuses to accept this number. Can I ask when you converted me?" The man paused, his brows knotted together, and after a while he shook his head. "I don't know." "What?" "I didn't know about your existence. Slight confusion arose on his distant expression. Before now, I haven't felt the drawing of your bloodline either. Wait. Yao Si had a somewhat hard time accepting this. Doesn't conversion require blood transfer? You mean you don't remember when you bit me? He remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Why did she have a déjà vu of being abandoned? Maybe you found the wrong person. How about we do a DNA test or something? Your bloodline indeed comes from me. He took a look at her. His face was still blank, yet it seemed shockingly serious. I was awakened by the draw of your bloodline. That feeling was quite strange. Despite him not thinking about anything, there was still a voice in his heart that urged him to leave his home and find her quickly. And it wasn't until the moment he saw her that he was sure that she was his descendant. That bloodline draw of yours, is it really reliable? Yao Si couldn't help but doubt, this kind of illusory matter, what would happen if he got it wrong? He immediately straightened and said with a serious face, we can try it again. What? Why did he say again? I can wake the bloodline in you, he said while reaching out and patting her shoulder again. The bed that had turned to ashes and the ceiling that was relieving them with cold air immediately flashed across Yao Si's mind, and she instantly understood what he was about to do. She quickly pulled away. Wait. I understand. This again. Can't you find a different cow to hit? Speechlessness filled her. Was the special ability he awakened in her demolition? If this continued, her house would probably be dismantled to nothing. Chapter 28, Damn Single for Billions of Years. Mu Xian was awakened by the draw of the bloodline. The moment he woke up, even he could hardly believe that he could sense his own bloodline from somebody else. It was an odd feeling, like despite your body being over here your heart beat in the other person. That beat felt sturdy and vigorous, and suddenly he recalled how someone had once described to him seeing their descendant. It was a feeling as if you were alive. He felt the unusual beating in his chest, and wondered about how this was what having descendant felt like. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about what would happen if he was to have a descendant in the past. Initially, though, he didn't want one, while later he couldn't have. When he saw the person before his eyes, he suddenly gained some understanding toward those of his kind who had lost their descendants and then did everything in their power to drag their enemies down to hell with them. If his descendant met with a mishap, he believed that he wouldn't mind burying the entire galaxy with her. He couldn't resist waking the person before him. Then he realized that this descendant of his was a little different from what others had said. Her abilities were unbelievably weak. By reason, this was already the galactic ages, so a fifth-generation bloodling like her shouldn't be as weak as she was no matter how moronic they were. However, she couldn't even stand just a slight activation of the bloodline in her. The bloodling's powers came from their bloodlines, so was his really that weak? For the first time in his life, Mu Xian began to have doubts about his ability. Based on her questions, he realized that she actually came from the same era as he, born on the blue planet billions of years ago. Then a question surfaced in his mind: how did such a weak descendant manage to survive? What's your special ability? He couldn't help but ask. Yao Si froze. I want to know the answer to this question as well. You haven't awakened your ability. Mu Xian was shocked. The reason is very complicated. Yao Si cleared her throat and explained how she had slept through the entire lifespan of a planet. You mean? Not long after you were converted, you were forced into hibernation. The more Mu Xian heard, the tighter his brows locked together. Yes, I only woke up recently. This means that the actual time you spent being a bloodling is less than half a year. You could say it like that. Mu Xian's eyes darkened, yet they were still indistinctly shining with some unknown brilliance that appeared to be both pleased and sympathetic. He suddenly reached out and caressed her head, and then in a tone that was clearly a few degrees lower he said, so, still a newborn? Ha! Hey! How did she become a newborn again? She had finally shaken off that label, "Don't put that hat back on her." She didn't want to return to the kindergarten ever again. "Follow me back first." Mu Xian turned to leave, but then looked as if he had suddenly remembered something. He pulled her in and rose into mid-air before she could react. "Wait! Where are you taking me, hey?" In a flash, he was already flying with her before she could stop him. Yao Si peeped at the mess behind them. Were all bloodling fathers this unreliable? The front gate was clearly on the side, so why did he have to jump to the third level while carrying her and then jump out the window? Mu Xian was a little concerned. Due to the connection of bloodlines, newborns were comparably weaker, because of which all descendants were always at their sire's side from the moment of conversion. They would guide them through learning everything about the bloodlings and accompany them in successfully awakening their special ability. It could be said that the person that accompanied the newborns during the most dangerous and difficult stages of their life were their sires. That's why there was more than just the draw of the bloodline between the descendant and their sire. Each of them was a very important existence in the other's life. But, there happened such an accident, where Mu Xian himself didn't know that he had a descendant. Originally, he thought that he had unfortunately missed her entire life. Despite her not saying anything openly, she would still have had to have some resentment deep down. That's why he had made preparations if she was to reject him, or even resist him for a long time. Yet she had not only accepted his identity straight away, she was still just a newborn, knowing little to nothing about the bloodlings. She didn't even know about the most basic bloodline awakening. There was still time for everything. He could slowly raise her normally. Time was not a problem, and weak abilities were far from being an issue. He was here, and the last thing that bloodlings lacked was time. That left him with only one problem: how does one raise a newborn? Despite having lived for so many years, Mu Xian really didn't have any experience in raising newborns. Still, he wouldn't go wrong by taking her back to stay where he could see her. When he thought about what he had just heard, her being involved in the bloodling civil war and being forced to hibernate for so many years, an unknown flame of rage suddenly ignited at the bottom of his heart. His cub had suffered so much in places he didn't know. If the second and third generations weren't history, he'd go to them right now to have a word or two. His impression of all blonde-haired species in the entire galaxy also dropped by 100 points. Come to think of it, to prevent any more simpletons from coming up, it would be best to greet the oldest members of his race. Thus, after a night of meetings, the deeply troubled elders found out that their Majesty, who had been missing for the entire night and was nowhere to be seen on the planet, suddenly appeared in front of them voluntarily. Your Majesty! Thank goodness he was really awake. With excitement, everyone knelt down on one knee in unison. It was as if their entire night of tiredness was suddenly swept away. It was such an emotional scene. No wonder he was their king, always appearing so timely. They were about to approach him and renew their close relations, but Mu Xian remained serious. Although, there were some slight signs of showing off in his demeanor. After instructing some things in a hurry, he disappeared, leaving everyone at the scene dumbstruck. First thing, Her Highness Yao Si's house collapsed, so he took her back to the majestic palace. Broken house naturally cannot be lived in. Yes, that could be understood. Number 2, Her Highness Yao Si had been converted less than 4 months before hibernation, so technically she was still just a newborn. That's why Her Highness' lack of common sense was a bit serious. Yes, that could be understood as well. Number 3, he will personally instruct Yao Si. The 4th and 5th generations were closest in bloodline, so His Majesty was showing his care for his own kind. Yes, that could obviously be understood. Number 4, Yao Si is his descendant. Who didn't have a descendant? That could be understood, your ass. His Majesty had a descendant. Who did it? Play. His Majesty could have a descendant. Well, Her Highness Yao Si was His Majesty's descendant. They did hear it correctly, right? How could that be possible? Who in the entire galaxy didn't know that the strongest among the bloodlings, His Majesty, was damn single for billions of years? Although the blue planet people were extinct, resulting in obtaining descendant becoming difficult, but no matter how difficult it wasn't impossible. As the ruler of the bloodlings, their sole king, it was nothing too troublesome if he wanted a descendant. However, what was troublesome was that His Majesty's genes had changed in that doomsday battle billions of years ago. His bloodline was very special and way too concentrated, so there was basically no one that could bear it. That being said, anyone could have descendant but not His Majesty. That's why, after all these years, their lonely king would go into constant hibernation. However, this time when he woke up, he suddenly told them that he already has a descendant. Already has. Has. S. _ Second elder, do you think that? The third elder opened his mouth hesitantly. You mean? The second elder's face turned pale. He made eye contact with every other elder present, and immediately, an idea rose in everyone's mind. God forbid, His Majesty had gone crazy thinking about descendants. He had pulled a random fifth generation off the street and now claimed she was his descendant. Single people were so scary. Everyone silently lit a candle for their new highness. Do you guys think that we should go and tip off His Majesty? Who's going? In a split of a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Chapter 29, Your Majesty, please come to your senses. What kind of experience was suddenly having another father? Yao Si believed it was an experience that you would literally die for. Dad. Father. I'm in good health, no problems like sleepwalking. Yes. I was an orphan since I was young, I'm used to being alone and I'm not afraid of the dark. Yes. Although I'm a bloodling newborn, I'm a blue planet adult. Yes. Then. She inhaled deeply. Can you not constantly stand near the bedside and stare at me while I'm sleeping? It was terrifying to wake up every single time to find someone staring at you from your bedside, okay? And one stare could last for an entire night. It didn't matter how politely she asked him to leave, either, he would come back the next moment. Aren't you tired? He shook his head. You're not tired, but I am. I have just hibernated for 200 years, he answered slowly. He was simply scared that he would lose this newborn cub of his that he'd taken him so long to find. Yao Si's facial muscles twitched. And I've slept until a planet died. Hungry. He extended his hand and caressed her head, diverting the topic. Although there were no obvious expression on his face, yet he looked extremely gentle, as if treating some fragile object. The rage that had filled Yao Si's entire body suddenly extinguished. She took a glance at the sky outside. It was completely brightened by now. All right, eating is more urgent. After quickly washing up, she followed Mu Xian downstairs to eat. She took a seat on one of the chairs. They had returned really late last night, so she hadn't paid much notice to her surroundings. This was then the perfect opportunity to survey the house of this daddy of hers that had come out of nowhere. Whether it was the room that Yan Qian had arranged for her to live in or the place that she had lived afterwards, compared to those high-tech houses that could be seen everywhere, this place seemed surprisingly retro. No matter if it was the tables and chairs, or the couch and table and TV cabinet, everything looked normal to her eyes, so normal that she thought she had returned to the blue planet from before. Every furnishing was a common item she could have seen in her era. This place. Yao Si paused, not certain how to continue. I thought these. They would be more familiar to you, Mu Xian said while passing a bowl of blood curd over. He omitted the part about him spending the entire last night reading up on the life of the blue planet. Thank you. So these were specially for her. Yao Si had been an orphan since she was really young, so no one had ever done something like this for her. She suddenly felt something warm flowing into her heart. Her nose began to grow sore and thoughts about a random father not being that bad of an idea began to appear, but can you not use a teapot to hold blood curd? Mu Xian's hand stiffened. Teapot? Did he remember incorrectly? And that's an end table, not a statement piece. Why is it standing in the middle? If I'm seeing it correctly, then that's a shoe cabinet, so why are there so many books in there? Besides, don't you think it's a little tilted? And the table we dine on is a computer desk? There's even a drawer for a keyboard. One certain individual who really wanted to bond with his descendant endured 10,000 points of damage. It had been too long, he had already forgotten the correct usage of all the antiques, so what should he do? Urgent, waiting online for reply. The dining room became eerily quiet. Until the doorbell rang. Only then did that certain individual started breathing again. He calmly set down the teapot in his hand and walked towards the door. His pace was brisk, as if he was escaping something. The fourth elder, who had lost in the drawing lot after sending Chu Ziyi away from the Red Planet early in the morning, rushed over to admonish His Majesty so he would come to his senses. When the door opened and he raised his head, he saw that His Majesty's face clearly revealed that he was not in a good mood. Underscore. His Majesty actually opened the door for himself. It couldn't be because he had found out about his intentions and was warning him in advance, could it? His ankles immediately weakened and he found himself almost turning around and rushing back to the Elders' Committee. Your Majesty. Something wrong. Mu Xian adjusted his expression and instantly returned to his usual unchanging iceberg face, while cold air began to radiate off him without his conscious thought. The fourth elder's legs began to shake even more violently. No, it's nothing major. So he had really been found out, certainly so. Why have you come then? Yao Si, carrying a bowl in her hands, came to peep through the door. While walking over, she pondered for a long time but still couldn't remember the other's name. I remember you're the second, third, fourth elder, or was it the fifth? Your Highness. Before she could finish her sentence, the fourth elder had already turned on the groupie mode, his face filled with excitement and his eyes began to sparkle. Although we only had the fortune of meeting once, you still remember that I am the fourth elder. I am so moved. Yao Si awkwardly set down the bowl in her hands. She really didn't remember, and she didn't think she could be blamed for it, there were just way too many elders. The short couple days were not enough for her to put them all in her memory. Why have you come so early in the morning then? It can't be because. Has the house already been repaired? Her first thought was that he had come for the house. House. The fourth elder was stupefied, and his face filled with confusion. After some time, he finally thought of something. Were the eyes that looked at him filled with a silent plea? Was Her Highness hinting that she wanted to leave the majestic palace? He knew it, Her Highness was indeed being forced. She was now seeking his help. As a qualified elder, he couldn't fall short of Her Highness' expectations and had an even greater obligation to warn His Majesty not to fall even deeper. He took a deep breath in and stepped forward, planning out his rescue mission. Your Highness, I am indeed here to notify. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt his body growing light, until he was almost hanging in the air. When he raised his head, he collided with a pair of eyes that were so cold that it looked as if they were two ice crystals. Every word His Majesty said was like a knife that stabbed the fourth elder right into the heart. If you have something to say, say it here. That's my cub, why are you moving so close to her? The fourth elder's legs trembled, and the courage he had just built up was drained clean with a hiss. When one person lacking self-consciousness lifted someone up, he didn't forget to turn around and remind his cub, finish your breakfast, don't waste food. Oh. Yao Si, on reflex, walked back to the table and swiftly finished the bowl in a few gulps. Then she walked back. Fourth elder, what did you want to notify me about? No. Notify. His Majesty's eyes are so scary. He's angry. He must be angry. No. Notify you that Chu Zhe left the Red Planet 2 hours ago. Sorry Your Highness Yao Si, the fourth elder apologized in his mind. He really didn't dare to expose His Majesty right now. Right. She had thought that he had came for the repairing costs. Number clearly not on the same channel. Yao Si would have never thought that the Elders' Committee would be so efficient in doing things. Just yesterday Yao Qián had told her of the ways to deal with Chu Zhe, and today the person had already left. She took a look at the fourth elder who was before her and saw that he seemed about to pass out. He must have had headaches about Chu Zhe as well. Thank you for coming all this way to notify me. You're welcome. She didn't even blame him for not helping her escape her situation. What a kind highness she was and how upsetting and dreadful the situation. Anything else? Mu Xian suddenly added indifferently. Interrupting my cub dining, what happens if she gets indigestion? No. Nothing else. The fourth elder trembled, wanting to disappear right at this moment. He turned around and wanted to dash away madly, but suddenly he remembered something. He took out a purpose orb and passed it over to her. Right, Your Highness, Chu Zhe said that this was something you gave him to take care of, so I brought it along for you. Yao Si was dumbstruck. I didn't give him anything to take care of. When she took a closer look, hey! Isn't it the orb that was surrounded by the gluttonies in that forest? Why was Chu Zhe giving it to her? When she casually took it into her hands, the purple orb suddenly made a brittle sound, cracking right through the middle. Yao Si immediately had a bad feeling. Just as she expected, the next moment a thunderous roar rang out. The ground trembled, and a voice filled with rage came from the sky, reaching every single corner of the Red Planet. Chu Zhe, I will make you pay for my son's life. Hell. Chapter 30, Interspecies Melee. As soon as the voice ceased talking, the ground trembled again as if experiencing a magnitude 10.0 earthquake. The sky that was initially sunny slowly darkened like something was shrouding it. The Emperor of the Thunder Sylvanese. Fourth Elder exclaimed as he paced in the courtyard. With a face filled with confusion, he looked up at the sky. Why is he here? Who the hell is the Emperor of the Thunder Sylvanese? Yao Si couldn't stop her curious self from walking to the side as well and raising her head to follow his line of sight. Such a monstrous tree. Oh! An enormous planet from God knows where was now looming over them. It was extremely close and was almost covering the entire sky, blocking the sunshine and leaving behind pitch-black darkness. It seemed like at any moment now it was going to collide with the Red Planet. However, the strangest thing was that this come from God alone knows where planet was mostly a towering tree. Its coarse roots enveloped the entire planet, and its luxuriant foliage seemed to coat the planet in a shell of green. Was the Emperor of Thunder Sylvanese referring to the entire planet? Chu Zhe, show your face. Thunderous roars came again, echoing like they were coming from the interior of the planet itself. The speaker's voice was deep and strong, bringing with it a wave of raging gale that blew over the entire Red Planet, making the surrounding buildings squeak under the force. Emperor of the Thunder Sylvanese. Fourth Elder nodded his brows, and his face that was sullenly pale moments ago was instantaneously ignited with color. His body was soon encircled by some sort of air movement, and then his entire person was lifted off the ground. As he flew towards the oncoming planet, he cried out, "Was your race given permission to invade our Red Planet's territory? Are you seeking war with our kind?" Humph! The tree-shaped planet moved and the voice rang out again. "Other people may fear you bloodlings, but we Thunder Sylvanese don't. If you don't hand Chu Zhe over to me, I will bury your Red Planet along with my son." Oh shoot, Chu Zhe! Why was it him again? What trouble did he bring this time for someone's entire planet to seek vengeance at their door? Such a boastful tone, Fourth Elder sneered. "You're only a race with a triple S capability, you think our red planet is afraid of you? 4. Just as fourth elder finished talking, there was the voice of second elder correcting him. Yao Si took a closer look. Since when had all the elders who were supposed to be in the elders committee flown to the sky? Not only that, the sky was actually filling up with numerous people of her kind. The sky was soon so thickly dotted with them that it became impossible to count them. Is flying one of bloodlings' skills? If so, then why doesn't she know how to fly? Stop wasting your breath. Second elder rolled his eyes at the planet above. If he had the guts to invade our red planet, then we should teach him why the red planet is so red. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky filled with incessant cheers. No matter how far away they are, those who offend my kind will pay. Hit him. Coming to our door asking for a beating, we will certainly fulfill your wish. Indeed, who even are those Thunder Sylvani, daring to come and boast before our red planet? You Thunder Sylvani are the first ones brave enough to challenge our red planet in thousands of millions of years. It would be an injustice to you if we didn't leave you with some memorabilia. Everyone had a word or two, making the already intense situation even more serious. Suddenly, it seemed like war was inevitable. Yao Si watched on with confusion. Hey, is this going to be a war? No way. Don't you need to clarify things first? Or formulate a battle plan before we get started? This is war you're talking about. And what on earth is this spirit of joy that's among everyone as if it's the Lunar New Year celebrations? Isn't this war? Why are you guys making it feel like a gang fight? Solemn up, hey. I haven't exercised like this for centuries, I must beat him so he can't even find a single root attached to him anymore. Fight. Beat the sh*t out of him. I will get started, you are all free to follow. What, how dare you steal my first? Right. As long as you're all happy. Underscore. You have pushed me too far. The gigantic tree became even more enraged. Its branches shook, and numerous giant green spheres flew out. Once they got closer, growing larger in size, they appeared to be warships with indistinct figures crowded on them. Avenge my son! The tree commanded. Immediately, tens of thousands of light rays shot out from the spherical battleships, aiming right at the crowd of bloodlings. Wherever the rays passed, the rumbling of collapsing building followed. At that moment, the entire city filled with flying dust. Oh shoot, they really started to fight. Bloodlings didn't hold back either. One could even say that they were a little, very excited. All kinds of special abilities entered the field of battle in turns, all being thrown at the spherical battleships. Suddenly, the scene before Yao Si's eyes turned into pure chaos. Yao Si couldn't feel any sadness for what was happening. She even wanted to taunt the opponents. This was a completely undisciplined, disorganized, rush-in-and-fight kind of battle. With such a setup, bloodlings couldn't really suffer any losses. Underscore. Thunder Sylvani's green spherical battleships were armed with weapons of mass destruction, but bloodlings who relied solely on their bodies still tied up the game. Neither side gained any advantages in the exchange, but all the buildings in the city were getting destroyed at a rapid pace. Some were even being smashed by the battleships that bloodlings knocked out from the sky. Yao Si couldn't tell if it was just an illusion, but no matter how heated the battle above her became, all the attacks seemed to purposefully avoid the majestic palace. Not even a single plant was touched. Bloodlings! The giant tree suddenly howled, and from between the tree's roots emerged a battleship that was twice as big as the ones before it. As long as we Thunder Sylvani exist, we will not let any of your kind walk in this galaxy. The speaker seemed to be even angrier, their voice many times louder than before. Its sharpness threatened to pierce Yao Si's eardrum, so she raised her hands in reflex to cover her ears, but someone else was on it before her. He blocked the raging roar for her. Mu Xian! Why did he come out as well? He didn't respond, but his brows knotted and his already cold face cooled down by a few more degrees. He suddenly released one hand and waved it at the sky. Immediately, a flash of white light flew out of his palm. It grew at the touch of wind, extending across to the sky toward the tree planet which was in mid-air. All Yao Si heard was the sound of something tearing, followed by a series of thunderous clamors, and the planet, which was bigger than the red planet and could cover its sky, blocking out the sun, was instantly split into two, along with the tree atop it. Only then did Mu Xian coldly spit out a word, noisy. Yao Si. Bloodlings. Thunder Sylvani. The battle that was in full swing a few moments ago immediately fell into an eerie silence. Mu Xian casually retraced his hand and took the opportunity to caress the top of Yao Si's head. His expression softened. "Are you full?" he asked. "Why are there always some simpletons that come and interrupt his offspring when she's eating her breakfast? Don't they know she's only just a cub?" "Hey? Full. I am. Okay." He nodded. "Go back and drink some soup, it helps with digestion." After Mu Xian finished speaking, he turned and walked back into the house. Right. When he was at the door, it seemed like he remembered something. His footsteps stopped, and he looked up at the tree planet that had been split in two and said, "If you're not dead, then come down, I have something to ask you." The sliced-in-two tree froze and stopped breaking apart. Its two halves trembled, showering the whole city with leaves. Yes. The Lord of bloodlings. Your Majesty. Compared to the confident war cry, this response was more like something that a timid wife would say. The next moment, the planet glowed with an intense green light, and the tree that was covering it disappeared, replaced by a man dressed in green. The interracial war thus ended in this kind of a bizarre way. It was as if the flame within everyone was suddenly extinguished, and no dared to move any more. A confused Yao Si stood with her mouth open. What had just happened here? Who am I, where am I? Chapter 31, Great God, please advise. From just that one strike by Mu Xian, even the elders were left reeling. With a hint of pride and another indescribable emotion, the crowd followed him into the majestic palace. Yao Si deliberately slowed down, tugging at Yao Qian. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Did Mu Xian really split the planet in half? He did, Yao Qian replied nonchalantly. After a moment, he added, but the Thunder Sylvani clan has always had a vigorous vitality, even if their planet was split in half, the root system would still be alive. But she wasn't asking about that. Mu Xian, is he really a fourth-generation bloodling? With just a casual strike, he was able to split a planet into two, something even first- and second-generation bloodlings weren't able to do. Back then, a young second-generation bloodling could only cause a minor crack at best. Yet, were all the fourth-generation bloodlings this amazing? She really needed to learn all the common knowledge of bloodlings. But Yao Qian seemed to have recalled something. His Majesty is a little special. Special? In what way? His Majesty is the only one in our clan that managed to awaken the ancestral bloodline, so technically he isn't considered to be the fourth generation. Ancestral bloodline. What's that? Then is he the first generation? Did she unknowingly ask the most clueless person? Come here. Mu Xian led the crowd into the house with no intentions of making them feel welcome. He just waved towards Yao Si, signaling her in. When he saw her seated by the table, he brought a bowl of noodles over. Eat while it's hot. Oh. Yao Si reached for the bowl, but she couldn't eat like this. In front of her was a group of people standing in an orderly fashion, facing in the direction of Mu Xian. The one at the very front was the ruler of the Thunder Sylvani. Honestly, his human form was quite dashing. He had a head full of long green hair, which seemed as soft as a green grass, while his face was young and clean, just like that of a pretty boy from a cartoon strip. His appearance was nourishing to the eye. Mu Xian seemed to have forgotten about their existence, not giving them even a glance. Because of this, no one dared to speak, standing with their backs as straight as a rod and their heads lowered as though they had done something wrong and were awaiting punishment. For a moment, Yao Si felt as though she had accidentally entered the discipline master's office. Mu Xian caressed her hair, reminding her, "Hurry and drink it." Yao Si felt embarrassed, yet if she didn't finish the soup, she was sure that Mu Xian would continue to disregard everyone else, hence she lowered her head to down the bowl. During it, no one said a word, and the sound of her drinking echoed in the silent room. Gulp. 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 The whole thing was exceptionally embarrassing. Is it necessary for there to be such a big audience when I'm just drinking soup? Yao Si finished the bowl in just 3 gulps and placed it back down. Before waiting for Mu Xian to ask, she said, "I'm full." Mu Xian took a glance at her. Satisfied, he reached for the table, and the next moment the meal. No, the bowl and utensils disappeared. He seemed to think for a moment, and then the out-of-place vintage furniture transformed into the galactic state-of-the-art equipment, and even the stool Yao Si had been sitting on became a velvety and lush crystal chair. Mu Xian turned to look at the group that was standing around. He frowned deeply and spat out, "Solve it yourself." Then, without offering them another glance, he opened his optical computer and sent Yao Si a few documents regarding the history of bloodlings. It was as though he had returned back to the parenting mode. Yao Si stilled, glancing at the man in front of her. Was he not willing to solve his own problems yet found it too noisy and so offered them a space to talk things out instead of fighting? All right, it's fatherly indeed. Your Majesty, Mu Xian. Thunder Sylvany ruler was trembling, but when he saw Mu Xian's disinterest, he sighed in relief. He'd better face anyone than Mu Xian's silent pressure. Thinking this, he turned sideways and looked towards the other elders, then took a deep breath and started to explain himself. Actually, I didn't intend to start a war with the bloodlings. If he'd known that the ruler of the bloodlings had awakened, no amount of courage would have brought him back to the Red Planet. I only came with my clan because one of yours stole my royal seed. Rubbish! The second elder snapped. What royal seed? Who doesn't know that my clan has no interest in other kinds of food? Why would we steal your seed? How would I know? The ruler of Thunder Sylvany snapped back. I personally saw the bloodling Chu Zi bringing it out. After chasing him through 4 galaxies, I landed here. Just a moment ago, I sensed that the royal seed was seriously damaged. Visibly agitated, he added, "Everyone in the galaxy knows that my clan is born from the royal tree and each of us only have one descendant, royal seed." Thunder Sylvany ruler tone deepened, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. His face darkened, looking grieved and upset. Your clan ruined my only royal seed, isn't that equivalent to ruining my entire clan? Chu Zi. The elders froze, glancing at each other nervously. If it was anyone else, they could stand firm, but if it was him, the possibility of him being a thief was quite high. I know that the bloodlings are strong and I don't intend to push the blame. Thunder Sylvany ruler choked on his last words as he wiped his tears. Now, I beg your clan to return my royal seed. Even if the shell is damaged, I won't blame anyone and I'll leave immediately. I'll even be willing to repay 10 times the worth of damage caused to the Red Planet. Shell is damaged? Yao Si's heart sank, and she reached for the broken purple little ball. Are you referring to this? Thunder Sylvany ruler turned. His eyes went wide, and his miserable shriek pierced the air. My son! He pounced over to snatch the ball in her hands, totally disregarding Mu Xian's presence. He held the ball in his palms, staring at it as though witnessing a tragedy, tears pouring out of his eyes. My son! My son! How did you get so hurt? Abruptly, he lifted his head to glare at Yao Si. It's you! Yao Si jumped, startled by his murderous gaze. Subconsciously, she stumbled backwards, and the next moment she felt something touch her hand. Mu Xian pulled her behind himself before turning to look at Thunder Sylvany ruler. "My cub, what's wrong?" He spoke slowly, his tone so cold it seemed to drip icicles, freezing the air around him. The entire room fell silent. Thunder Sylvany ruler trembled, his legs softening. He almost fell to the ground, forgetting the tears he was shedding. The ruler of the bloodlings had a child, how could he have not known about it? I just received that seed, Yao Si clarified. I didn't harm it. It just cracked randomly. That's impossible. Thunder Sylvany ruler shook his head, his rebuttal as soft as that of a mouse. Not even a person with three's ability can harm the shell of the royal seed, how could it crack by itself? I'm not sure exactly. Yao Si frowned. It was given to me by Chu Zi. Initially I wasn't aware that it was your royal seed, so you'll have to ask him for the specifics. Ugh, all in all, this was an incident caused by some crazy dude. Yao Si hadn't expected that Chu Zi would harm her like that. My poor son. Thunder Sylvany ruler hugged the seed, bursting into tears once more. His dashing superior aura was already gone, and his entire soul was on the verge of a breakdown. Where's the great elder? Second elder turned away, no longer able to watch the scene. He left the red planet early this morning. It's less than half a day ago, I'm sure he hasn't yet left the R galactic radius. Inform the customs to send the ship back. Yes. Third elder opened his optical computer to investigate. The next moment, his face paled. The ship escorting the great elder has already left our galaxy. What? Confirm his location and chase him back. The ship disappeared once it left the galaxy. Second elder felt a coming headache, yet he couldn't determine whether it was because of anger or because of the endless sobbing of Thunder Sylvany ruler. He took a deep breath before saying gravely, Thunder Sylvany ruler, if it's true, then our clan will take full responsibility. We'll get in contact with the Great Elder to investigate this issue. No. Before Thunder Sylvany ruler could even reply, Mu Xian interrupted, glancing lightly at the crowd. It's too troublesome. With a wave of his hand, the air seemed to converge, turning into a vortex, and a black hole appeared out of a sudden. Within it, a figure soon took shape. Space summoning. The second elder shouted out, his eyes wide in awe. Mu Xian lowered his hand, and the figure fell out from the black hole. Ah! It shrieked painfully, and a certain culprit that was said to have disappeared a few million light years away landed on the floor. The crowd stared in silence. Father! MMH! Could you teach me that move? Sure. Chapter 32, I want to see your parents. Thunder Sylvany ruler left with his clan. Even though Chu Zi was a maniac, he had no intentions of killing off their race. The purple ball he gave Yao Si was just the shell shed by the royal seed, which had actually sprouted into a tiny seedling, hence Chu Zi's intentions were purely to get Yao Si into trouble. Initially, second elder suggested for Chu Zi to follow them back, since the royal seed didn't sprout in Thunder Sylvany, which might cause some unforeseen repercussions. After all, Chu Zi was a specialist and might be of some help, but the suggestion was swiftly refuted by Thunder Sylvany ruler with no room for discussion. With the tiny seedling in his hands, he changed back into the giant tree and flew away with the green planet in tow. In less than a minute, he disappeared into a spark in the distance, his speed exceptionally fast as though afraid that Chu Zi would follow along. After a few days, all the residents in the bloodling capital received the demolition fee from the Thunder Sylvany ruler. I guess the matter ended peacefully, Yao Si thought. But after the war between the clans, the bloodlings were all busy restoring their damaged homes. For the past few days, everyone seemed in low spirits. Many of them could be seen sighing with hung heads, their faces filled with despair and helplessness. Qián. Not one of them seemed like they could fight. What was left was to settle the scores with Chu Zi. The Great Elder felt that this matter was much more perplexing than whether or not to start a war with Thunder Sylvany ruler. Even after the elders had held a discussion from noon all the way to night time, they still weren't able to come to a conclusion. In the end, a certain someone who had long wanted to chase them out instructed coldly, "Don't you like to play games? Then you should go to Nirvana." Everyone fell silent. Even Chu Zi, who had struggled to stay obedient in front of Mu Xian, turned green in an instant. Yao Si had no idea where or what Nirvana was. But she was delighted knowing that he wouldn't be having there, based on how his face had paled. Mu Xian's words were final. With a dark face, he chased the group that refused to leave out. They weren't his cub, so why weren't they leaving? Were they planning to stay for dinner? He reached out to caress his own rascal. After such a long while, she had to be hungry. The next moment, Yao Si was stuffed with yet another bowl of mouth-watering blood-nourishing soup. Only after a few days did she hear from Yao Qián where and what Nirvana was. Simply put, it was a real-life game planet, totally different from the naive web game that she had entered with her subconsciousness. That planet had extreme conditions which allowed one to unleash their full potential, hence the game company retained the original appearance of the planet and developed the game around it. The game itself required real participants and didn't have a revive function. If one were to die in the middle of their playthrough, it'd be the end. Everything that happened within would be up to one's fate, thus, that planet was always considered a training venue for the different clans in the galaxy. But since it was a game, in order to prevent accidental deaths, the game company installed many NPCs and a necessary storyline. This meant that even though the game was difficult, the players' lives were definitely not at stake. But, that was limited to the players. Chu Zi wouldn't be there as a player but as a NPC. According to the game settings, they had to live on the planet for 100 days. Yet Chu Zi's NPC would be different from the others in the game that could taunt the players at will. His would only have half the abilities and would have no say over his actions, he could only report the player's missions and protect the player's life. This was an absolute hell for Chu Zi, who had a stomach full of pranks. At times he would even be required to be a nanny, saving players from committing suicide. Yao Si finally understood what Mu Xian's words "don't you like to play" had meant. Chu Zi should get played for once as well. Yao Si remembered that the second elder seemed to have accidentally let it slip how she had been played by Chu Zi. So, was Mu Xian helping her get back at him? Instantly, she couldn't thinking. That was a wonderful move. She suddenly felt that having such a protective father seemed like a good idea. After the incident involving Thunder Sylvany ruler, Yao Si realized just how weak she truly was and that the galaxy wasn't as peaceful as she had thought it to be. A minor disagreement could escalate into a fight in an instant. It wasn't for the attribute of undead that she was born with, she would have probably died within 3 seconds of waking up. Hence, she was determined to master the art of survival. Mu Xian was delighted by Yao Si's diligence, to the point that he even had the impulse to flaunt to outsiders. Take a look, even at such a young age she has such ambition, she's my cub, no doubt about that. As the only bloodling that had managed to awaken the ancestral bloodline, Mu Xian had the most comprehensive knowledge of the clan's abilities, he could teach her about any kind of ability if only. I don't know. Yao Si shook her head. I haven't felt any abnormalities ever since I changed, so I'm not sure what it might be. Mu Xian was stumped. Have you taken a test? Yao Si recalled the pregnancy test kit that Li Zheng had given her. It's definitely not the 5 series ability. Yao Si's spirits were low. If not for the greater physical strength and accelerated healing, she wouldn't seem like a bloodling at all. Is it possible that I might have no ability? As a 5th-generation bloodling, who was also a cub of Mu Xian, she would be the galaxy's biggest joke if she didn't have any ability. Close your eyes. Mu Xian reached out to tap her forehead. Instinctively, Yao Si shut her eyes, and a cooling sensation entering her temples, flowing through her entire body. Half a second later, Mu Xian retrieved his hand. Don't worry, I can feel the ability within you, it just hasn't been awakened yet. Yao Si sighed. Luckily she wasn't bare. Brother Li Zheng must have been right, only her own father could guess her ability. Can you tell what it is? Mu Xian frowned. I'm not sure yet. The presence of an ability was obvious, even though it hasn't been awakened. When his energy entered her body, he realized that the ability seemed. Your ability is special, I can't seem to determine what it is, but you'll find that out once it awakens.
For more thrilling tales, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned to Chinese Novel Audio Wave.
Oh. Yao Si nodded. How do I awaken it? Mu Xian suddenly felt stuck. He had a whole lot of ideas on how to improve one's abilities but no clue as to how awaken them. He tried to think about how he had done it in the past. But it was such a long time ago, he could no longer remember. Since Mu Xian knew how diligently his cub was working, he couldn't bear to demoralize her optimism. Wasn't it just awakening one's abilities? Even if he didn't remember it himself, that didn't mean that the other bloodlings could not. After Mu Xian had personally chased them out, the elders were planning to return home for a good rest, but the moment they turned, they were met with the sudden appearance of His Majesty. Before waiting for them to ask anything, he threw them a question: how can I awake one's abilities? Do you even need help with awakening your abilities? Isn't it a natural instinct? Is there something wrong with your Majesty's abilities? The elders tensed, giving the question their utmost attention. Your Majesty, are you referring to Her Highness Yao Si? Second elder tried to test the waters. MMH. This. Young bloodlings usually awaken their abilities by themselves. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry, I'm sure Her Highness Yao Si will be able to do it in due time. Mu Xian frowned. How do the young bloodlings in the clan do it? The second elder took a moment to think. The newly born bloodlings are sent into the royal bloodling kindergarten to learn, and a majority of them awaken their abilities there. The faster ones do it in 4 to 5 months while the slower ones take 2 to 3 years. After they awaken their abilities, they graduate from there. Sending her to the kindergarten. Mu Xian frowned, seemingly unwilling to part just after he had found her. Her Highness has been to the kindergarten. Second elder hesitated before saying more. But her situation is a little unique, she isn't the same as the other bloodlings and wasn't suited to be there. Her Highness didn't seem to like it there either. Didn't like it? Mu Xian turned to stare at the man. What's the reason? She experienced some unhappy moments. What happened? I heard that on her first day Her Highness made all the bloodlings in the kindergarten cry. Mu Xian's face darkened. They bullied her. Get their parents to see me tomorrow. Who exactly were the ones getting bullied? Where's the logic? Where's the fairness? Even if he's being defensive, isn't this too much? Chapter 33, Let's Go and Fly a Kite. Yao Si considered Mu Xian an excellent father. He conceded to her every request and would reply her every question. Although, maybe due to his long hibernation, his face was perpetually cold and serious. His inability to reply to her previous question about her ability seemed to have affected his self-confidence, since ever that time he had replied to her subsequent questions in great detail, the information so thorough it terrified her. What's this? Information about abilities, Mu Xian replied seriously. Why are they books? Didn't they previously use the optical computer to obtain the information? I thought that you might be more familiar with them, Mu Xian explained. Even though your ability hasn't yet awakened, you'll still benefit by learning about them beforehand. Here are the summaries for the books. Yao Si's eyes brightened, following the direction of his finger that pointed towards a bunch of book titles that had appeared randomly, and many others. So last night when he didn't put her to bed was he busy preparing all these? But wasn't this a bit too much? In an instant, Yao Si felt herself entering a 5-year scheme where on the 3rd year was the high school exam. You can take a look at these first, Mu Xian said nonchalantly, passing a book over. This one is about the fire ability, it's the strongest among the 5 series. This is about the water ability, its attack is directly below the fire series but it has healing properties. This is the spirit ability, it can directly control one's consciousness and is considered the most dangerous one. This is the dark ability, with swallowing as its main attack. This is the light ability, its attack isn't strong but it acts as an auxiliary for the other abilities. He gave a brief introduction for each book before pausing. I only managed to organize a portion, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. I have a small problem. Yao Si lips trembled slightly when she raised her arm. I can't read that. Number my university degree Hua Si Tenbiadog. So why did he bother going through all these ancient books? Wouldn't the translation on the optical computer have been sufficient? A certain someone that had spent the entire night arranging the information did not have anything to say. He didn't seem to have realized that his cub seemed to be illiterate. Mu Xian froze for a moment before waving his hand, sending the books back into the space bag. I guess the learning plans have to be modified. After 5 days, Yao Si received another stack of books. A stack of over 10 books was piled in front of Yao Si. Read these and you'll understand. Yao Si glanced at the stack of books that was taller than her, and her head filled with black lines. She could feel her motivation and drive deflating instantly. Wasn't there such a thing as too much? This was akin to having her high school exams all over again. Were the galactic students this heavy burdened as well? Dad Mu Xian. Yao Si quickly chose a smoother greeting. Let me ask you a serious question. Sure. If I skip school, will you beat me? Yao Si had an impulse to return back in time to burn her university degree. She had spent a few years slogging in college, yet in an instant it was no more than scrap paper. Wait now, it was worse than that. The paper from the blue planet was at least considered an antique here. But complaining was useless, for she still had to attend school. She couldn't rely on a translation machine for the rest of her life. But learning a new language was not an easy feat. To everyone else, the galactic dialect might be their native language, but to her it was a foreign thing. Yao Si gritted her teeth, turning the translation machine off. The best way to familiarize with a language was to immerse oneself in it. Once she flipped open one of the books, she realized how detailed Mu Xian had been. The book covered topics such as pronunciation, and went all the way to grammar. It was also arranged from beginner to intermediate to advanced, which made it easier to learn than what she'd faced when learning English from her old textbooks. Beside the notes there were even handwritten tips for her to take note of. Previously, when she had wanted to learn the galactic dialect, Yao Qian had wanted to seek out someone that knew the ancient blue planet language. But it proved to be an arduous task as the language seemed to have perished with the years, but Mu Xian had used just 5 days to arrange all this information for her. The comparison made his capabilities all the more amazing. The best was still his thoughtfulness though, it was much better for her to learn through the book than in front of the cold and aloof Mu Xian. The familiarity seemed to aid in her studies, improving her efficiency. Yao Si used the diligence and drive she'd had for her high school exam, struggling through the books. Once in a while, she would take a break to go to the elders' committee to communicate with them. But most of the time they would look at her in confusion, babbling in an incomprehensible language before sending her back. Even so, her labor bore fruits. In just a short year, she mastered the basics of conversing, although the writing still proved to be a challenge. But there was no easy way out, she could only memorize everything. She had finished half of the books given by Mu Xian, and the rest were just a matter of time. Compared to her studies of the language, her ability still showed no signs of awakening. Mu Xian mentioned that each bloodling would awaken their abilities by themselves and there was no rush to it. But the time required for her to do so was unusually long, for the majority of bloodlings could awaken their ability within a few months and she had already spent an entire year. Yao Si was seriously starting to suspect that there was something wrong. Or perhaps it had been buried for such a long time that it had changed. Take a break. Mu Xian pulled the book out of her hands and passed her a cup of red liquid. Yao Si stilled, taking a sip. The liquid was tasty, sweet, and smooth like a pudding. She lifted her head to glance at Mu Xian who was helping her arrange her books. If the most unlucky thing was to be buried for up to 1,000,000 years, then the most fortunate blessing was to be able to find such a strong backer. For the past year, Mu Xian had treated her well, pampering her endlessly like a loving parent, never once denying a request of hers, always conceding to her demands. If it wasn't for him, she would have definitely not been able to master the galactic dialect so quickly, but Mu Xian. She felt an emotion she couldn't explain, something that was akin to guilt taking root in her heart. MMH. He replied casually with a placid expression. In an instant, all his attention was on her. Will I never be able to awaken my ability? After all, it's already been such a long time. Rubbish. How could his cub not have an ability? He reached out to caress her head. Your situation is a little unique, since you've been in hibernation for such a long time, it's normal that you're a little slower. But what if I really can't? The bloodlings that had entered the kindergarten with her back then had all graduated. Do you think that you could have gotten the wrong person and I'm not really your cub, after all? There was no way that someone who had awakened the ancestral bloodline would have a weak cub like her. Mu Xian frowned. He raised his hands and pressed down on her shoulders. The next moment, Yao Si felt a static energy running through her insides, her blood flow stuttering in shock, and she fell on her bum, the chair beneath her turning into ashes. Can you feel it? F***ck, was there a need to do that trick again? Are you showing off? Can't you be more serious? Mu Xian sighed, pulling her up before chastising seriously. Stop going to the elders' place in the future. They aren't very bright, so don't learn from them. The elders who weren't that bright would definitely be heartbroken to hear that. You've learned the galactic dialect well enough, so it's time for you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tomorrow I'll bring you out for a walk around Eternal Brightness planet. Eternal Brightness. The main planet in the Alliance. After staying home for such a long time, the thought of going out filled Yao Si with excitement. MMH. He nodded. Rest early. Yes, Your Majesty, no problem, Your Majesty. Hurry. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll listen to your every command, Your Majesty. Chapter 34, The Advertising Dogs of the Galaxy. The ruler is bringing me along to the mountains. PSSH. He's bringing me around to the Eternal Brightness. Yao Si understood from the book Mu Xian had previously prepared for her, Galaxy's Knowledge Compass, that there was an alliance between the three largest planets around, which was similar to how international cities did it on Earth back in the day. Eternal Brightness was at least 3,000 light-years away from Red Planet, but compared to the other planets, which were even farther away, it was considered the nearest main planet. Yao Si went to sleep full of excitement and woke up early the next morning. She was really interested to see if she was going to stand on a sword like the previous time or sit on a spacecraft as a country bumpkin from the blue planet. Mu Xian stood by the open door, waving her outside the house. Let's go. Yes. Yao Si went after him in a hurry. Mu Xian grabbed her hand, and they stepped out the house together. The moment they were past the door, rays of blinding sunlight spilled onto them. The scorching sun was a rare occurrence on the Red Planet, so today was indeed a good day to go out. We're here. Mu Xian suddenly declared. What? Yao Si stilled. What did he mean? It's crowded here, so keep close and don't wander about, he instructed seriously. It was only then Yao Si realized that in front of them was no longer the familiar entrance to the majestic palace. Instead, it was a long grey walkway, filled with people. She turned her head instinctively, and behind her was a door-like illusion that was disappearing slowly. Behind it, she could still make out the furniture at home. That was fast. Yao Si couldn't believe her eyes, turning back and forth for confirmation. He really meant it when he said go out. Where was the promised spacecraft, the promised flying sword journey, the promised 3,000 light years? Eternal Brightness Planet has a specific galactic door, Mu Xian explained when he saw her confusion. You can be transmitted over here from any planet. I see. Even though Yao Si couldn't really understand, it seemed impressive. Okay. She was still confused, but she followed along nonetheless. When they reached a long, narrow walkway, she realized that the place they came out of had an arched door a few stories high, and in the middle of the door was a layer of liquid that looked like silver. This liquid would spread to form an entrance every once in a while with all sorts of people walking out. Some of them had black hair and yellow skin like her, some had blue skin, some were weirdly shaped with 3 heads and 6 limbs, some came in flying with their wings. There was even a fish with a huge bubble over his head swimming in. Basically, the galaxy was full of wonders. Even though Yao Si already knew about the different clans in the galaxy, this was the first time she had witnessed it firsthand. Still, once she paid closer attention, she noticed that human-like figures ones were predominant. Yao Si felt like a country bumpkin, finding every small detail intriguing. It was as though she could spend a year staring without feeling bored. Mu Xian held onto her as they walked through the crowded walkway. In just an instant, the crowd seemed to have magnified, filling the space with a myriad of sounds. The skies were bright with transparent images big and small, neat and cluttered. Every form of advertisement floated about, some of which would even rush in front of the passers-by, following them for a distance before disappearing. Such advanced technology was no doubt part of the galactic advertisement system. Yao Si couldn't help diverting her gaze from the passers-by to the advertisements. She wasn't very familiar with the galactic dialect, so she spent a large amount of time just reading the words. Out of habit, she spelled them out loud. Flower Rain Tablets, the product used by the galaxy's #1 male god. God Mu's special pill. It calms your nerves and energizes your spirit. Blooming Growth Soap, have the same mesmerizing physique as the male god Mu Xian. Wooden Space Button, allowing you to have a space as wide as male god Mu Xian's shoulders. Mu Xian brand. What exactly were all these? Yao Si couldn't bear to continue reading and turned over to glance at Mu Xian. You can't be the male god Mu Xian they're all referring to, right? Mu Xian frowned, a faint hint of confusion tainting his face. He shook his head. I don't know. Was it just the same first and second name? But all the advertisements were aggressively using the name of male god Mu Xian, so this person had to be a big star in the galaxy. Just when they were still looking at each other in confusion, a giant figure flashed onto a giant screen in the middle and a loud voice rang out through the street. Are you looking for eternal love? Hurry and register in Mu Xian's Partner Introduction Center, which is full of all kinds of races and genders looking for marriage. Regardless of whether you have a human, fish, or bug form, if there's love in your heart, you'll be able to find your ideal other half. Mu Xian's Partner Introduction Center caters to your every need, fulfills your every requirement, so just believe in yourself and maybe you will be that very one I've been waiting a million years for. He. Yao Si felt her lips trembling. She rigidly turned her head. So, this galaxy has a matchmaking center. Mu Xian's originally cold face darkened, and a cold and frosty air exuded by him started turning their surroundings into ice. Maybe the person on the screen just looks like you. Yao Si felt a sudden anxiousness. Your voice isn't like that at all. Before she could finish her sentence, a shrill scream pierced the air. Ah ha ha ha! Male god Mu Xian, my male god Mu Xian. He really is the ruler of bloodlings, so dashing. There's no question to how he has stayed the reigning champion of the galaxy's male god ranking list for the past 1,000 years. He's my eternal male god. Is this the newest advertisement he endorsed? Makes registering so tempting, if only I could meet such a male god during a matchmaking session. Stop dreaming, he's a bloodling, he will never fall for another race. The male gods belong to the public. Male god Mu Xian, I love you. It's him indeed. Yao Si never knew her dad was so popular. A wedding advertisement played after, and every new scene ignited stronger screams from the crowd, while Mu Xian's face continued to steadily darken. Have you heard? Male god Mu Xian woke up from his hibernation a year ago. I never expected him to wake in my lifetime, it's really good to be alive now. I really want to see him in real life. Me too. Yao Si stayed quiet. Sis, the male god that you wish to see is right beside me. Mu Xian did not utter a word either. It's about time to hold a meeting with the elders. To prevent Mu Xian from turning colder and colder, Yao Si grabbed onto his arm and walked, in large strides, out of the walkway, turning into a quieter and more peaceful corner. Compared to the crowded main road, there was much fewer people here, and the streets were no longer filled with flying advertisements. At first glance, it was a strictly regulated street for the rich. After a couple steps down the road, a bunny jumped out straight at her. This lovely critter was gigantic, almost up to half a human's height. Its fur snowy white and claws thick and meaty, reminding her of the bunnies she'd killed in the game previously, which sent an inch to her hands. The bunny jumped up to her and suddenly lifted its paws, passing her a red flower. For me. Yao Si stilled. The bunny didn't respond, pushing the flower over once more. Thank you. Yao Si took the flower feeling flattered. Jump by jump, the bunny hopped into the distant. Yao Si had never expected that the people of the galaxy would be so friendly. She couldn't help lowering her head, but just as she was about to take a sniff, the red flower exploded with a loud bang. The next moment, an enthusiastic and passionate voice spoke up in front of her. Slivian space storage. It's 3,000 meters worth of space with no need for vacuum packs to save space so you can use all the space available. The sale will open on July 4th and it will cost you just 998. Just 998, and you'll have this wonderful item. 5-star products, just 998 each. You can pass by, but you definitely can't let this opportunity go. This is a must-have item in the galaxy, and even male god Mu Xian uses it. F***ck. All these advertising dogs. Chapter 35, Boss, Pamper Me. Mu Xian wasn't pleased, seemingly because of the advertisement. Even though his expression remained impassive, Yao Si could feel a suppressed pressure surrounding her. Ever since he woke up from his 100 years hibernation, he had been trying to educate her, so he had never once left the Red Planet. And so he was oblivious to how the advertisements outside had been using his name. Growth vaccination, beauty cream, space button aside, there was even a marriage agency now. And the worst part? He wasn't being paid. Yao Si felt an impulse to claim back her rights. Do you like this? When Mu Xian noticed Yao Si being motionless, he bent down to glance at the flower advertisement that was about to disappear. He suggested, let's take a look then. Ah! She was just shocked into a daze by the abruptness of the advertisement. Mu Xian held onto her hand, leading her towards the right side of the street. It was different from the shopping streets in Blue Planet, for there wasn't any architecture along the streets, instead it was filled with neat rows of lit-up screens. The screen that they were heading towards had the words, Virtual Space, two simple big words. Space? Were they referring to the space button? Honestly, she was indeed curious and wanted to clear her doubts. Just as Yao Si was still contemplating which store it was, Mu Xian led her into one. The floor below them started to gleam, and cubes, which covered the space of around half a square meter, lit up and started to raise, sending them upwards at a high speed. Was this the galaxy's elevator? Yao Si glanced around with interest. There were indeed a few others ascending just like them. In less than a minute, they entered the clouds, which were particularly dense around there, and she could feel the thick layer of fog brush past her. This lasted for about a whole minute, and once they left it the sight was blinding. Blocks and blocks of buildings Yao Si had never seen before appeared before her eyes. Some of them were tall and had crystals on them, while others were weirdly shaped. Compared to the bloodling architecture which was influenced by the ancient blue planet, this one was much more diverse and unconventional. The designs here were such that she'd never seen before, and there didn't seem that here existed a building that one couldn't build. Instantly, Yao Si felt as though she'd entered a fairy tale land. The glow below her feet brought her to a towering palace. In contrast with the novel architecture surrounding it, this building seemed more majestic and vintage-looking, emitting a vibe of luxury. Mu Xian held onto her hand, leading her into the building. The moment they entered, the scenery changed once more, and they were surrounded by a field of flowers and greenery. It was as though they had entered a botanical garden and not a shop. All around them were unfamiliar-looking flowers at full bloom. Their senses were attacked by their competing aromas. Yao Si's first thought was, the shops here must have splurged on their renovations. Welcome, a young lady at their right greeted. She had a human form and was wearing a green uniform, but behind her were 9 huge snowy tails, and 2 pointy ears were on her head. She reminded Yao Si of a 9-tailed fox. I'm your shop assistant Xiao Lin, happy to be at your service. What are you looking for? Is it storage components, machine equipment, or biological space? What was she saying? Yao Si looked towards Mu Xian in confusion. Storage components, he replied on her behalf. Sure. The shop assistant nodded with a faint smile, then pointed towards a flower bush at the side. Please come this way. Mu Xian held onto Yao Si's hand, trailing behind the shop assistant. The flowers squeezed to the side as though they had received an order, forming a walkway toward the white street ahead. What was surprising was that there wasn't any trace of soil when they left. Yao Si was particularly intrigued by the fact that even the flowers had a mind of their own. But she wasn't sure if they were real, so, mimicking Chu Ziyi's past actions, she couldn't resist reaching to caress a red flower, pulling lightly on it. A sudden cry pierced the air, startling Yao Si. Aya, it hurts. The blossoming flowers suddenly turned in unison towards the direction of the cry, akin to a crowd seeking out a scandal. Yao Si just stared at them. And Mu Xian stared speechlessly at her. The most horrifying awkward silence followed. The flowers can talk? Are they shop assistants and not ornaments? But she had never read about such a race. Miss, I see you like the whispering flower, too, the professional shop assistant hurriedly spoke up, resolving the tension in the air. The whispering flowers have low pain tolerance, and they'll cry out the moment someone touches them. Miss, if you really like them, we'll give you one. He. Thank you, but it's fine. So the flowers were the shop's alarm system. This was so embarrassing, but luckily she had just touched the flower. Lack of knowledge could really kill her. Yao Si kept her hands to herself from then on, holding on to Mu Xian as they ventured deeper into the store. The shop assistant brought them to a lake, where she lightly caressed the waters, seemingly activating something. Moments after, the water in the lake suddenly lifted, forming a screen in front of them, which bubbled for a while before clearing out. There an image then appeared. The shop assistant started to introduce the objects on the screen, explaining the uses and benefits in detail. When she was done, she asked, there are many storage components in the store, both biological and non-biological ones. Which would you prefer? Yao Si turned to look at Mu Xian. She had no clue about storage components, for the only thing she knew about them was what she'd seen in the kindergarten. One of her classmates, the fat one, had had a space button. Biological space, Mu Xian replied on her behalf once more. Sure. The shop assistant broke into a brighter smile as though pleased with the response. Sir, would you prefer an individual add-on or an additional part for the optical computer or for it to enter your human form directly? Mu Xian hesitated. Instead of replying, he turned to look at Yao Si. Which would you prefer? Ah. Yao Si stilled. Do you prefer a piece to carry around or for it to be entered into the optical computer? Knowing that she lacked common knowledge, Mu Xian provided a little explanation. So you could use it as an upgrade for the optical computer? Optical computer. It would be easier to keep track of it that way. Mu Xian replied before turning back to the shop assistant. Added to the optical computer, the one with the classic design. Sure. The shop assistant broke into a bright smile as though it was the first time she had met such a chic customer. She tapped onto the screen and a transparent box floated out. She reached for it, bowing. Sir, you have great taste, this is the most highly regarded design for a storage component. It's small and convenient, highly suited for female customers. She tapped onto the box, and the next moment, a screen appeared before them with a row of numbers, supposedly the price. Sir, what currency would you prefer? Galactic currency. Sure. Before Yao Si could get a good look at the price, Mu Xian had already waved his optical computer in the direction of the piece, paying for it as though it didn't cost much. Yao Si paused, momentarily feeling as though she had been bought over by a rich tycoon. Having a rich backup was indeed great, you didn't have to. There was a buzzing sound, and a pop-up appeared. Your account has been frozen. The three people froze, staring at the message. Chapter 36, VIP Customers. At that moment, Mu Xian recalled that the Alliance account would be frozen if there hasn't been a transaction within the past 100 years. When he woke up from his 100th year of hibernation, he had been preoccupied with teaching his cub, tossing the entire matter to the back of his mind. The moment the transaction didn't go through, he was startled, taking a while to process the matter. Hence, the machine continually rejected his payment. Your account is frozen. Your account is frozen. There was an awkward silence. Yao Si reached for his arm, smiling forcefully. I'll do it. She mimicked his moves, sending her optical computer over, hoping that the sum from Thunder Sylvany would be enough, else things were going to get even more embarrassing. There was a buzzing sound, and a new pop-up appeared. VIP customer. Wow! What does that mean? Before Yao Si could react, the shop assistant's face changed swiftly, her perfect commercial smile cracking as though she had just witnessed a shocking affair. With anxiety and fear, she bowed deeply out of a sudden. I'm sorry. I'll notify the manager this instant. Wait. Before Yao Si could stop her, she had already disappeared behind the pond. That woman should have explained herself. Did it mean I have enough money? Mu Xian. She couldn't help poking a certain someone. Do you think she's getting the security to chase us out? Is there enough time to run? Mu Xian turned to look at her, his stone-cold face impassive, without any signs of emotion. Yet when his eyes focused on her, his face held a seriousness he'd never once shown her. What's wrong? Did she get it right? Sissy. We have money. What was he saying that for? Without explanation, he reached out to caress her hair, his expression visibly displeased. Yao Si had no idea what was going on, but the next moment, she heard something opening near the lake. A stumpy man clothed in black headed towards them hurriedly, with the previous shop assistant following behind. The stumpy man was clearly in a rush, his head soaked in sweat. Reaching them in large, unsteady steps, he greeted, "Forgive me for the poor service." After steadying himself, he smiled brightly. "I didn't know you were coming to inspect the branch today, take your time, take your time." He took a glance at the two of them, but his gaze soon came to rest on her alone. "You must be the young mistress. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm the manager of the Eternal Brightness branch. My first name is Joe, and it's an honor to serve Miss Lu on your inspection here." Yao Si was the picture of confusion. What situation was this? My first name is Yao. The manager stilled, even more confused than her. "You're not the young daughter from the Lu family?" No. She was clearly from the Yao family. And at most she could be considered to be part of the Mu family. "You're not here to inspect the branch?" Yao Si shook her head. The manager's lips trembled slightly, his perfect smile cracking as he continued, "Ha ha ha, it's the same. It's definitely an honor to be able to serve such a prestigious customer as you." Back when Yao Si was paying, the system had hinted that she was a VIP, and that revelation seemed to have garnered her special treatment. "Are VIPs very special? Miss Yao must be kidding." The manager regained his conciliatory smile. "VIPs are the highest-ranking customers in the Lu enterprise list, which can only be arranged by the higher-ups in the boards, and there are no more than 10 people in it in the entire galaxy. It usually consists of Lu family members. 10 might be an exaggeration, but according to his limited knowledge, this kind of authority was only given to members of the board with more than 20% shares. Hence, the only ones that qualified were Mr. Lu himself, the young master from the Lu family, the young mistress. Even Mrs. Lu didn't have such benefits. Hence, when the manager heard the revelation, he anxiously hurried over. "Lu family." Yao Si recalled something. "You can't be referring to Lu Ren. So you are acquainted with Mr. Lu?" "They." Manager exclaimed in obvious joy. "He's the next head of the household." She finally understood. Initially, when she had just woken up, Yan Xian seemed to have cheated Lu Ren out of a large sum of money, which included some sort of card. So that dude Lu Ren had opened his own shop? Manager, I have an important question for you." "Miss Yao, please ask." "This very important customer. Can I get a discount?" The manager froze, his entire being fossilizing for a couple seconds. "Are you freaking kidding me? This is the way to prove that you're the boss. Hee. Miss Yao, you are a VIP, everything is free. Had that been really such a good deal? I want just the storage compartment for now." Sure. The manager wiped off the sweat on his forehead, taking a step to the side. "Miss Yao, please come this way. I'll bring you to the operation room and arrange for a master to help you with the installation." Was he bringing her to a professional? Yao Si turned back to look at Mu Xian instinctively. He nodded. "You can go, I'll wait here." Yao Si followed the manager to the other room. Mu Xian and the shop assistant were left alone. "Sir, do you want to rest in the lounge?" "No," Mu Xian replied, as he glanced in the direction of his cub. When she was finally out of sight, he opened his optical computer and entered the Galaxy's website to unlock his account. Yao Si just wanted to upgrade her storage, hopefully with interesting advanced technology. In the end, the manager brought her to an empty room which was a stark contrast to the bright jungle-like environment previously. Here, there was just a chair, and on it sat an old man. He had a head full of white hair, his long locks falling onto the ground. He wore a cloak and held onto a cup of tea, looking every bit like a celestial being. When he saw her enter, he was startled for a heartbeat. When he finally got back to his senses, he hurriedly stood up, shouting, "Good day." His tone was polite and formal, his celestial facade ruined in an instant. "Old Lu." The manager led her in. "Miss Yao is an important customer, help her install the optical space, and remember to add the operation seriously." "Sure, boss." The old man nodded with vigor, totally rid off his celestial facade. "Miss Yao, please hand the optical computer to old Lu." Yao Si did as asked. "Miss Yao, please reach out your right hand." Old Lu instructed when he received the computer. Yao Si was confused but still reached out her hand, without a clue what he was going to do. He extended his own hand as well and lightly tapped her arm. After a short while, a drop of blood flew up from between her fingers, but somehow, there was no wound. That drop of blood seemed to be alive, floating to old Liu's palm by itself. Chapter 37, The hostage is about to die. "All right, Miss Yao, give me a moment while I help you settle the rest." The man opened the space box brought by the store owner, and a tiny green flower floated out. After a few chants by old Lu, the blood on his palm flew towards the green flower, turning it red. The next instant a white one appeared beneath his feet, and just like in some kind of ritual, her optical computer floated up, merging with the flower. The whole scene was magical. Where was the promised advanced technology? Did she accidentally enter a fantasy filming set? The celestial race requires more time to add the storage component. The manager thought Yao Si minded the long wait, so he diligently explained to her what was happening. But old Lu is experienced, with his skills, the stability will be assured. Oh! Old Lu was part of the celestial race, which then explained the whole mystical act. I guess it isn't easy to do this. Yao Si was reminded of a certain someone that had brought her sword on a sword to Red Planet. This was the most perfect blend of technology and cultural uniqueness. This galaxy was just right. She had to just get used to it and everything would be fine. Yao Si waited patiently by the side, but after almost half an hour, she was starting to get bored. Her eyes wandered to the sides, and she caught sight of a button on the empty wall ahead. What's this? She couldn't help pressing it, and the wall before her lifted, exposing the luxurious buildings among the thick and fluffy clouds. Our store is located in the heart of eternal brightness, the manager explained when he saw her curiosity. We have the best view in the entire city center. Yao Si nodded. The view was indeed amazing, and it wasn't just because of the majestic buildings in front of her. Below the dense layer of clouds, one could faintly see a green field and some lakes, even a person flying over was in full sight. Wait a minute. A person? *CK, there is really a person flying over. Sir, will that person flying over get hit? Miss Yao, you're being humorous now. Eternal brightness has strict regulations, no one is allowed to fly up to the stratosphere. Gong. Before the manager could finish his sentence, a loud sound erupted, the glass in front of them shattering into pieces. A man in black entered, tumbling several times. Yao Si. The manager. Old Lu. Darn. The glass from the future was so poorly made. If she had known, she would have hid somewhere. You. Who are you? The manager asked after a moment, his face filled with terror, and even old Lu paused. The person in black stood up. After he glanced over the three of them, his gaze came to rest on Yao Si. Yao Si suddenly had an ominous feeling. As expected, the next moment he rushed towards her, grabbing her by the neck. He then pulled out a red and golden weapon which he pointed to the other two. Don't move or she's dead. Yao Si was speechless. *CK. Why was it her? She was the farthest away. Why was she so unlucky? After the man in black shouted his commands, a group of people rushed in. Unlike the one holding Yao Si, these wore a standard uniform. Their hands moved to their weapons in unison and they pointed them at the man. They should be the police, she guessed. Hey she, you're under arrest. Put your weapon down and surrender, the lead officer commanded. Step away or she's dead. The man in black wasn't the least bit affected. He pushed the weapon he held towards Yao Si's head, his grip tightening. Hey she, you committed so many crimes already. Do you really think you can escape eternal brightness? Stop moving, if I die she won't live either. Don't be rash, you won't be able to escape today, so what's the point in harming an innocent? I've already killed so many people, one more won't matter much. Even if she dies, you won't be able to escape. Put down your weapon. That's not certain yet. If you let me go, I'll let her go. Never. You're awaiting a death penalty. If I can't live, she will die with me. Release the hostage. We'll die together. Hey. Yao Si raised an arm. Can you guys change a term? Stop saying the word die, okay? It's making me anxious. I might be late in mentioning this, but I'm a bloodling. The kind that's immune to death, you know? Silence. Chapter 38, Being Good, Doing Good. Everyone froze. Yao Si could feel the person behind her tremble, almost dropping his weapon. I'm sorry. You chose the wrong hostage. The police officers in front that had been trying to persuade the criminal rushed forward without hesitation, swiftly advancing on him. A white gleam shone, brushing past Yao Si's ears. Thud. With a loud sound, it struck the person behind her. She felt the grip on her neck loosen and the person behind her collapsing weakly onto the floor. Miss, are you okay? The head officer asked, looking at her with concern. Yao Si shook her head. I'm fine. She was just a little disappointed by this first kidnap experience. That's good, that's good. The officer sighed in relief before breaking into a smile. Thank you for your assistance, we've been chasing him through a couple planets, and finally we have him. Even though he sounded magnanimous, he often turned to look at her with guilt, as though afraid she would request something horrifying. Yao Si glanced at the culprit who had fainted. What crime did he commit? He's a galactic pirate, he will often rob commercial vessels around F-37, taking many lives in his wake. Oh. He, indeed, seemed like a really bad person. About this person, Miss Bloodling, do you have any more questions? Can victims of the galactic era have requests? Yao Si stood in a daze, then turned to look at the frightened manager. Will you guys pay for the damages caused? Of course, of course. The officer nodded. I would like to express my utmost appreciation for these two citizens, if not for them, the process wouldn't have been so smooth. He nodded towards the other two. It's a little urgent so I'll leave with the culprit now, what do you think? Yao Si was confused but still nodded. All right. Why are they asking me? The head officer took a deep breath, as though having just unloaded a large burden off his shoulders. Turning to the group behind, he waved his arm. Let's go. Half a moment later, another officer came forward and bent down toward the culprit. But just as he was about to push him into the aircraft, Yao Si felt a sudden irritable heat spreading through her. Faintly, she caught sight of a red gleam on the culprit's hands. Her heart sank. Careful. But it was too late. The next instant a blazing flame emerged from the man in black's body, diving down toward all of them. Even if I die, I'll drag everyone with me, he howled. The entire wall and the neighboring spacecraft were swallowed by the fiery inferno. Yao Si's heart sank, feeling doom settling over it. We were prepared for your ability. The head officer scoffed. He raised his arm to press a button, and the next moment a white light began shining among the fire, a white protective layer forming around the policeman and the spacecraft. The blazing fire from the man in black was reflected from the white layer, bouncing back violently. Just like that. It turned around. heading in Yao Si's direction. This was indeed an unlucky day. F***ck. Who did she offend to deserve such treatment? The scorching flames flew towards her, itching to engulf her. Yao Si cursed and swore internally, her heart going cold. Just then, a sudden unfamiliar energy gushed upwards, bursting from her tiny frame. Instinctively, she straightened her hands, releasing that frightening force. The room cleared in an instant. Only the sound of dripping water could be heard. What just happened? Yao Si thought. Bloodlings sure are scary, the manager decided. Do we still need to add on the space? Wondered old Lu. What happened? A certain overprotective father seemed to have sensed something wrong and entered the room. When he saw the drenched room, he headed towards Yao Si. His presence calmed her instantly, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and fatigue washed over her. Darkness clouded her vision, and she fainted. Sissy. Recently, the members of the galaxy had noticed that bloodlings that had been committing evil almost of the time suddenly had a change of nature. They no longer fought at the slightest displeasure and had even begun to do good. At the beginning, a few crews of commercial vessels who sailed near F-37 had been hijacked by galactic pirates, but just when they were certain that all hope was lost, a few bloodlings came out of nowhere. They used their abilities against the pirates, wiping all of them out before leaving. Initially, everyone assumed that the bloodlings were bored and wanted some fun. But these occurrences started to increase, and the bloodlings started to venture past F-37 into other parts of the galaxy. It grew to the point that as long as there were pirates, there would definitely be some bloodlings around to make them pay. The entire galaxy was shocked. But that wasn't all. A few days later, the headquarters of the Galactic Alliance received a letter from the Red Planet's army. The letter only had a few words: "Where is the bastard's nest?" The Alliance Marshal was full of confusion. Bastards? What bastards? This was after all an official letter, couldn't they be more serious and state the specifics? Even though the Marshal was clearly annoyed, he didn't dare to confront them, worried of implicating the whole Alliance. He panicked the entire night. The last time the Alliance had received a notification from the bloodlings, it was before the Zerg entered the museum. The Marshal held an emergency meeting with the heads of the various races to analyze the bloodlings' latest mission, and together finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that piracy seemed popular these days. Were the bloodlings perhaps referring to their nest? The Marshal hesitated. If someone was going to die, it was better if it would be of benefit to everyone. The various races gave their support. Besides, galactic pirates were an old and pressing issue. However, due to their widespread, unforeseeable approach and distant location in the middle of the common galactic region, the Galactic Alliance was unable to clear them out. The Marshal decided that regardless of what the bloodlings were referring to, he would point them in that direction. Hence, he sent all the distant locations of the galactic pirates. He waited for the reply in apprehension, preparing for a response in case they weren't asking for the pirates but rather a certain clan. The response came swiftly, and with just one word: noted. What did they mean? Why couldn't they specify? Who communicates like that? However, a week later the Marshal finally got his answer. The galactic pirates that had been bothering the galaxy for as long as 1,000 years and against which the Alliance had been helpless were wiped out in one night. The bloodlings who had always kept to themselves and avoided trouble had actually went to the trouble of wiping out all the pirates. The ruler of the bloodlings, Mu Qián, had even personally headed to F-37 to destroy one of their nests. The greatest plague of the galaxy was uprooted by bloodlings just like that. It was even said that the bloodlings' internal department no longer greeted by asking, "Have you eaten?" but rather, "Are you bored? Want to fight some pirates?" From that moment on, no one dared to attack commercial vessels. Those that managed to escape death were the ones in prison, having already been caught. But even there, they trembled in fear at the thought of the bloodlings. Instantly, the bloodlings' image took a swift turn for the better. Mu Qián, who was already a godly figure to the bloodlings, became even more revered and held in deeper regard, becoming the idol of the galaxy. In contrast to such an event, something minor happened as well. The ruler of the bloodlings bought the Eternal Brightness planet. Since then, it was no longer the main planet of the Galactic Alliance but rather the bloodlings. Chapter 39, An Outbreak of Bad Luck. Yao Si was unconscious for a total of 3 days. When she woke up, she felt as though she had just finished a marathon. She felt fatigued and restless, but none of it mattered. She had an ability. Ha 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 ha. She was no longer a weakling among the bloodlings. Even though the water series was one of the weaker ones, it was better than not having any ability. Besides, even though the bloodlings were immortal, it sucked to only be able to get beaten without having an ability to fight back. Yao Si decided to hone her skills and recalled all the books Mu Xian had arranged for her regarding abilities. Afterwards, she started to recap the initial feeling, trying to feel the energy within her. But after an hour, since it just awakened, I'm not very familiar with the technique. After 2 hours, maybe I'm not doing it right, time to change the technique. After 3 hours, maybe I haven't read enough, time to study more. After 5 hours, *ck, why can't I feel anything? Hadn't my ability awakened? Sissy. Mu Xian couldn't bear to look any longer. He pulled her up onto a chair with disagreement on his face. Have your meal first. She had been sitting there motionless for the entire day. Even if it was urgent, she needed to eat. Dad. Yao Si felt a strong urge to cry. Not Dad. Mu Xian frowned, hating the term. Use my name. Blood relations didn't exist among bloodlings. Father was just a respectful term for a child to call their mentor, but somehow his child had misunderstood, imagining him as her real father. In the beginning, he didn't seem to mind, but right now, he couldn't seem to accept it. Mu Xian. Yao Si tugged on his clothes, sobbing sadly. Was I dreaming? My ability awakened, right? Back when we were at Eternal Brightness, you saw me summon water. Is my ability the water series? When her ability had erupted, it almost drowned the entire city. Then why can't I feel anything? Her method wasn't wrong. She had already confirmed multiple times, but somehow her body felt empty, bearing no resemblance to the information in the books describing how it should feel. I've been trying the entire day. Mu Xian brought her a bowl of blood-nourishing soup, then glanced at her face. She was on the verge of breaking down, and so he moved to pass the bowl over. Don't worry, it was just the first time you summoned your ability. Since you've exhausted yourself so thoroughly, it must have not returned to its normal state. You mean the energy released was too great and I haven't recovered? He nodded, then noticed that she remained motionless and rushed her. Hurry and eat, you're still recovering. Alright. So abilities need to rest as well. Yao Si hurriedly downed the entire blood-nourishing soup at a go, passing the empty bowl back. I want seconds. She wanted everything that could recuperate her strength. Wasn't it just taking a break? It would recover in a while. But it never dawned on her that the wait might go on for 3 whole months. The entire time, regardless of what method she tested, she still wasn't able to feel any change within herself. Yao Si started to sink into despair. Was there something wrong with her blood? Like maybe her genes had degenerated? But elders were strongly against her assumption. They often repeated to her that gene degeneration could only be found in the last generations. How could it happen to a 5th-generation bloodling like herself? This was a few 100-generation gap after all. It made so much sense she couldn't refute anything. Yao Qian suggested that she sought Mu Xian's advice, but Mu Xian seemed to be busy the whole time. Even if she wanted to discuss it with him, he wasn't around. When she thought back to the first time he had tested her ability, he seemed to have mentioned that she had a unique one, but she was convinced that it belonged to the water series. How then could it be special? Or had he been trying to hint at how it was a one-time thing? Oh. This was worrying indeed. Yao Si tossed and turned a few rounds, but still wasn't able to process the problem, so she lay wide awake. But just as she was about to revisit her books, she heard the door creaking open. Mu Xian is back? Yao Si hurried to the door in excitement, but just as she was about to call out, she heard an unfamiliar voice. Lao do we just enter through the main door? What if someone finds out? What's there to be afraid of? Another person scoffed. Lao San, you have no guts. We've entered so many houses the past few days, there was not a soul in any of them. Yet. But this is the Red Planet, Lao San said with obvious hesitation. What's the deal with the Red Planet? Lao San retorted. Didn't we receive news that the bloodlings are dealing with the galactic pirates and won't be back so soon? There can't be many of them left here, so it's the best time for us. For our trade, isn't any location the same? But they are the bloodlings. Why shouldn't we take what belongs to bloodlings? If you hadn't drank so much, your senses wouldn't have gone out of control and that wouldn't have affected Lao Da's ability, causing us to return to the Red Planet. It wasn't on purpose, besides, it's not like you didn't get any benefits. If you're so scared, return me your share and scram. You. Enough. Just before a fight broke up, the third figure interrupted them in a hostile voice. What are you two arguing about now? Lao is right, the most dangerous place is the safest. These bloodling demons have been living for such a long time, I'm sure they accumulated countless fortunes they can no longer keep track of. Just a tiny amount will be enough for us to set ourselves up for the rest of our lives. As long as you guys learn to restrain yourselves and ensure that we leave no obvious tracks, they won't notice. No worries, I've been monitoring this house for the entire day, there hasn't been any activity so far. I'm sure everything will be fine. We can never be too sure, the third person continued to instruct coldly. Lao check the security code once more, see if there has been any automatic police alarm. Hack into the owner's Alliance bank account while you're at it as well. Lao San, take a look around to ensure there aren't any traps. Nothing can go wrong tonight. You're so thoughtful, Lao Da. Lao laughed cheekily. Stop your bootlicking and hurry up. Yes, Lao Da. The two replied in unison, heading off in two different directions. Yao Si, who was listening in silent the entire time. Am I really encountering burglars right after I faced a kidnapper? Her insane bad luck sparked a burst of laughter within her. Lao Da. An antique. Hurry, everything inside here are antiques from the ancient blue planet. Lao San exclaimed, hugging a flower vase. Wow, which tycoon stays here? He actually uses. I stay here. After sending out an mail to Yao Qián, Yao Si switched on all the lights. The house lit up instantly. The three burglars turned around instinctively, freezing in their positions. The house sank into silence. Chapter 40, One Usability. The three burglars froze, trembling furiously. The flower pot fell from Lao San's grip, shattering into pieces. A shard scratched his feet, forming a cut, and then he finally reacted. Bloodling. Lao San's legs weakened, and he felt on the verge of collapsing. Run! The man in the middle shouted out all of a sudden, pulling Lao San upwards and running towards the door at lightning speed. Yao Si nodded in approval, that man was sure acting as their boss. Too bad he smashed right into the door. They seemed to have grown complacent from their previous easy successes and forgot that they had shut the door after entering. They hit it now extremely hard. From the resounding thud, even Yao Si couldn't help wincing on their behalf. You guys! She was about to tell them that there was no escape since Yao Qián was already on his way, but a sound interrupted her. Lao San burst into tears, his body shivering as he held onto the other two with a death grip. Lao 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 De. Even Lao who had decoded the security code a while ago, was in a daze, his eyes so wide they seemed on the verge of bulging out. He stared straight at her, his face clouded with horror as he held onto the interface of the lock, trembling. Yao Si was starting to have questions about her appearance. Was she really this horrifying? But she just wanted to reason things out with them. At this moment, the man called Lauda still maintained a sound mind. Ignoring his wounded head, he took hold of the other two burglars and instructed them, "Let's go." Suddenly a weird sensation flooded him. It was an invisible force that wrapped the three of them, pulling them inwards. The space outside the door started to distort, and a whirlpool appeared in front of them, sucking them in. The three of them then disappeared. Was this a space controlling ability? He actually possessed a space summoning ability. Was that how they were able to enter the red planet so easily? But Yao Si didn't waste time pondering and instead focused on how to capture them. In that instant, she felt an unknown strength filling her up. This was the same feeling she had felt when she first activated her ability. My ability is back. Yao Si was exuberant, and she couldn't help raising her arms to test it out as a wave of energy flowed into her. She was expecting a water ball to appear, so she positioned herself in the direction of the window. In the end, a black portal about 4 to 5 meters high took shape, and the next moment there was a loud thud. 3 familiar figures had fallen to the ground. *CK, that scared me. Lao Si caressed his sore bottom as he muttered, "How could we have bumped into a bloodling? Thankfully Lauda has the space ability." Hi. Yao Si waved toward the 3 men. "We meet again. Lao San. Lao Lao De." Yao Si was confused. "All right, it seems, maybe, my ability changed from the water series to the space series?" After a moment. "Ah! Ghost!" A sharp wail pierced the air. "Lauda! Run! Let's go!" Lauda shouted once more, using his ability again, and a dark portal appeared once more, teleporting the 3 of them away. The very next moment, with a loud thud, the 3 of them landed in the right corner of the house. "Ah! Let's go!" Again, for the 3rd time. Left corner. The 4th time. By the kitchen door. The 5th time. The study room door. The 6th time. The toilet door. The 7th time. Yao Si took a deep breath. She couldn't help heading toward a certain Lauda, who was as pale as a sheet and was panting uncontrollably as though he was about to stop breathing the next moment. "Hey! You tired?" The 3 of them just stared at her. The house sank into silence. The next moment, the 3 despairing figures collapsed onto their knees and lifted their heads up. "Your Highness, we have sinned. We will repent, please forgive us." "Yes, you're so powerful, it was our mistake to ever dare offend you. Your Highness, please forgive us, just treat us as heir. Yes, regardless of what you do, please spare our worthless lives." If this continued, Lao Da's ability was going to be ruined, so the next instant 3 thuds sounded as their foreheads hit the floor once more. "Your Highness, are you?" Yao Qián had rushed over hurriedly, but when he reached Yao Si's home, all he saw was 3 people kowtowing to Her Highness. He wanted to ask what had happened, but the question got stuck in his throat. "What's going on here?" Your Highness. Don't ask me, I know nothing." Yao Si covered her face. She really had no idea what she had been doing just now. Was that really her ability? Space control? But why was others able to send people to far distances, even to other planets, but hers could only bring them in front of her? What a weird ability, she was now confused and upset. Her Highness seemed to be upset, so Yao Qián didn't ask any more. He tapped on his optical computer, and a couple glowing chains fell out, arresting the 3 of burglars. Yao Si stared at the 3 of them with mixed feelings, they had actually dared to enter the king's, Mu Xian's, imperial palace to commit burglary. Should she be applauding them for their courage, or shaking her head at their stupidity? I shall not disrupt your highness' rest any more. Would you like me to send the three of them to the police? Sure. Yao Qián tugged onto the three obedient people toward the door, but when he reached it, he stopped once more. Oh right, your highness, you mentioned that they were petty burglars, where's their loot? This, I'm not. Before she finished her sentence, a thought struck her. She waved her hand, and a white gleam shone. Her personal safety space burst open, and just like an endless stream, a bunch of objects poured out into the living room. The big items included antique furniture while the tiny ones went as small as crystal accessories, but one thing that united them was that they were all priceless. Humph! There's no need to find any more, everything here is their loot. The three burglars trembled uncontrollably. Mama, these bloodlings are scary. Yao Si was convinced that she had awakened two abilities, a Water Series 1 and a Space Series 1. But both of them seemed to be a little unique, the Space 1 being especially so. Yet ever since that night, it disappeared just like her water ability. Was her ability really a one-use only? It was indeed a depressing answer. Thankfully, Mu Xian, who had disappeared for a long time, finally came back. Chapter 41, Testing the Ability. Dad, you're finally back. Yao Si pounced on him. Did you know? Your baby was so afraid. Mu Xian, he spat out resolutely. Or father? Mu Xian Dad. He sighed. I heard you met some bad people. He asked before she could speak again. Yet. Yao Si stilled, shaking her head. That's not important, I've got something to tell you. I think there's a problem with my ability. She instantly went to the important part since she was used to clarifying things with him. Mu Xian frowned, taking a good look at her. After he confirmed that there wasn't anything visibly wrong with her, his temples relaxed slightly. His cub was unusually unlucky, constantly in harm's way outside she was kidnapped, at home she met burglars. He probably had to keep a tighter watch on her in the future. How could he allow others to bully his cub after he had not been part of her life for so long? What's wrong with your ability? He reached out for her arm, transferring some energy over to investigate her condition. The energy went one round but wasn't able to catch anything, hence, he brought it back. Yao Si had no idea about it, so she explained what happened last night in detail. Isn't space summoning the main skill of the space-type abilities? Space splitting was the more advanced version, but only the very best were able to accomplish that. Why was my space ability only able to move those three burglars? The main point was that she still couldn't feel anything. Mu Xian lowered his head in deep thought before replying. It's possible that it isn't a normal space ability. Not normal. Then what was it? She had clearly opened a black space portal similar to the one created by that burglar Laude. Yours could be negative space. Hey! What is that? Even though the space ability is split into space summoning and space splitting, it is fundamentally the same ability, Mu Xian explained seriously. It works by first creating a space opening and then placing objects in it to send them elsewhere. But your space ability acts different, it works in the opposite way. How so? Opposite in sequence. Sequence. Yao Si stilled, her eyes going wide. You mean, I don't put things into the space opening but rather take them out? That's right. He nodded and reached out to caress her head approvingly. Negative space allows you to take anything from the surrounding space, and at that moment the three burglars were the closest objects that had entered a space opening, hence it was what you removed. Why did this ability seem so weird? Was that why a single thought was enough for her to automatically unravel the three burglars' optical computers, tossing all their loot out? Her ability seemed like the ultimate way to keep things where they are. With such an amazing ability, Should she join a cult or something? I have one more question. She weakly raised a finger. MMH. My ability, is it a one-time thing? Yao Si confessed everything, about how the ability disappeared soon after she activated it. Mu Xian sunk into deep thought before replying once again. There are strong and weak abilities, and sometimes one's energy will be exhausted, but I haven't heard about a one-time ability. Then why can't I? There's no need to hurry. He reached out to caress her head, comforting her. I'm sure it's because you aren't familiar with your ability yet, that's why it only erupts when you really need it. When you're relaxed, it might. He stilled, as if having thought of something. He lowered his head and glanced at her with contemplation. What's wrong? Yao Si wriggled away, starting to feel uneasy from his gaze. He pulled her up. Follow me somewhere. Yao Si replied blankly. By the time she processed his words, she was already brought to a large field with walls covering all four sides. Even the ceiling was shielded, enclosing the entire field. Where's this? A practice field, Mu Xian replied. Practice field? Wasn't it the field bloodlings used for practicing their abilities, which in reality meant it was a real battlefield? Why are we here? Try it. Without further explanations, Mu Xian raised his arm, and the next moment a gigantic fire dragon flew into the skies. It was completely different from the galactic pirate's ability, for Mu Xian's fire was blue. The gigantic fire dragon flew about in the air as though it was alive. What's wrong? Mu Xian asked. Do you feel your ability? Yao Si stilled, lowering her head to feel for something, then shook her head. No. She still felt empty inside. Mu Xian lowered his arm, and the fire dragon instantly disappearing. He frowned deeply once more. What's wrong with my ability? Yao Si asked. Is there a real problem? I'm not sure yet. He replied as he sent a text out on his optical computer. I need to test it out first. After this he tried several more abilities, the Water Series, Gold Series, and Space Series, displaying all of them in front of her. Is he trying to demoralize me? Straight face. Just as she was about to voice her inner thoughts, Yao Qian rushed over. Your Majesty, what do you need me for? Yao Qian asked as he looked at the both of them. You have the earth ability. Mu Xian asked. Yet. He nodded. Practice with Cosy. Practice? What did practice mean? Wasn't Her Highness' ability not stable yet? But when he was about to clarify, Mu Xian was already at the entrance a few hundred meters away, not giving him an opportunity to understand the situation. Your Highness. He turned to look at Yao Si. Mu Xian's personal display wasn't enough, he specifically got someone else to flaunt their abilities? Forget it. She had already gotten used to it. Unleash your ability. Please start the performance. Yao Qian turned to look at the both of them once more with a face full of confusion, but he still did as commanded. Your Highness, please be careful. The next moment Yao Si could feel an immense energy rising within her body. It was unlike anything she had felt before. Yao Qian's energy was so massive that even after his deliberate attempt to restrain it, it still devoured the entire practice ground. Even the air seemed to slow, turning oppressive and hard to breathe. When contrasted with the burglars, Yao Qian perfectly presented a senior's capability, turning his opponents into amateurs. The ground started to shake, and rows of vines sprouting from below. They seemed like rows of sharp fangs, crawling in Yao Si's direction. She could also feel a strange sense of suppression, as though something was forcing her to the ground. Her legs weakened and she was on the verge of collapsing, but right at that moment, she felt a surge of energy within her, dissipating the sense of suppression and freeing her body. Chapter 42, Inverse Ability. Your Highness, I'm still. Just as Yao Qian was about to call back his ability, his eyes went wide. Ah! Ah! Yao Si could feel herself reacting instinctively, releasing the sudden force within her out. The power gushed forward aggressively, and the situation was instantly reversed. The ground shook vigorously as gigantic vines sprouted out toward the sky, their thick green stems almost beast-like. Yao Qian's thorns were crushed instantly as the vines rose high and wide, spreading across the entire field. Your Highness, this is the wood ability. Aya! Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly lifted by a vine, left dangling in mid-air. Everything happened in an instant. Before anyone could react, the entire practice grounds was filled with gigantic stems that were crawling in all directions, on the verge of destroying the entire venue. Yao Si realized that she couldn't stop. Her body was like an open tap, pouring endless power out. Indeed. Mu Xian's figure flashed, appearing out of a sudden. It's enough. He reached out to place his hand on her shoulder, and the next moment the energy within her dissipated. The stems froze in midair and started to wither. This. Yao Si glanced at the mini forest in front of her with a face full of confusion. What happened? Wasn't her ability from the water series or negative space series? How did it become the wood series out of nowhere, and it was even getting stronger after each activation? Mu Xian, what exactly is my ability? Inversion. Excuse me? Can you explain yourself? Your ability isn't restricted to just one series and it can't be summoned at will. Mu Xian pulled her over, and after finding a thicker stem, he sat down. But whenever someone around you activates their ability, you'll be able to awake whatever is best offensively. Wait. What is that best offensively? Did her ability perhaps have the power to detect others' abilities? The first ability you awoke was from the water series, which was because the opponent was using a fire ability. The second one you awoke was a space ability and so yours became the negative space. A while ago, Yao Qian used the earth ability and you used wood. Which means, my ability, depends on the opponent's ability and will be the best series against it. MMH. He nodded. After getting the specifics down, it's called inversion. This meant that all abilities out there would be vulnerable in front of hers, right? That's awesome. Wait. She suddenly had another thought. If the opponent doesn't activate their ability, doesn't that mean my ability won't exist, either? Mu Xian stilled, the thought having never crossing his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Indeed. Which means my ability is a passive ability. You can say that. F***ck. Isn't that pathetic? And she actually thought she had a cool ability. She could already predict what her next opponent would say to her, try and hit me. Sigma, degree. But Yao Si thought of yet another question, and she glanced at Mu Xian. If my ability reacts against the opponent's ability, then why didn't I have any reaction when you displayed so many of your abilities before? She couldn't even feel his energy when he activated his ability. It only worked when Yao Qian came along. Mu Xian frowned, caressing her head comfortingly. This probably has something to do with my ability. What do you mean? Previously he used the fire and earth abilities. Was it that there was something special about his ability besides it being so diverse? I'm not like other members of our race, my energy originates from the bloodline that awakened the second time, he replied gravely. Other bloodlings' abilities are passed down from. I'm basing it on a theory now, but all of them should have been passed down from the ancestral bloodline. Yao Si was startled. So. I have the full ability. A full ability. That was a truly amazing skill, so was that why he could summon so many different series? But how does that answer my question on why I didn't feel anything? Yao Si froze, her eyes widening. OMG. Based on her inverse ability. So if you're a full ability, then the opposite of that. No ability. F***ck. That could actually happen. Why did it seem like the end of her ability? That's enough. Mu Xian pulled her up. Your ability isn't stable yet, that's why you couldn't control it well just now. You need more practice. Maybe you can work on your passive ability. Really? Yao Si's eyes gleamed. MMH. He nodded. Let's head back to rest. All right. Yao Si followed him out, but just as they were about to leave, she couldn't help taking another look at the practice ground. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? Forget it, she could deal with it after a nap. A certain someone who was left hanging could not utter a word. What was he here for in the first place? Chapter 43, The Galactic Beast. Mu Xian had mentioned to Yao Si that she still wasn't familiar with her ability and that's why she was unable to control it. It meant that she needed more practice, but she had never expected that opportunity to arrive so quickly. Yao Si glanced at the sky full of ships, not able to process the situation. All she did was got to sleep, and the next moment she was in outer space, her surroundings filled with ships of every size. Where is this? Am I sleepwalking? The end of the galaxy, an abyss. What? What do you mean? This is the galaxy's border, Mu Xian added. Any farther and we'd enter a bottomless pit. Why are we here? Mu Xian turned to glance at her, reaching out to caress her head. Your ability is unique and you haven't mastered it yet, so I brought you here to practice. What did he mean? The best way to improve is through real combat. Real combat? Yao Si asked, startled. She swiftly turned to scan her surroundings which were filled with ships. Her heart sank. Are you trying to tell me that all those ships are going to start flying? Not at the moment. Mu Xian didn't seem the least bit worried. After glancing at the ship in front of them, he seemed to have a sudden thought. He pulled out an object that looked like a drink, and said in a stern tone, "You didn't have time to grab a bite this morning. Have something to fill your tummy." Wait a minute, could you clarify first what you meant by not at the moment? Does that mean they're really going into combat mode? You don't like it? When she didn't reach over for it, Mu Xian dug into his storage for a few more items and brought out an assortment of hot and cold drinks. As he pulled more items out, he hurried her with a stern expression of a parent who didn't like picky eaters. ... This is, after all, a battlefield, can't you be a little more serious? We aren't here on vacation. Duck blood curd here, want some? Yes. Yao Si reached for the bowl and downed it in 2 mouthfuls. Even if she was going into combat, she still needed to fill her stomach. She had absolutely no issue with that. It was definitely not because she succumbed to the enticement. Yao Si hurriedly finished the soup, drank a qián, and ate some snacks. Just as she was wiping her lips, she realized that the ships hadn't moved an inch. It was as though they had fallen asleep and weren't ready for any kind of battle. There were many ships, and on a closer look she could identify 3 groups: gigantic transport ships, smaller ships, and machines. There was also a small crowd floating in mid-air, just like her and Mu Xian, who weren't in any ship. At a glance, there were over 10 of them. Some of them stood on swords, so they were probably from the Celestial clan. If they start fighting, which side will we be on? Yao Si couldn't help asking. If they were going to practice, then they at least should get their targets right. Which side? Mu Xian stilled. He took a glance at her, then finally seemed to process what she had meant and began to explain, they aren't. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise filled the originally silent space. Mid-air, not far from where they were, a black hole suddenly appeared. It was gigantic, larger than an entire planet, and with a pulling force that sucked everything inside. Was this space summoning? Why was it so big? Just as Yao Si was still contemplating it, the ships in the vicinity started their operation, positioning their weapons toward the black hole. She could only see red and blue rays shining from the ships, and the next moment they shot at the black hole in unison. A few thousand blinding rays headed inside, like shooting stars. A deafening eruption pierced the air, shattering the hole into a blinding whiteness. Suddenly, a loud howl came from inside, distorting the black hole. A shadow seemed to be ripping it from the inside, struggling to squeeze itself out. Yao Si's eyes went wide with horror. Caterpillar. A gigantic caterpillar. Oh! In less than half a minute, a gigantic caterpillar came squeezing out of the black hole. It was so white it was almost blinding. Its gigantic white body was almost transparent, and an unknown liquid could be seen flowing within it. The caterpillar also had 2 dense rows of tiny feet. What is that? Yao Si was in a daze. What did that thing eat to grow so large? A galactic beast, Mu Xian replied. Galactic beast? Wait a moment, why did the name sound so familiar? It seemed like perhaps, back when she was drinking the duck blood curd, she had heard that name. The galactic beast was actually a bug. She felt her guts turning inside out. Too bad it's a bug, Mu Xian lamented with regret. Bugs don't have blood. A certain someone was a little disappointed since he had been hoping to find some fresh ingredients. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief and grabbed his hand. Thanks for saving my gut. The caterpillar was finally out of the hole. Since it was injured by the previous attacks, there were black wounds on its white skin. It wriggled out, then crawled around and howled in anger. The next moment, a massive gust of wind blew, sending a few smaller ships flying. A few of the ships still in place started to take action once more. The celestial race men threw something out, and 6 invisible light walls appeared, trapping the caterpillar in something akin to a box. The other people started to activate their abilities as well. Gold, wood, water, fire, and thunder, all sorts of abilities were summoned, and all of them were directed at the caterpillar. A number of the ships in the surroundings started to flee. It was then that Yao Si finally understood the situation. These people had gathered here not to fight but to catch the caterpillar. No, the galactic beast. Go on, don't be scared, I'll be right behind you. Mu Xian pointed in the direction of the caterpillar. MMH. Yao Si nodded. She placed the flying equipment she had prepared in advance on her hand and headed in the direction of the fighting. She finally understood why Mu Xian had brought her here. Her ability would only grow when she met a worthy opponent. Even though all bloodlings had abilities, everyone naturally had a triple S nature, making it hard for her to find a suitable training partner. Previously, after Yao Qian had casually triggered her ability, she almost destroyed the entire practice ground. If they actually fought with both parties using their full strength, the entire red planet might go down with them. In contrast, there were many abilities available here, which could aid her in unleashing her new ability. Besides, the galactic beast was huge, and with visibly thick skin. Even if she couldn't control her power and accidentally used too much strength, it wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Judging from the color and model of the ships here, they were probably not from a regulated place but were ruthless hunters that followed no law. Even if she and Mu Xian joined in, no one would catch on. This was indeed the best place for her to practice her ability. Chapter 44, Fan Meeting. Yao Si prepared herself, heading over at a fast speed. Just as Mu Xian had said, a huge crowd had gathered suddenly, while the remaining ships stayed stationary. The person nearest to her had a fire ability, and he was summoning bursts of flame towards the caterpillar. There was already a visible burnt area on the bug's skin. The moment Yao Si steadied herself, she felt a familiar surge of energy, and a burst of joy engulfed her as she directed the energy towards the massive caterpillar. Right away, there was a loud sizzling sound. The flame of the warrior beside her was extinguished. It's a mistake. She hadn't expected her ability to be from the water series, and she had even accidentally directed it at the other person. He glared at her, taking 2 steps to the side as he continued to burn the bug with his flame. Yao Si calmed down. She felt the surge of the energy once more, then took a deep breath, carefully directing the energy. The next moment, there was a sizzling sound. The fire was extinguished again. Do you have something against my flame? The warrior asked swiftly, his gaze more ferocious than before. Apologies, Yao Si apologized continuously. She was totally confused now. Even though she hadn't aimed in the man's direction, the water had still come out on its own. Humph! The warrior rolled his eyes, dismissing her. He took a few steps to the side once more, and for the 3rd time summoned his flame. The next moment, sizzling. The fire was extinguished again. He took a few more steps to the side for the 4th time. Sizzling. Yao Si continued to look confused. Even though she had no intention of extinguishing his flame, somehow, whenever she tried to summon the energy within her, the water would direct itself towards the flame, gushing over to extinguish it. The force was so overwhelming she wasn't able to suppress it. The warrior's veins were already showing. Disregarding the caterpillar, he flew straight in her direction. Sis, do you bear a grudge against me? No. Then why do you keep extinguishing my flame? What's so great about the water ability? Honestly speaking, are you friends with the beast? I'm sorry. It really wasn't on purpose, she couldn't control it. Hey sis, he tried to reason with her, you. Before he could finish his sentence, the caterpillar howled out all of a sudden. Lifting its head, it spat out a green substance in the man's direction. Watch out! Almost instinctively, Yao Si activated her ability, and a gigantic wave formed, heading straight towards the warrior, washing the green substance away. MMHH, the warrior was washed away too. The warrior's heart sank as he was swept about 30 meters away. His ability had already disappeared, even the small flame that had been floating on his palm was gone now. This warrior, can we negotiate first? Can you not hit my face? Without allowing her time to process, the massive caterpillar howled once more. It widened its mouth to spit out more green substance than before, and this time, it was directed at her. F***ck. Yao Si's heart sank. She wanted to summon her ability once more, but her body felt empty. Was karma striking now? At the most critical moment, her ability just abandoned her? The disgusting green substance was heading straight for her. Suddenly, a translucent barrier enclosed her, blocking the substance's path. The next moment Yao Si heard a familiar voice. Are you all right? She froze, then shook her head, almost forgetting about the jacket she had brought along. Yao Si calmed down, but just as she did, a loud drop sounded, like a drop of water hitting the ground. The celestial enchantment that trapped the caterpillar cracked slightly. The massive caterpillar who had been struggling just a moment ago shook, and like a TV screen with bad reception, it flickered slightly before disappearing entirely. Ah! What is this situation? It ran? It wasn't just Yao Si who shocked either, everyone present was in a daze as well. The space in front of them was empty, as though the galactic beast never been there. What happened? Mu Xian frowned, his face sinking. This was not an ordinary galactic beast. What did he mean? Just as she was about to ask him, the soaking wet brother came flying back. Hey, sis. I'm sorry, I couldn't control my ability just now. Yao Si shouted out her apology. She had never expected to wash him away, but at such a critical moment, she had released all of her one-use ability. Do you think an apology is enough? The man flicked his drenched sleeves. Hey little lady, did I owe you in my previous life? How about I pay you back? Forget it, since you're still new, I'll leave it at this. He scoffed, then took a good look at Yao Si and added abruptly, "How much are you going to compensate me? Weren't you going to forget it?" Yao Si didn't have a grasp on the value of the galactic currency, so she opened her optical computer and typed a string of numbers. He lowered his head, his eyes focusing hard, and then seemed satisfied. The anger instantly dissipated from his face. "Ha ha ha, forget it, fate brought us together, let's be friends. You can call me Huoqi. Besides, in the celestial race's world, that bug wouldn't be able to escape. Even if he didn't burn him this time, it didn't matter." The man laughed brightly, his face friendly as he said, "You can call me Old Chi. How do I address the both of you?" Technically, she had saved him, even if her method was unconventional. Thankfully she had mundane cough. She had sincerity. "I'm Yao Si," she replied, then turned to the person beside her. "He's called." She paused, remembering Mu Xian's insane popularity in the galaxy. She hesitated slightly, debating whether to tell the truth or not. "Mu Xian." Before she could reply, the man gave his name himself. Wow! Wasn't he going incognito to get her to practice? As the ruler of the bloodlings, could he really reveal his name just like that? Mu Xian. Huoqi's eyes went wide. "Your name?" Indeed, he could recognize him after all. "You have the same name as the ruler of the bloodlings," Huoqi exclaimed. "You must be his fan too." Ah! Ah! Chapter 45, God Mu's Die-Hard Fan. "Not bad at all, you have impeccable taste." Huoqi nodded vigorously. His expression was animated, as he was clearly excited to have met a friend with common interest. "I'm God Mu's fan as well, I've been collecting his merchandise ever since I was young and have supported all his endorsements. But you seem to be an even bigger fan than I am, even taking on his name." Ha ha ha! What could she say? "I heard he woke up recently, and I've been recently trying to get my hands on a license to tour the Red Planet," he explained enthusiastically, his face indulgent, dying to chat with Mu Xian the entire night. "Even though I can't enter the bloodling capital or see him in real life, the thought of being on the same planet as him delights me." What a dummy! Was the name Mu Xian as common as Wang Jiangguo and Li Jianjun on Blue Planet? "What do you think, bro? Want to come along with me?" Huoqi was convinced that Mu Xian was a fan as well, so he slapped his chest confidently. "Your bro here has his sources, I'll definitely get my hands on that tour license." Only a fan could understand. Mu Xian frowned, pulling his cub backwards, worried that she would get infected by the stranger's weirdness. Huoqi continued to ramble in their silence. Suddenly, a thundering sound erupted from the ships simultaneously as though sending out a signal. The next moment the ships flew off. "I guess the bug won't be back today." Huoqi sighed, turning to face them. "What are your plans? Why don't you join me in the space station till the next update comes? The Alliance might send a notice soon." Yao Si turned toward Mu Xian, who nodded nonchalantly. "Sure, we'll trouble you then." "You're welcome." He tapped his chest. "Having the same idols makes us family." The two stared at him, speechless. "Let's go, Alliance's ship is here." Huoqi signaled to them before flying into a gigantic ship. Yao Si and Mu Xian followed behind. When they entered, they realized that the crowd which had been fighting the beast alongside them was all inside this space station. They formed small groups and were either resting or discussing something among themselves. Here. Huoqi waved towards them from a table in front of them. As they walked over, Yao Si couldn't help asking, "Mu Xian, why can't they recognize you?" It was the same when they were back on Eternal Brightness Planet. Since he was a global idol, with his face hung everywhere, used in all sorts of advertisements, how could he walk on the streets for such a long time without anyone recognizing him? Was everyone in the galaxy blind? What's more was that he had even given his name in front of Huo Qi. As a die-hard fan of Mu Xian, there was no way he wouldn't have recognized him. Mental ability, Mu Xian replied coldly. Yao Si stilled. Are you saying, you used your mental strength against everyone else? MMH. He nodded. They don't see me as you do. I see. But how great was his ability to be able to veil his appearance in front of such a huge crowd? She silently counted the number of people around them. You're indeed my father. After resting for a short while, the ship headed into a portal, entering a space station nearby. Yao Si looked around curiously. As compared to the space station near the blue planet, this one was much bigger. It had a snowflake design. There were a number of ships stationed in the 6 corners, while the middle was slightly transparent. At first look, it seemed like a small town. In front of the space station was a blue and white planet. Maybe since it was quite far from the eternal brightness, this planet seemed a little dim. Its shadowed half was completely black, a stark contrast to the bright space station they were in. What was especially interesting was that besides that one planet, there wasn't any others around, as opposed to the starry skies Yao Si was used to seeing. This seemed a little sad and lonely. Sis Yao Si, is this the first time you're at the border of the galaxy? Huo Qi smiled, noticing her curiosity. This is the 44th space station at the border, while in front of us is planet 14. 14,44? Why did it seem like such an inauspicious number? There's no satellite on this planet. She asked. There is. Huo Qi replied. There was originally 4 of them. Originally? What does that mean? Yeah, the bug ate them all. The galactic beast ate the satellites. Yao Si eyes went wide from shock. Is that what they eat? Isn't it too brutal? They eat everything, Huo Qi replied infuriated. Small planets, satellites, they aren't picky, eating everything in sight. They're comparable to those greedy bloodlings. Yao Si and Mu Xian silently stared at him, triggered. You could have left it at the galactic beasts. Was there a need to insult the bloodlings? But my Mu Xian is definitely different, the man suddenly added, his face filled with worship and love for the male god he spoke of. Yao Si glanced over at a certain someone's cold face with her eyes saying, please send your die-hard fan away. These galactic beasts appear out of nowhere and start eating without notice. Huo Qi sighed deeply, shaking his head as he pointed to their surroundings. If the Alliance hadn't predicted its position in advance, all of these planets would have been eaten. Are there many galactic beasts around? Not really. There's around 3 to 5 each year. He shook his head, but just then, he suddenly remembered something, and broke into a sly smile. But even though live beasts can be quite a handful, the dead ones are worth a fortune. Their skin, meat, blood, and bones can all be sold. Nowadays, the beast's meat is a favorite among many races and is highly sought after, so it has a great value in the market. Eck, it's a pity the beast today escaped, or we would have made a killing. Why didn't the price matter when it came to food? She suddenly remembered that back on the blue planet the most pitiful life form was a crayfish. Despite being an extraterrestrial invader, it ended up being bred in farms. As long as there were food fanatics around, anything could flood the market. But that bug shouldn't have gone far, Huo Qi asserted. If you guys aren't busy and would like a share, you shouldn't hurry out but wait around in the space station for a few days. The Alliance might send an update anytime soon. Yao Si was indeed not in a hurry. She turned and glanced over at Mu Xian. When she confirmed that he wasn't in a rush to head back, she decided to stay for a few more days. Huo Qi seemed visibly delighted, and after a short discussion about the galactic beast, he turned to glance at Mu Xian, instantly turning into a die-hard fan once more as he rambled on about his idol. Brother, let me tell you something. I heard that Mu Xian endorsed a certain. Yao Si grabbed onto Mu Xian's tightly knotted fist. Calm down, this is your die-hard fan. In Chinese, 4 is pronounced the same way as death, so any number that has 4 in it becomes inauspicious. Chapter 46, Goodbye Caterpillar. After undergoing Huoqi lecture, Yao Si found out that galactic beasts would appear about 3 to 4 times each year near the border. So far, the origins of these bizarre and massive beasts remained unknown, but since they were both useful and a delicacy, these were highly sought after. And since they always appeared far from most of the races, they hadn't garnered a deep hatred, and some were even welcoming to them. A galactic beast's size and impact had 10 stages in total. Stages 1 to 3 were the smaller ones, stages 4 to 5 were capable of swallowing planets, 6 to 8 had abilities, and the ones above 8 were rare species that almost never appeared. The ones that required the Alliance Army's intervention to eradicate, like the massive caterpillar they had met earlier, was only a stage 4 galactic beast. Since the border of galaxy was too far off, it was too expensive for the Alliance to send their troops every year, so the hunting of these galactic beasts was often voluntary. Regardless of whether it was a group or just one individual, as long as they weren't afraid of death, they could come forth to fight the beasts, and as long as they managed to kill it, they would qualify for a reward. In order to increase efficiency, the Alliance would predict the location of the beasts and employed celestial clans members who were well versed in trapping enchantments or members that had trapping capabilities. They would then place a spell on the galactic beasts so as to restrain their movements. Anyone could join in the fight, and when the galactic beast died, all the participants would be rewarded based on the calculated ratio. The Alliance would always take 10% of the profits for the predictions and employment of the Celestial Clan. That was one of the reasons that there were so many different ships, which Yao Si had originally seen as noble superheroes that came forth to kill the beast. The Celestial Clan was the only truly official representative. They usually used an enchantment to trap the beasts and that's it, since their duty was not to kill the beast but to keep everyone safe. However, they weren't impenetrable and couldn't always hold the galactic beasts with their abilities. Once in a while, there would be news of them being eaten. It's hard to earn money nowadays. Huoqi shook his head. He glanced at them, then added with a voice that was full of complicated emotions, I can't decide whether you guys are fortunate or not. Even thought your first encounter was with a stage 4 beast, it ended up escaping. And no one knows when. Before he could finish his sentence, red lights started flickering in the skies, and an emergency announcement filled the space station. Warning, warning! The space station will be attacked by a galactic beast in 30 seconds. *CK, the beast is here. Huoqi bolted up abruptly. What a friendly creature it is, sending itself up here, he exclaimed with excitement. Without bothering to waste any more time, he turned and headed out. Guys! I'll be off now, any later, and we won't get anything. Yao Si scanned the room, the rest of the crowd were rushing out in the direction Huoqi had left in. Mu Xian! Let's go! He nodded. Yao Si followed hurriedly after the crowd. When they were out, their surroundings were almost empty. The stationary ships had already risen up into the air. She lifted her head, and directly in front of the space station saw a distorted portal. It looked as though someone was going to dash out any moment, just as the caterpillar had done before. With her flying gear on, Yao Si headed in the direction of the crowd, but since she had lagged behind and there was originally a huge number of people in the space station, there was no longer a spot in the skies when she arrived. The skies were packed with people and ships, and she could only situate herself at the very back. Judging by the huge crowd, there was no way she was going to squeeze through, and so she silently said a prayer for the beast. How did it choose its location, ending up right outside the enemy's camp? Even if it was hungry, it shouldn't seek death like that. Wait! A planet! She turned, her eyes widening as she stared at the yellow planet. While everyone's attention was up ahead, no one noticed the sudden appearance of a jagged white gleam above and below the planet, and the space between the two lights was starting to shrink. No! It wasn't just some light, those were teeth. The galactic beast is behind. Yao Si couldn't help shouting out. Turning swiftly, she flew towards the planet behind, but it was already too late. The gigantic mouth had already closed shut, and the originally yellow planet had now disappeared. Only then did Yao Si spot the massive snowy white figure that floated behind the planet. This was the caterpillar from previously. It was back again. It's the galactic beast that disappeared just now. Someone exclaimed. Planet 14 has been eaten. This galactic beast was able to attack so silently. Is it really just stage 4? When everyone finally processed the situation, they turned, flying over. The Celestial clan was the first to arrive, and once again they placed an invisible enchantment onto the caterpillar. The surroundings were quickly filled with people with abilities. The caterpillar that had just ingested a planet no longer struggled like before. It instead howled in anger, and a few thousand shots of the sticky substances broke past the enchantment, heading towards the crowd. 1,000 horses trampled over Yao Si's heart. Even though she had been the farthest away, it had suddenly turned into the most dangerous spot. She could only dodge from side to side, barely able to avoid the green shots. Fortunately, a familiar sense of energy surged within her. She scanned her surroundings. There were many people around with every possible ability, so this time, she wasn't sure whose ability she would end up tagging onto. Just as she was about to reach out and test it, a ship behind erupted with a blue light. The next moment, just like a shooting star, something flew past her, directly into the caterpillar. But just as it was about to hit the beast, a whirling dark hole appeared around it, and the blue light instantly disappeared upon contact. It was as though it had fallen into a bottomless pit, gone without a trace. The caterpillar howled once more, and several more dark holes appeared. It seemed as if the entire galactic was rotting. The holes kept on growing larger, turning everything into a layer of darkness before disappearing. This is devouring. Good heavens, it's a galactic beast with an ability. Ability, it's a stage 7 beast. And it actually has a devouring ability. Horror clouded everyone's face. Those that were still inching forward froze, but it was all too late. Several of the ships had already started corroding from the contact with one or the other black hole. There was even a hole at the tip of the space station. The entire place shook, disappearing bit by bit. Mu Xian. Yao Si's heart sank, and she flew in his direction. Chapter 47, Yo-Yo Planet. Ahuhu. Yet another familiar roar erupted behind Yao Si, and the next moment, a gigantic mouth bolted towards her, spitting a mouthful of sticky substance at her. Yao Si cursed internally, why was it always her? That was why she hated bugs the most. She glanced around, but there didn't seem to be any escape. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to brave through it. Summoning the energy within her, she took a deep breath. Then she tossed her hands forward, releasing all her energy. Regardless of what ability it was, it just had to withstand this attack. Suddenly a white glow flooded her sight. It seemed like a white water mirror which was spreading in all directions like a defensive veil that not only blocked the sticky substances but also stopped the black holes in front of Yao Si, preventing them from spreading any more. What's this? Before Yao Si could react, the white water veil shook. ZSSS. Something flowed out, and the next moment, with a loud PSSH, an enormous round ball shot out, smashing hard against the caterpillar's body. It couldn't even shriek once before its brain was crushed. Its massive body instantly lost all spirit, and the sky full of black holes disappeared all at once. The crowd exclaimed in hundreds of voices. It was smashed to death. F***ck, you can defeat a galactic beast like this. What was used? It happened so swiftly I could barely catch a glimpse. It's Planet 14, the planet that the beast just ate. The galactic beast was smashed to death by Planet 14. Where did she get it from? What kind of ability is that? She tossed an entire planet. Could it be a strength ability? Have you seen a strength ability that can lift an entire planet? Everyone present was confused, and so they turned toward the person at the front. Yao Si felt perplexed as she stared at her palms for half a second. Her mouth then trembled slightly, and an incredulous thought passed her mind. The galactic beast ate a planet and it had been later spat out by a white water mirror, so the ability that had activated her ability was. Yao Si looked around for a table to toss. Why was the ability summoned linked to the beast's ability? How could it be so random? The galactic beast's ability was devouring. Devour, so did that mean that hers was discharge? She was instantly uncomfortable. The galactic beast was dead, and it was smashed to death by her. She was famous. When Yao Si flew back, the entire crowd stared at her weirdly. It seemed like excitement, but with a hint of depression. As she flew, she could hear them murmuring repeatedly, "Hurry, look, it's that girl that smashed the galactic beast with a planet." Could they stop looking at her as though she was the Hulk?
Enjoying the video? Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more amazing content and ring the bell for notifications. Check out our previous videos for more great content.
She just wanted to be the weak girl by the side. "Dad," she complained to the man in the front. "I think my image is wrecked. Why did my passive ability work on the galactic beast?" Mu Xian. He stopped working on his optical computer and corrected her seriously. "Your ability is a counter of your opponent's, it acts on their ability and not the user itself. It doesn't discriminate. Is that even possible? What was my ability back then? The galactic beast's ability was devour, so yours should have been creation. Wasn't it discharge? Why did it toss a planet out? The white gleam of barrier that blocked the spit is your ability." Mu Xian lifted his head to glance at the white water barrier that was fading gradually. The appearance of Planet 14 was just a coincidence. The galactic beast didn't swallow it directly but had instead opened a devouring portal in its mouth, setting it there temporarily for digestion in the future. However, his cub's ability filled the portal, squeezing the planet out. But everyone thought I did it. She was already prepared for the headlines tomorrow. Number shocking news. A superhuman female bloodling, treating planets as yo-yos at the border of the galaxy. Number. Didn't it seem insane? Don't worry. Mu Xian reached out to caress her hair, comforting her once more. If you aren't willing, no one will remember your face. Ah. Yao Si asked in confusion. What did he mean? I'll blur their impression of you. You mean, using your mental strength? Oh right, Mu Xian could use his mental ability to swap out his appearance, so he could naturally do that for her as well. Yet. He nodded, and it wasn't just his mental ability, either. A moment ago he had deleted all the footage from the space station. Others would just be aware that someone had smashed the galactic beast to death, but they wouldn't know that it had been her. Yao Si was overwhelmed. The weird stares left her, and even though she could still hear heated discussions, they no longer centered around her. Yao Si finally calmed down, and her energy returned once more now that her image was intact. Dad. Mu Xian. He corrected once more, feeling the headache of having pampered his own cub. Daddy Mu. He sighed in his head to glance at the time. Straightening, he said, let's go home for dinner. All right. Yao Si followed behind cheerfully. However, they bumped into Huoqi at the door. You're leaving so fast. Huoqi looked at them in surprise. Aren't you going to wait for the rewards from the Alliance? We're not waiting. The reward wasn't their aim anyways. Why not? The Alliance won't make it up to you. Huoqi frowned, not understanding the rich men's world. He added, I heard that the galactic beast had reached stage 7, so the rewards will definitely be substantial. Besides. He suppressed his voice, then continued mysteriously, Since I was far away, I didn't witness it, but there was an incredible person that lifted Planet 14 and smashed it against the galactic beast. That was a Stage 7 beast. We must have been lucky to have met such an incredible person. Now, without even putting in any effort, we'll be able to receive an award, and a substantial one at that. That person might also smash the next beast, so maybe you two should wait for a little more. Yao Si's face hardened. Good day bro, goodbye bro. We're in a rush, so we'll be really leaving now. Alright, Ho Chi said with regret. After a moment, he sent her a message. After I receive the reward, I'll send it over. It isn't easy to get here, so don't waste your efforts. Thank you, Yao Si replied nonchalantly, following after Mu Xian. There wasn't a direct portal at the border of the galaxy, but with Mu Xian beside her, they returned back at a breakneck speed. He waved in the air, opening a passageway that sent them straight to the nearest galactic door, and in less than 2 minutes, they were back home. Yao Si had an impulse to keep Mu Xian with her at all times. It would definitely save her a lot of transport cost. Chapter 48, Galactic Academy's Entrance Exam. The experience with the galactic beast had helped Yao Si with her abilities control. She could now vaguely sense its trajectory. As for the reasons, her water ability kept targeting Huoqi Flame. Mu Xian speculated that since her ability was passive and could only be activated after being triggered by someone else's ability, the moment it was released, it would instinctively target the one it was the opposite of. After all, once she extinguished Huoqi Fire, her water ability disappeared as well. The solution wasn't complex, she just had to master the trajectory. But it wasn't a skill that could be mastered easily, as her ability had a mind of its own. Who knew when she would end up tossing a planet again? Mu Xian decided to expose her to the 5 different abilities. Fortunately, the bloodlings that had gone to eradicate the galactic pirates were starting to return. This time, she didn't have to fight some gigantic beasts. Yao Qiao found a few 500-generation bloodlings to practice with her. Mu Xian, in the meantime, insisted on remaining at home to ensure that his ability did not affect her. Yao Si immersed herself into training. Every morning, the first thing she did was head to the training ground to have a match with bloodlings of each of the 5 nature abilities. When it was time for her meal, Mu Xian would head over to get her. Was it characteristic of all dads to be so insistent on having meals on time? Every time it hit meal time, Mu Xian would arrive punctually, subjecting everyone in the training field to his frosty demeanor. The first time she had forgotten to eat because of practice, Mu Xian seemed to have made a huge fuss at the Elder Council, after which at least 2 elders would be stationed at the training field to monitor the time, reporting when it was meal time. Your Highness, it's lunch time. Your Highness, it's dinner time. Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to return for your meal. There was no doubt that actual combat was the best way to improve one's skill. After being attacked by the little bloodlings' abilities for a few months, Yao Si finally had an idea of how to aim properly and was able to control the 5 different abilities. She also realized that the duration of her ability didn't always match with the opponent's. Sometimes when her opponent was exhausted, she could still feel a surge of energy within her, although the moment the opponent's ability stopped operating, hers would disappear as well. She vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the fact that she was a 5th-generation bloodling. After 5 months, Yao Si was finally able to control her passive ability. When she was confident that she'll never accidentally throw a planet again, she ended this training that required her to punctually head back for meals. When she was back home, she turned on her optical computer to log into her Alliance account. Right then, several messages from an unknown sender popped up, startling her. She had a small social circle consisting of only a handful of bloodlings, and this was the first time someone else had sent her a message. Her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to open the messages. A short chime played, like coins falling on the ground, and the next moment a string of numbers appeared. Received bank transfer of galactic currency, 126,852. Please ensure it is deposited. What's this? Was some tycoon giving money away? She took a closer look, spotting who it was from. Huo Qi. Mu Xian's fanboy? Why did he suddenly send her so much money? Fan club membership bonus? Just as she was wondering about it, a voice call request popped up. It was from Huo Qi. She hurriedly accepted the call. Sis, you're finally online. A screen suddenly took form before her, and Huo Qi's face appeared on it. Did you receive the money? It's from the day we fought the galactic beast. The Alliance sent out the bonus and I transferred both you and Mu Xian's share. It took Yao Si a moment to remember that event. She had never expected him to really send it over. I received it, thank you. Spare me the formalities, all of us fans are one family. Huo Qi replied with imperiously, proud to be a fan of Mu Xian. Oh, right, where's the brother with the same name as God Mu? Yao Si turned to glance at the kitchen. He's cooking, want me to get him? So that you could catch a glimpse of your idol. It's okay. Huo Qi shook his head. With a face of regret, he continued, the Red Planet recently strengthened their customs, so all the tour licenses were rejected and I'm unable to head there. Eck, since we're both fans, I think we should keep this devastating news from him for the time being. God Mu won't be upset, really. Huo Qi chatted randomly for a time, then someone called him from behind. He turned to reply before continuing, Sis, I can't talk anymore. Since we're both fans that fought the same galactic beast, you can visit me at the Galactic Academy. Galactic Academy. Yao Si stilled, this was the first time she'd heard that name. You never expected this bro to be a student, hey? Huo Qi smiled brightly, adding with glory, with galactic beast hunting experience, I'll definitely be the valedictorian of the year. I'll go now, I have to board the last ship. I'll call you again another time. He then hung up. Yao Si thought for a moment before typing Galactic Academy on the web. Information gushed out, and she took a closer look. Galactic Academy was also called the First Academy and was the most famous school in the galaxy. It was equivalent to Harvard or Oxford in the Blue Planet. All the elite members of the different races were enrolled in this school. Galactic Academy wasn't like a pure university either, but also had elementary, middle, and high programs as well as college degrees. The academy separated its students based on levels, abilities, and one's biological structure. There was also no age limit for entrance. As long as one could pass the entry requirements, they could enter any of the levels. After completing their studies, the students could either graduate or proceed to a higher level. The elementary level could move to the middle level and the middle level could move to the high level. Simply put, as long as one was able to pass the exam, they could enter the school with disregard to one's age and race. There wasn't a need to complete a certain stage, either. In general, all the famous people in the galaxy came from the Galactic Academy. Yao Si thought about her situation carefully. With Mu Xian's around, she wasn't able to summon her ability, but that wasn't something to really worry about. However, her lack of basic knowledge needed to be worked on, so entering a school would certainly be a smart move. She made up her mind. She wanted to study. Father Mu was extremely displeased with his cub's sudden idea. He was able to answer her every question, so why did she need to go to school? Why couldn't she just ask him? The thought of his cub leaving to join an unknown group of wild children left him in a fluster. If they were all bloodlings, it might be okay, but once other races were involved, he couldn't be sure of what kind of people she'd encounter. What if they bullied her or led her astray? Besides, his cub's ability was a little complicated. Even though the Galactic Academy wasn't considered a dangerous place and other bloodlings would enter it at a certain age, it should be something in the future when his cub was independent. It wasn't that long since he found his cub, barely 2 years, and she already planned to leave. Who could bear that? However, when faced with his cub's anticipation, he didn't have the heart to reject her. After almost half a day of hesitation, he finally agreed. Remember to come back for your meals. Even if his cub knelt down, he had to pamper her. Yes, Your Majesty. No problem, Your Majesty. Completely oblivious to someone's perturbed emotions, Yao Si tapped her chest in reassurance. No worries, Dad. I will definitely study hard, I won't embarrass you. After this, Yao Si ambitiously applied for the middle school entrance exam in 3 months' time before swiftly completing the exam. Then, she failed gloriously. Chapter 49, Through the Academy's Gate. Yo, Your Highness. The young boy stiffened. Even after stuttering for a long while, he still wasn't able to articulate clearly. Yao Si sighed. Just call me Yao Si. Yes. He straightened, agreeing instantly as though he had received a command. Are you the person Yao Qián mentioned? Yes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves before replying. I am a bloodling from the 720 generation. I'm called Gu Shuchen. Elder Yao personally instructed me to ensure that you are escorted to the academy safely. Hello. Yao Si reached out her hand instinctively. Nice to meet you. The boy stilled, his eyes going wide. As though he had received a heavenly gift, he suddenly took hold of her hand and went down on one knee. He leaned forward to tap her nails with his forehead, which was a special greeting by the bloodlings. In a respectful manner, he responded, It's my honor, Your Highness. Yao Si brought back her hand. She was already used to the anxiety bloodlings felt when they met her. Send me to the academy. Yes. Gu Shuchen stood up, directing her towards the school gate. Since this place was the first academy, there was a huge crowd in front of its gate even though it was already the 3rd day of reporting. The students formed groups of either 3s or 5s, although there were also some that were there by themselves just as Yao Si. There were students of every race here, and there even more different races here than she had seen in Eternal Brilliance. After they passed through the gates, a person waved at them from afar. Sis. Huo Qi panted heavily as he ran over. You're finally here, I waited almost the entire day. He had rushed over anxiously, so Gu Shuchen took a step in front of Yao Si protectively, worried that he might hit her. 3 months earlier, she had told Huo Qi that she was going to apply for the first academy, but she never expected him to be waiting for her. He is. Huo Qi glanced at Gu Shuchen curiously. Sis, you have a date. What are you saying? Yao Si's lips twitched, and she pondered for a while before providing a suitable response. He's a child from an uncle's house. Gu Shuchen was indeed the youngest cub with Yao Qian's ability. Uncle's house? Your nephew. How did his thoughts run? She was now an aunt? Oh, a distant relative. Huo Qi quickly moved on, continuing on animatedly, I never expected you to really make it. It's fate, indeed, Yao. MMH, what's after Yao? Yao Si. Even though she was aware that his impression of her was blurred because of Mu Xian's mental strength, they had been online friends for a few months. How could he forget her name? Yao. Little sis Yao. You better remember it. Oh right, I'm currently in Class C of high school here, he added enthusiastically. I've been here for 2 days and have already familiarized myself with the entire place. Which level are you at? The middle or high school? And which class did you get into? Yao Si's mouth twitched once more, and she weakly pointed to a building on the extreme left. That one. Huo Qi turned, his eyes widening instantly. Elementary school. He. Why didn't you try for the middle school? Get lost. If I could enter it, would there be a need for me to join the elementary school? His words reminded her of the horrifying scores on her entrance exam. But, elementary school is good too. Huo Qi smiled stiffly. Just then, he tapped her shoulders as though he had remembered something. With your ability, it would be good to build a solid foundation. Which series and class are you in? I'll have your back from now on. Biological series, 3rd level of Class D. Biological series. A concerned expression appeared on Huo Qi's face. People with abilities were natural warriors, and the series they were sent to would aid in teaching them how to better their abilities. The biological series was actually a class that taught other knowledge to races that didn't have abilities. For instance, their subjects included machinery, space, finance, etc. For someone with an ability, entering the biological series was basically incomprehensible. Aren't you from the water series? Why are you in the biological series? I wanted to learn other stuff. She actually wanted to gain some common knowledge here. Huo Qi was incredulous. He took a deep breath. All right, if you have any problems, remember to look for me, okay? Since we both fought the same galactic beast, you shouldn't feel shy. I'll charge you a bit less than others. You were expecting to charge me. You miser. Oh right, do you need me to direct you to the reporting area? It's fine. Yao Si was worried she couldn't afford his services. She pointed to Gu Shichen by her side. My nephew will bring me there. Oh, all right. Huo Qi murmured with regret, upset to have lost his money-making opportunity. Go on then, I'll leave now, see you at the ceremony later. Yao Si nodded. After sending off that money-minded person, she followed her nephew Gu over to the reporting area. It wasn't like the reporting area in the Blue Planet. There weren't any teachers around, just a simple detection door that she could walk through. After walking through it, the reporting would be complete. There would also be a friendly announcement. Her was student Yao Si, welcome to Galactic Academy's elementary school. Your Highness, here's your student ID. Nephew Gu passed her a transparent card. You'll need it when you enter the school and during the exams. Oh, thank you. She reached for it, taking a quick glance at it. Her name was imprinted on the card with a photo of her beside. Below was a bunch of numbers which were probably her student number. Your Highness, you can add it to your optical computer. Nephew Gu pointed to the bottom left of the card which had an optical computer symbol. Yao Si nodded, and the tiny card disappeared. Her optical computer beeped, acknowledging the action. This was indeed quite convenient. Before she could take a closer look around, though, Nephew Gu hurriedly pushed a bunch of things over, and all she heard next was continuous beeping from her optical computer. Your Highness, these are the notes that you need for school. Your Highness, here's your textbook. Your Highness, here are the notes that I prepared for you. Your Highness, I studied the books for elementary school at least 10 times, here are my thoughts. Your Highness, these are the important analysis for the first 6 lessons. Your Highness, these are the 108 basics on machinery. Your Highness, here are the histories of the main races in the galaxy. Your Highness. This is just my first day. How much time did you spend on this? How much work did Yao Qián give you? Your Highness, one more thing. There's more. My optical computer is about to explode. Elder Yao emphasized that this is the most important point. What is it? Please be punctual for your meals at home. Enough. She gritted her teeth. Once everything was stored in her optical computer, a clear-sounding announcement came from the skies of the academy. All students, please proceed to the Teacher Appreciation Hall to participate in the Galactic Academy's 9518th opening ceremony and election assembly. Chapter 50, Student Union President's Election. The announcement repeated 3 times, and Gu Shichen finally halted, leading her to the Teacher Appreciation Hall. This place wasn't far from the reporting area, and after a short few minutes, they reached a gigantic circular building. When they entered, the hall was already packed to the brim with around 100,000 students. There was no question about this school being the first. Gu Shuchen led Yao Si towards the left side of the hall and was fortunate enough to find a front row seat. The other seats were almost fully occupied, with the surrounding students dressed in the same green uniform as her. However, Gu Shuchen, who sat to her right, was dressed in blue. After they sat down, Yao Si could vaguely sense that the other students had quietened, their gazes peeking over at them. Yao Si scanned her surroundings. The Teacher Appreciation Hall could be separated into 3 sections. The extreme left was dressed in the same green uniform as her, the section in the middle had a yellow and white uniform, while the section on the right was dressed in the same blue uniform Gu Shuchen. It probably served as a distinction for the 3 school levels. You can go on if you are busy. Nephew Gu was probably from the high school level, so she couldn't possibly make him sit with her at the elementary level. Don't worry. I'll be fine by myself. Gu Shuchen hesitated slightly, but he seemed to really have something to tend to, for after a short while he nodded. I'll come get your highness once the ceremony ends. Right, hurry now. Reluctantly, he stood up and walked away, though he still sent several glances full of worry back at her. Yet instead of heading to the right side of the hall, he walked toward the stage at the front. Ah! Before Yao Si could process this information, she was tugged at by the person beside her. Student, what's your relationship with the president of the student union? A girl from another race with 2 antennas on her head asked curiously. Yao Si stilled. President of the student union. Gu Shuchen? Yet. The girl's curiosity deepened, and those around also turned to stare at Yao Si. Before I came to report, I heard some seniors saying that Senior Gu has been president for the past 5 terms. During each of the 5 elections, he won with 100% of the votes. I'm sure this time will be no exception. Little student Gu is a model student that excels in both his moral conduct and education? Yes, another female student added. Tell us more, when did you guys meet? We met today, Yao Si replied honestly. The surrounding students stilled, their gazes turning complex, especially those of the girls. Infuriated, one asked, Stop kidding, how could he be so nice to you if it's the first time you met? Everyone knows that Senior Gu is a bloodling, and they don't ever interact with anyone outside their race, yet he personally brought you over. What's your relationship? He's my nephew. Nephew Gu seemed to be rather popular. The girl that had spoke froze. You're a bloodling. Before Yao Si could nod, the girl beside her with hair tied into buns smirked. How could it be? I haven't heard about new bloodling enrolling into the academy. Couldn't you have found a better excuse, really? She glanced at Yao Si coldly, her tone soaked with envy and hatred. So you know Senior Gu? What's the big deal? If you don't want to share it, just forget it. She already told them. That's right. Another student in the front agreed. Bloodlings don't need to take the school entrance exam, they can just automatically enroll into the high school level. Why would they come to the elementary school? What did you say? Why didn't I know about that? It has always been like that, the girl said. She then added after a moment, bloodlings with awakened abilities are considered SSS level, so they enter high school right away. Normal people like you are able to only enter the elementary school which doesn't require an entrance exam. Does that mean that the 3 months of hard work she had put in for the entrance exam which she failed, because of which she was forced to enter the elementary school, were all in vain? Let the election begin. The voice startled the students, and they hurriedly sat back down with their backs straight as they looked toward the stage. Yao Si could vaguely make out a figure heading to the middle of the stage when a soft gentle voice filled the hall. Galactic Academy's opening ceremony shall commence. We shall now start with the student union election. That is fast. Yao Si strongly approved of such a direct system that skipped the draggy speeches that would put one to sleep. She looked at the stage and realized that most students were in either yellow or blue uniforms, which meant that they were either from the middle school or the high school. There were also about 4 to 5 senior teachers who stood at the back with no intentions of coming forward. This was similar to what Mu Xian had mentioned previously. Students held high authority in the current schools of the galaxy, and the teachers wouldn't interfere unless necessary. According to tradition, the president candidates will be chosen by the members of the previous student union before the student body will cast their votes. After the MC explained the instructions, about 10 students on stage began to write down the name of the person they wanted to elect. In less than a minute, the MC headed toward the previous student union members, starting from the one at the left. Vice President Zhao, who would you like to elect? Gu Shuchen. Department Head Qián, who would you like to elect? Gu Shuchen. Department Head Sun, who would you like to elect? Gu Shuchen. Department Head Li, who would you like to elect? Gu Shuchen. Department Head Tian. There were no exceptions. Gu Shuchen's name flashed on the screen continuously. Yao Si sighed. Nephew Gu must be a high flyer in the academy. Chairman Gu, who would you like to elect? Yao Si. Cough, cough. Yao Si almost choked. F***ck. Nephew Gu, what's your issue? But it was too late. On the huge screen on the main stage, large letters of the common language formed her name. Yao Si. Sigma, degree. The moment the two words flashed on the screen, the hall erupted in chatter and confusion as everyone scanned the hall trying to figure out who was Yao Si. Her face twitched, and she wondered if there was still time for her to escape. He. This is the first time there is another candidate other than President Gu. The MC seemed startled. After a moment of silence, she hurriedly swept her gaze over the audience. Congratulations Yao Si, please come up onto the stage. The next moment, the futuristic technology was flaunted to perfection. The screen flashed, and a picture of her was displayed on the stage. Yao Si cursed internally. Oh, so it's a new student from the elementary level, the MC introduced. Yao Si could feel the eyes of the entire hall full of people turning in her direction. The sister beside her with 2 buns on her head was gazing blankly with her mouth open wider than the top knots of her hair. It was too late to escape. Yao Si had no other option. Enduring the uncomfortable gazes from the entire hall, she made her way up to the stage. Hi! She waved her hand rigidly, greeting all the members of the student union. Instantly, Gu Shuchen bolted forward with his back rod straight. If it weren't for the table in front of him, he would have gone down on his knee to salute her. His sudden actions shook the hearts of all student council members. With curiosity, they followed his lead. After all, since their president was standing, it wouldn't seem right if they continued to be seated. Yao Si felt as though she was participating in an international interview. It was as if everyone had stood up in preparation to shake hands with her.
Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories and never miss out on a great listen.